very strong light. Hello? Welcome, everybody. Hello? Welcome, everybody. There's not the slides on the screen. Could you do that? So yes, I'm extremely happy to see so many people interested in the summit that we are organizing. First of all, I would like to thank our co-organizers. So we are organizing this as Climate-KIC, but with a lot of help of other people. So one of them, of course, all the people that are in the credible project that is backing up this summit. And especially, of course, our coordinating organization, SAI. But this time around, we also are very much indebted with the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm always messing up the name of the, sorry, it's called DAFM in short, Agriculture, Forestry and the Marine. And also we have 2 gold sponsors that also have a stand outside that you can have a look at. VASEF and AGRI, and 2 bronze sponsors that are also having a stand in the lobby, Life and EBEC. So first of all, we were asked to show a little video on the safety regulations of the site. So please put this on the screen.
For this public safety announcement. This is the Printworks Conference Center. The Printworks Conference Center has 8 emergency exits. Exit signs will remain illuminated at all times. Please take a moment to check the exit nearest you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of emergency, you will be asked to proceed to the exit and move down the steps to the assembly point located in the lower castle yard beside the church. For your convenience, restrooms are located out the doors to the left. Please ensure that mobile phones are switched to silent while in the Printworks Conference Center, and remember that this is a no smoking and no vaping building.
Okay, thank you. Also, I was on top of that asked to not eat or drink in this room, especially not from crockery or glasswork that could be coming from the lobby. So that's the other household that I was asked to take. Okay, next slide. So to get to know each other a little bit, because we are so many people here, and I'm really curious on where you're from and what kind of stakeholder you are. So please, this is the Menti, which is also the Menti code that we were using all through the plenary sessions that we have, the plenary and parallel session that we will have in this room. So they will be all the time the same. Okay, so then first, just while you are already thinking about this, I would just like to introduce, no, actually go now to the Menti, please. Yes, so the first question is, what country are you from? So please remind that we are here with 530 people registered for on-site participation. And in addition to that, we also have 500 people registered online. And we also disseminated 2 on a YouTube channel where people can also watch this room, and during the plenary, during the parallel sessions, this room and the podal room, which is the room that is just next here. I will tell a little bit more about that later, or where everything will take place. So we have a large outreach to many people on a topic of carbon farming. So I see that we have the winner is France and Germany. So thank you so much. So now the next question is, which stakeholder group would you relate to most? The QR code again. Okay, can you just bring back the QR code on the other screen? You can also use the code that is in the bottom. Okay, go back to the, I think, everybody okay with the QR code now? Please. So which stakeholder group do you relate to most? Because I know some people, they have a double job, but then... Okay, well, I think that the pattern is quite clear. So we're still in, by the largest group are researchers. But we also have a lot of people from industry, which is extremely interesting as well. And I think that this is also the main topic of this event, is to bring carbon farming theory to practice. So let's work for that over the next 3 days. Next, now back to the slides, please. So the program of today is that first we have this opening session as we're having it now. We will soon have a speech by our credible coordinator, and after that a representative of the government of Ireland, the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. Then we have our plenary session that will be also here. Then after the coffee, there will be the parallel session 1, after the lunch, parallel session 2, and then another plenary session. After that, here again, back in the Printworks. After that, there will be a wrap-up session, which will be focusing on the recommendations as they have already been prepared by the different session organizers. I will tell something later about that before we go to the coffee break. So for now, next slide, please. I would like to give the floor to Tristano Bacchetti de Gregoris, our coordinator of the Credible project.
Thank you, Saskia. I'm not used to stand in front of such a big crowd. Wow. Let's consider this a moment. I invite you to look around in the room. Well, actually, with these lights, I see very little, but see who's here. You may see some of your closest collaborators, some people you have never met, but we are here today. From the onset of this event, more than 500 people united in the belief that something can be done against climate change and for a troubled farming and forest sectors. In the belief that the new narrative needs to emerge, one that recognizes farmers and foresters not as the culprit, but as the new hero against climate change. In the belief that we need to acknowledge the role of farmers and foresters, not just as food and timber producers, but as ecosystem stewards. So while I join Saskia's greeting to all the supporters, the partners, the sponsor and collaborator who have helped to design and bring to life this event, I want to extend our profound thanks to all of you here in this room and those of you watching online for trusting this event to be valuable to you, to your organization, to your regions, but also to commit to contribute and build together a system that can generate the impact that we need. So thank you. And as we have a long 3 days of work ahead of us, I'll only take another couple of minutes of your time. Can I go to the next slide, please? I'd like to start from where we left it last year. So one of the key outcomes of the first Carbon Farming Summit that emerged from countless conversations that we had prior, during, and after the summit is that farms and forests are complex ecosystems, and their management is complex. So be aware of the easy solution that simplify those systems, solution that feels like you just need to sprinkle some stardust on the fields and you will capture tons of carbon. We need to embrace complexity. We need to accept that farming systems are complex, and any carbon farming model to be successful must be able to deal with this complexity. And this is why I hope we recognize the importance of lean towards this kind of definition of carbon farming, that it should develop as a tool to finance profound changes in the farm and forest management system, transformations that generates multiple benefits, not only climate benefit, but also environmental and social. So moving from last year to this moment, the theme of this year, as Saskia said, is from theory to practice. Our goal is to capture the vast knowledge and experience that sits in this room, and of course online, and use this knowledge to co-design, develop, and disseminate concrete, actionable solutions that will give rise to an holistic carbon farming framework. I understand that it may have been puzzling to follow the logic that has led us to launch an initial call for sessions, then a call for contribution, then recommendation, and so on. And I thank you for your patience and understanding. But our goal has always been one and one only, to help the Commission to access the best available knowledge, tools, and solutions to build a certification framework we can rely on. And with this, I wish you all the best for the next 3 days. And back to you, Saskia. Thank you.
Okay, so now, next slide, please. So now we go for the opening by the Ireland's Agriculture and Food in the Marine Department of the Ministry of Agriculture. Please, this is Bill Callanan, who will say hello on behalf.
Thank you very much, Saskia. And indeed, those lights are fairly strong, so I look around and it's hard for me to see yourselves in terms of the faces. But on behalf of the Ministry for Agriculture, it just falls to me to welcome you all here to Dublin and to what is a very important conference on a very important topic. You will hear from our Minister later on, but Tuesday morning is generally Cabinet meeting, so he's unavailable this morning, but as I said, you'll hear from him later. Just a couple of points. I think it is opportune that this conference and this event is being held in Ireland. It is illustrative really of the importance of agriculture socially, economically and environmentally in Ireland. It's a critical part of our overall economy and something that we're particularly proud of in terms of sustainability credentials of that food production. And in an increasingly, I suppose, geopolitically uncertain world, that food production is and has to be at the very core of, I suppose, securing the certainty and availability of food for citizens. But I very much confirm, let's say, Tristano's commentary as well, that farmers must be at the centre of this conversation. Carbon farming and the opportunity highlights really that there is undoubtedly an opportunity of improving the sustainability and contributing to the overall objectives we have of a climate-smart agricultural food production system in Ireland. So it is opportune that it's here today, and I suppose it is testament to the number of people, that whole engagement and the importance of that engagement. And I would very much look forward to the outcomes of this discussion in terms of what is a relatively new area of conversation around carbon farming and the prospect and opportunity in terms of working with farmers and leveraging opportunity for finance to deliver on greater sustainability. I would also like to just to thank the organisers, Climate-KIC, and we've had a relationship with Andy and Stuart and Saskia for the last number of years, and it has been a very good engagement in terms of how to look at what are inherently challenging objectives and how they can be met from various viewpoints, and the likes of discussions like here will inform and help that debate. But Inovia and the Credible Project who brought this all together have also to be thanked in terms of bringing it to our capital here. I did comment to Climate-KIC that the topic itself is obviously a draw, but I hope certainly that Dublin and the social scene is also a draw, and which is maybe the driver of the attraction of such a large crowd to come to our capital. So I hope that you will certainly enjoy the next couple of days, and including the evening life around Dublin, and that it's not all work and no play. So on that, I leave it and look forward to the discussions over the next couple of days, and it's certainly a very full agenda, and I certainly hope that it will inform and develop the whole process of thinking around what is a new area of the prospect of carbon farming. It is something that we certainly are committed to here in Ireland. It's included in our programme for government, and we will certainly have learnings, I think, from the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are, next slide please. We are ready for our first plenary session. I would like to invite Daniel Zimmer to chair this session. Ooh, be careful. Please take care, this session.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure also to be here with such a large crowd. We hope to deliver something interesting from this summit. And I would like to call just now, in fact, the 4 panelists that we have for this introductory session. So Christian Holzleiter, will introduce you a bit later. So Christian is the head of unit for land economy and carbon removals in the Directorate General for Climate Action in the European Commission. Many of you know him. He's leading the work of the European Commission on sustainable carbon cycles, on the carbon removal certification framework, and he has been working for the Commission since already 2012. In various positions always related to policy development, particularly on ETS, the general ETS, not the AGRI ETS, but also on state aid and other important issues. I think we will have the other panelists later so that you can deliver your presentation, Christian, because you will update us on where we are at the moment on the agricultural vision and on the carbon removal certification framework, and then I will call the other panelists.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here. It's the second Carbon Farming Summit, and Valencia last year was already amazing, but this is huge. So big thanks to Saskia, Daniel, Tristano for pulling this off. And I hope you'll very much enjoy these 3 days. So my job is to give you an update from Brussels and to kick this off. Can I have my slides? My slides? Okay. I can also do it without the slides. So despite all the difficult situation we're in geopolitically, we stay on course for climate action, for making Europe climate neutral by 2050. So this means, on balance in 2050, we shouldn't add any more CO2 to the atmosphere, because this is what counts. So for this, in the first place, we need to reduce the emissions across the whole economy, also in agriculture. So we currently have around 400 million tons of CO2 emissions each year from livestock management, the use of fertilizers. And we should cut them at least by 100 million tons, about so a third, down to 2050. So we'll always have emissions from the production of food, biomass. That's very clear. We'll never be able to go down to zero. But the amazing thing that agriculture, the bioeconomy can do, is also to remove carbon from the atmosphere. And this, over time, will become more and more important. The amount of carbon that we can store here with us will be one of the key performance indicators when we look towards 2040, 2050. The carbon that we can store in our soils, in our forests, but also the products that we make out of it, like construction materials, chemicals, and so on. And so currently we store around 230, 240 million tons each year of CO2, and that we should increase to well above 300 million tons by 2040, 2050. And this is what I'm so excited about, then we have value chains in the bioeconomy that are effectively good for the climate, because we take CO2 out of the atmosphere. And this is not only the farmer, this is an engagement of the whole value chain. Also, how do we consume our food more sustainably? What do we do with food waste? When we incinerate it, do we use it again as compost? As I said, with all the opportunities in the bioeconomy, circular economy, there are so many things that can be done. So when I talk about a climate neutral economy for 2050, the bioeconomy is really one of the growth engines, because we'll always have food, but we'll also need more biogenic carbon as a feedstock in the industry. So it should be good business for everyone. And I think in this, goes very well with the agri-food vision that the Commission published 2 weeks ago, where we gave, set out the objectives, what this Commission wants to achieve for the agri-food value chain. And the first one is attractiveness. So how can we make, in particular for farmers, make good, attractive business? And I think what I would see in the future, there will be 3 markets. There will be food, there will be biomaterials, biomass, and there should be sustainable carbon. So there should be a diversification of income. There should be a strengthening of the market position of farmers in the value chain. And therefore, the vision rightly puts quite an emphasis on carbon farming that can then also be further developed into nature credits, into market-based remuneration for ecosystem services. The second objective in these times is, of course, independence. It's the competitiveness of our agriculture sector, but it's also about reducing dependencies. Well, we still import a lot of soya. Fertilizer is also a big issue, and there could be also a very new business model for fertilizer. We use less fertilizer, more targeted, and this fertilizer we produce in Europe. We produce with hydrogen, with green hydrogen, and can even more come to a climate positive value chain. Then the third objective is resilience, future-proofing. We need a very resilient, very productive land by 2050. We need to work hand in hand with nature, and that's also a task for the whole value chain. And the agri-food vision rightly puts the emphasis on that we need good indicators for that, that we need sustainability indicators, benchmarking that are really helpful to drive the change for everyone and that are easy to use. And again, here we are spot on with what we are doing with carbon farming, with the certification, working towards a single benchmarking, monitoring, reporting, verification system. And then, of course, for the last one, and I think there we also contribute with carbon farming, is to make the rural economy more attractive, have more high-skilled jobs, really providing the right services, the right project development to the farmers, having those solutions forward for a deep transformation, as Tristano mentioned. I come back to one slide that I've also used last year in Valencia. What are the keys for successful carbon farming, so to really scale up carbon farming? The first one is we need a credible monitoring, reporting, verification system with the certification that we are currently working on. The second one is we really need good services on the ground. project development, advisory services that make it easy for the farmers to take up these new practices so that they get really good advice what can be done on my parcel. And the third one is the finance. We need well-functioning carbon markets to make carbon farming bankable. And I want to go a bit deeper on these three challenges. On certification, we want to be ready by the end of this year with these 4 certification methodologies. We are moving quite fast, and we can move quite fast thanks to all the great input that we are getting from you on soil management, agroforestry, afforestation, rewetting of peatlands, biochar, and we will talk about all these methodologies during the following 3 days. But of course, we still have some questions for you related to these quality criteria that we've set up. And the first one is quantification. How can we build on all the fantastic work that is already there on modeling, on sampling, on remote sensing, to really build one single quantification methodology for Europe? How can we take what we already have now and harmonize it at the European level? I'll come back to that in a bit more detail in a minute. Then the additionality. How can we add up public and private support? We'll need both, but how can we be transparent about that and get the incentives right? So for example, for agroforestry, we've put out the ideas that the initial investments for the plants, for the hedges, for the trees, could be financed by the Common Agricultural Policy. And then we are here with the certification, with the carbon markets, to give the financial incentives that these hedges, these trees, are well managed for 10, 20 years. What do you think? Is this a good model with what we can go forward? Then we also need to talk about liability risks. I think a lot on the management practices that we talk about will reduce risks. So I don't think we'll have a lot of big risk exposure there. But nevertheless, we need to be transparent about that. And we need to find a way, how do we really create a European carbon pool on that? So how can we also pull in here private insurance to have a really efficient and low-cost solution for that? And then the last one is the link to biodiversity. Our currency is carbon, but of course we want to have a very sustainable carbon. We want to privilege those practices that also deliver on biodiversity that already our certification framework says. So what are the good indicators? How can we link to that? How can we also develop those indicators further? How do we make the link to the nature restoration law, which will be also important for the member states, as they also have to fulfill targets there. So, and on this, we are very much looking forward for your recommendations, for your insights over the next 3 days. And when we talk about that, what is important for me is also my kind of the bigger picture. Where do we want to go? How does this carbon farming certification fit into the bigger picture? And I think where we should be going is to have a single monitoring, reporting, and verification system that works for the carbon market, for the Scope 3 reporting in the value chain, for the Common Agricultural Policy, for public funding, and for the national inventories. So what I would imagine that in 5 or 10 years, we have a soil map of Europe that has all the standard emission factors that we need for different soil types in the different regions. And then that can be used for the Scope 3 reporting for the national inventories. And the ones who want to do more, they get these credits under CSCF. And our colleagues at the Joint Research Center are already doing fantastic work in going there, and there will be a session on Wednesday with Panos, where you get to know more on how this can be done. So just what is our timeline? Our certification framework has entered into force in December. This year, we want to have the first methodologies adopted, of course, also depending on your input, on your views, how you see whether you think we are ready to go ahead. We would be very keen to start the certification already next year. So to invite the existing certification schemes, but also very keen to get new certification schemes into the system. And then by 28, we should have an European-wide registry on this. So then quickly to the implementation on the ground. As I said, I think farmers really need good advice on how they can adopt these new practices. And there's not so much that I can say from Brussels. I think every time someone in Brussels tries to tell farmers what to do, it's a bit of a failure. So this is really about the local knowledge. How can you get farmers together? And I don't think there will be a one-size-fits-all solution. I have a lot of sympathy for these landscape approaches, so where you get more farmers together, where you think about, okay, how can I best use this land, this bigger area? There are economies of scale, scope, you can reduce the administrative costs, and you really can do a transformation, as also Tristano said. And I think the other thing what is important is that we have a healthy choice on service providers, but also on certification schemes, certification bodies, so that farmers also really have a choice between different providers. And well, as I said, I think we as Commission cannot say so much on what should exactly be happening there. We can, of course, support a lot of startups. It's very good to see the interest that we see in carbon farming for our Horizon projects, for the soil mission, for the LIFE program. We've been financing more than 250 projects related to carbon farming, and this is just increasing. And we are preparing the calls for next year, and we have another, I think, set of very interesting topics for you. So it's great to see all this interest. And then I come to the last part, and that's the carbon finance. That's the carbon market. So how do we finance all of this? How do we finance that transformation? And there are two important pieces of regulation. There's the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, so for voluntary net zero claims by the big food processors, but also by the big companies in the bioeconomy. We've made a simplification, the Commission made a simplification proposal last week, so that we focus more on the bigger companies, like with employers above 1,000. So I think still the bigger food and biomass processors will have this obligation under the CSRD as in the past, so effectively maybe not so much will be changing. Then we are negotiating green claims. So how do we communicate these green claims towards the consumers? There, the negotiations between Parliament and the Council should be finished hopefully by June, July, and hopefully there we will have a simple and practical solution how these green claims can be made. So that again we have there more certainty and can create this market for the carbon farming credits. But I think in view of the deep transformation that we need in the sector, this voluntary action will not be enough. So, and this is also why we are doing studies on, okay, how could a more regulated carbon market also look like for the agri-food value chain for the bioeconomy? Because if you think about rewetting of peatlands, agroforestry, these are really big changes in your management. And as a farmer, you want to have certainty, planning certainty over the next decades. Okay, what is the income that I can expect from that? And so we are looking at different models. This is one of them, how such a future carbon market could look like. So for the farmers, for the foresters, It would be voluntary. No one would be forced to go to adopt a certain practice. And so on. This is your business decision. Do you want to continue more traditionally? Do you want to provide more ecosystem services and then get rewarded on the carbon market? From where would the demand come? Of course, in the first place, from the value chain itself, from the bigger food processors, from the big biomass processors. And there, we could have some simple rules like saying, okay, they have to reduce their Scope 3 emissions by 2 percentage points until 2050. That would be a very clear path, a very clear demand. And these reductions can be fulfilled by buying these carbon farming credits. And there we should also give flexibility. You can buy it from the ones who also provide the food to you, the inputs. So you can have bilateral contracts, but you should also be able to just buy it on the market. So that you also have here flexibility, different ways how you can fulfill these obligations. And then public authorities like the Commission could come in and maybe have European-wide calls for buying up carbon farming credits. So really creating lead markets, creating the early demand, kicking off that market. So you could think about advanced contracts so that we would pay now against delivery in 5 or 6 years. So we really could kick off that market. And then we could also think about some demand from outside the sector, like, for example, for airlines or others who will also have always emissions that they need to compensate. And that could make sense maybe for land that you really take out of the production, like when you re-wet the drained peatlands. So then you would have one market, and markets always work well when you have a high number of buyers and a high number of suppliers. And that we would need to discuss, can we achieve that? But the basic condition for that to work well, and now I'm circling back to from where I started, is a single certification scheme that can work both for the value chain, both for public funding, and also for the member states for the national inventories. And with that, I stop, and now look very much forward to your ideas, listening to your recommendations to us. Valeria and I will be at these 2 wrap-up sessions today and tomorrow at 5:15, and very much looking forward to what you want to tell us how we can do a better job. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Christian, for this inspiring speech. I enjoyed particularly these last slides on the creation of this market. I think it's very interesting also for our conversations during these 3 days. I now call the 3 panelists also on stage, if you would like to join us. And we will have a number of reactions from different stakeholders. First on the agri-food, the agricultural vision of the European Commission, and second on the more specific issues related to carbon farming. So, do you hear me? Is it working? Do you hear me? Okay. Okay, so we have in addition to Christian, we have today 3 distinguished panelists who will be reacting to what Christian just explained to us. So we have, I'm starting just next to Christian, we have Eric Souberan, who is the CEO of Livelihoods Venture Funds, who bring together a large and diverse group of industrial investors. So livelihoods funds create or support rural energy, mangrove restoration, agroforestry, sustainable supply chain, and smallholder farmers in the global south and also in Europe since 15 years. Eric has occupied several lead positions in the agri-food sector namely in Unilever and in Danone, where he has been the Chief Sustainable Officer. He also currently holds several non-executive director positions in organizations such as Gold Standard and the Carbon Trust. Then we have Bill Callanan. You already heard from him in the introductory speech from the Irish government. So Bill is Chief Inspector in the Ministry of Agriculture of Ireland, with responsibility for provision of scientific advice on agriculture and the environment. His responsibilities include climate change, nitrates and biodiversity, livestock breeding, horticulture and crops, as well as pesticide registration and controls on feed and fertilizers. Finally, Jocelyn Guinche is a farmer. He manages what we call in French a GAEC, which is a collaborative farm in Western France. And he produces cereals, pork, and beef. And his farm is a laboratory where he tests innovative practices well aligned with carbon farming. But Jocelyn has also an international experience. He has been working in Poland in an agro-business group where he developed advice to farmers to implement conservation farming practices. So we have these panels plus Christian, and the idea now is to first react to the agriculture vision and into the current context in which we are operating, where we see a lot of farmer discontent, agri-bashing also in our societies, difficulties for the agriculture sector to reduce their emissions. So here the question we are asking not only to the panelists but also to you, if we could have the Menti question about, so how to engage farmers in this current context. Is carbon farming a good idea? Is it really a way that we can engage really in transformation of agriculture? So you have, I think, a new code, am I correct? The code, yeah, on top, I don't know if everybody can see it. Oh, no, this one is not working. It's a new code, sorry for this. So 71005978. Sorry for this, we changed the code. So, Bill, Ireland has an ambitious program for the transformation, not only for carbon farming, but also for the transformation of agriculture. What are your priorities in Ireland to get buy-in from the farmers?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I suppose when I consider an event like we have here, it's really about posing some questions for people to consider, I think, over the next couple of days from my perspective. But just to give you a sense of the importance of agriculture and the context in Ireland, we have about 130,000 farmers in Ireland. Agriculture and food production is generating 19 billion in value of exports, which is about 8.5% of the total export value from the country. And it's about a third of our emissions. So agriculture in Ireland is critical, as I said at the outset, from a social point of view, from an environmental point of view, and also from an economic point of view. It really is, I suppose, the fabric of rural Ireland, and it's critical that we engage with farmers in terms of this progression. We have a particularly strong, I suppose, sustainability credentials because a rain-fed, grass-based system does particularly well in terms of sustainability, but equally so, there's regulatory demands in terms of improving that, but I would also suggest that there's market demands in terms of improving that. So as you deliver, I suppose, to what is an increasingly aware and understanding marketplace at a high level, how are you, I suppose, supporting, enabling and regulating the sector in terms of achievement of that objective of meeting the marketplace expectation as well as the regulatory demand here. We do it well, I think, in terms of we publish every 5 years a strategy, an agri-food strategy, which is very much involving the stakeholders and farmers in the development of that and setting, I suppose, areas and topics to be worked on. And the 4 that were identified in the last Food Vision report were climate-smart, sustainable agriculture, viable and resilient producers, food that is safe, nutritious and trusted, and an innovative and competitive sector. So from my perspective, the ideas of carbon farming fit a lot of those, or tick a lot of those ambitions, but how we approach it is going to be important as well. That there are going to be inherently challenges, which is that whole MRV and understanding and quantifying how much can be, I suppose, delivered from it. How is it financed is another obvious question in relation to it. But my key message is that farmers have to be participants in that. I think it was Christian who said in his opening that the reality of people listening to what is coming out of Brussels might be questioned. Well, I can assure you I have a neighbour who regularly says to me, you know, what you should do now, Bill, is, and you know, that's fine until someday you're a bit annoyed and your reaction is generally not positive when somebody tells you what you should be doing. So that has to be a kind of an open conversation, and it has to involve farmers in terms of that. But critical to this, and this is sometimes the difficulty in terms of regulation, is a conversation of why we're trying to do what we're trying to do, and that it's not just another rule or not just another demand. So from a regulatory point of view, I increasingly see my role as explaining and understanding what's the objective and why are certain rules in place or why are certain regulations required. But that's only one leg of the stool in terms of how to try and do things. Regulation is necessary, but it has to be appropriate and it has to be to a specific objective. But you also need incentives in terms of rewarding and recognising that you're and effectively paying for what you're asking, and also the necessary supports and additional, whether it's advisory, whether it's the engagement of industry, which I see as critical, so that they're hearing the same, farmers are hearing the same messages and participating in the same messages from their processors as they are hearing from government. And that's kind of a piece that oftentimes, and we put a lot of work in terms of water quality on that simple objective of ensuring that it's a consistent message in what is an increasingly complicated and media-driven world around soundbites. So I think I'll leave it at as the first answer. Whether it answers that ask questions, I hope it asks questions of the audience in terms of deliberations for the next couple of days.
Thank you very much, Bill. Let's go now to the industry sector, just mentioned. Eric, the agriculture vision aims to secure the long-term competitiveness and the sustainability of the agri-food sector in Europe. Can the industry become at the same time more competitive and more sustainable? What is your view on this?
Yeah, of course, I think that's the billion-dollar question, right? So I think from my experience, and first, thank you for organizing that. It's so great to see basically a room that is full about this topic, especially in this current moment of time. That is, I think, the time where we're going to see people who are really committed to a transition that is necessary and people who are less committed. So I think it's fantastic to see that we can team up and find solutions together. So congrats for that. And it's fantastic to be in Ireland, which is symbolically also very, not symbolically, but very pragmatically a very important agriculture power in the whole landscape. I think we are in a moment where there are three very converging shocks that we have to face, and I want to start from there. For the first time in the history of humanity, there's going to be less energy per capita. We have less arable land per capita, and we have the first time a DNA convergence. DNA is supposed to create diversity and diverge. We are creating a system where DNA is converging. And this is basically three very important shocks that the corporate sector have to factor in if they just want to continue to be in business in 15 or 20 years. Had the chance to lead different businesses and sustainability in businesses that had 100 years of history. So if you take the two companies you were seated, I think the question is, are they going to be in business in 100 years? And to be in business in 100 years, you need to find milk, you need to farm cocoa, you need to farm cereals, so you need arable land. And therefore, we need to protect that asset. And this is something that is very important critically in Europe, and we have the chance in Europe to have an underlying asset, if I speak in financial terms, that is there, and that we can protect. Yes, it's going to have a lot of issues linked to climate change, but it's still there. There are areas in the world where actually this underlying asset, arable land, will disappear, not in Europe. So it's actually very strategic for corporates to actually protect and invest in these underlying assets. And I think this is one of the very important elements of carbon farming, which is to look at basically the soil as an asset. And I think it's not only about basically finding ways to finance the transition, and I can come back to what we're doing in livelihood there, but it's also about looking at basically our soil as an asset per se. And there is a paradox, because I'm a farmer myself, and you know, when you're a farmer, and Jocelyn will probably elaborate on that, I guess, but you're spending a lot of time protecting your asset, but your asset is not liquid. So you may live poor and die rich. I think we need to change that paradigm, and we need to find a way where actually when we're investing and when corporates invest money into protecting an asset for everybody, this can be materialized in something that is an upside. And this is how you're going to combine efficiency, economic incentive, but also protection of environment. And this is what we do in livelihoods for 15 years, because our conviction in livelihoods, this is what we call livelihoods. Here we're mobilizing corporate sectors to actually mobilize capital. And this is our model, to mobilize funds to invest into the transition. So it's a mutualized approach. We have corporate like Mars, Danone, Hermes, Chanel, you know, Schneider Electric also, investing into a pool of assets to incentivize the carbon farming models everywhere in the world, including in Europe. And if I take a program in Brittany that we are actually developing right now with 10,000 hectares over the last 5 years, we have 100 farmers in this program. We've seen that actually the production costs have reduced by 30%. And actually, it has reduced actually faster than the impact on yield. And now the yields are actually breaking even. So it's accretive, it's creating value for the farmers. Where we face difficulties right now is actually the scale-up of that, especially when it comes to the mechanization that is required by carbon farming. And that requires investment. So I think there could be a lot of strategies complementing what you said, Christian, where I think the authorities can help unlocking this investment paradigm to incentivize carbon farming. But I don't want to oppose, and I don't want to be too long, but I think what we are finding in livelihoods with our experience is that there are ways not to oppose productivity and economic viability and carbon and protection of the natural capital. And that's I think what is very important, and we are seeing examples in the UK, in France, in Poland, where we can actually combine both. But at the center part of it, there is an untapped potential, which is how do we valorize this asset?
Thank you. Thank you very much. And indeed, it's also an issue of balancing between short-term and longer-term, and how do we make this happen, indeed, and how is carbon farming a tool to do this also, yeah. Very good. I move now to the farmers, and the farmers are, of course, the most important, or at least among the most important farmers in this area. So, Jocelyn, from your experience also, how do you see the current context, and how, in your view, should the common agricultural policy evolve in order to support the farmers? But we will go later to CRCF, but just in a broader view now with the policy in Europe.
Yeah.
So thank you everybody to listen to me, because as a farmer, generally we don't have the chance to speak to so many people. We meet our cows, our pigs, we speak to our plants, but generally not to so many people, so thank you. I would say first that what I expect from CAP generally is that it would protect and help farmers to actually develop systems that help them to, in this climate change context and also all these geopolitical, let's say, events that are going on, to be sustainable, let's say, to be able as a farmer to think long term and not only short term, because with all this increase in the frequency of crisis, I observe on my farm, but also with my neighbors, that we are focused on short terms now. We try to think day by day or year by year, because it's extremely complicated today to build a long-term vision in such a variable context. So I would say that, yeah, I would like that CAP help me to develop such a system. I would also think that I would like that CAP help me to raise the profitability on my farm, because economic is still an extremely important key to run a business. And if we want that farmers develop and improve, let's say, their skills to build sustainable farming, we will need to be profitable, because at least it will give us some peace of mind regarding the economics. It will be still an important element to take in consideration, but if you are not only focused on how to pay your bills every month, you have time to think about how I can implement new techniques on my farm. So that I think it's really another key. And then the last point that I would like to say is that from my point of view, I would like that CAP help us to slow down the reduction of farm numbers, because I observe in 5 years now, or 6 years that I'm farmer, the important decrease of farm numbers. So the farms raise in size. So it's, for me, can be an opportunity to raise my business, but in a way, I'm extremely, I would say that, not sure of the result that it will bring, because I think that we will, let's say, lose the life in the countryside, as the farms will be bigger and bigger. And I'm also extremely afraid of losing food processors that are step by step or becoming bigger, or they are just collapsing. And me as a farmer, I really appreciate to have the choice to who I can sell my products, to have the various, let's say, people to who I can sell. So I really would like that, yeah, we try to keep this network of people, farmers, I would say, and food processors on my territory.
Thank you very much. So we have already a number of reactions from the room. I would like to take just a few of them. Maybe one perhaps for Christian. The AGRI vision did not mention anything about LULUCF and how this might interfere with carbon farming. How will the Commission ensure clarity in this? So is it true that the vision doesn't mention LULUCF first? Yeah.
So what LULUCF sets out is the target for our member states, is the ambition for the Union, how much carbon we want to remove every year. And there we've set out for 2030 the ambition of the 310 million tons. That's there, but the question is, how do we reach it? So, and this is why the vision talks so much about the carbon farming, about the instruments, how we get there. And of course, as I said, we need the market-based approaches, but we also need the CAP. And with the new CAP strategic plans, we are now seeing like the first data, how the new eco schemes have been taken up in the different member states. So I think within the next year we can already take a lot of lessons from how that works together. But what is true is that the targets of LULUCF for 2030 seem to be very challenging to reach, because we see a much bigger impact of climate change than what we expected. And again, and the main impact are what we call in this technical term natural disturbances. It's what we see in our forests. We suffer from the decisions that we took in the 1950s to go so strongly into monoculture. And a lot of that, what we have now in the forest, the trees don't withstand the climate change. So it's really, what these numbers, what they are telling us is, it's really very urgent that we change our management practices, because otherwise we won't have a resilient forestry, agriculture for 2050.
Yes, and it's indeed important to see how the decline of the carbon sink has not almost accelerated in the past 10 years. And so agriculture indeed needs to play a role, while we see that forestry, it's not so obvious that we will be able to change the trend basically on the forestry sink.
But we see it in agriculture as well. I mean, like all the droughts that we have,
exactly,
like particularly in Spain, southern France, Mediterranean. It's really a difficult situation, and this is also true for the productivity. And I think this is also why so many companies in the value chain are very concerned about that.
Yeah. Thank you. We have questions for Jocelyn. As a farmer, why would you choose more work and higher costs for a potential carbon credit? So what would trigger your motivation? And how do you think permanence of the stored soil carbon can best be achieved? I think it's a bit detailed, these questions, but but more generally, what for you would be the incentives to go into more carbon farming?
So I will take the example of my farm, where I farm with my associate Sylvain, that is in the room, so it's a pleasure to be there. But the thing is that we enter in carbon farming because one day I read an article of The Economics that was, let's say, trying to compare the efficiency of industry in carbon emission and their results. And when I saw that, I said, but it's industry have a problem, or they try to face this problem, but farmers have exactly the same problem, because energy, fossil fuel, we are really dependent on them, because we use fertilizer, we use machinery that use fuel. And I was thinking, it's true that if we want to be less dependent to those global markets where we don't have any, let's say, power to manage it, we must be efficient with energy. So we looked at it, it was in 2020, the fuel cost was still relatively low, and the fertilizer cost was also low, to a point that, economically speaking, there was no interest for in a short term, for my company or my farm to really go into, let's say, carbon farming practices. But I thought, if we have to think long term, and as we are young, we have to think a little bit long term, let's try to work on it. So we started by use more conservative practice for the soil, because soil was for sure something extremely precious, like Eric said before. We have only one soil, so if we spoil it from the beginning, we will not have anything to finish our career as a farmer. After that, we work to reduce drastically the use of synthetic fertilizer. And that was a key, I think, in all our system, because thanks to that, we completely changed our mind. We succeed to reduce by 70%. Maybe later I will show a presentation where I will explain how we did that. By 70% our use of mineral fertilizer without reducing our production. So we were able to keep, let's say, the turnover, the product on the farm, and we were decreasing the cost of production. Mm-hmm. So as a business manager, it seems extremely interesting for us. That's why we are going into carbon farming today.
Thank you very much. So we have quite a number of other questions that are already very detailed and are related to more the CRCF, the Carbon Removal Certification Framework. So we will move to the second part of this conversation, which is more about the approach that is now taken by the Commission, and hopefully that we will all contribute to. The second set of questions also for the audience is, how do you see in general the approach that is taken for the CRCF? What are opportunities and important barriers also to the adoption of carbon farming? And so please, your reaction, although we have already quite a lot of them in the Menti from the previous set of questions. But I will start again from you, Jocelyn. Yeah. You have heard from Christian how he sees the development of the CRCF in the future. Is this approach, according to you, attractive to farmers? What are opportunities and barriers that you see to the adoption of the model that is being developed?
First, I would say that as a farmer, we are extremely far from those topics. When I first heard about CRCF regulation a few weeks ago, because I was preparing the presentation, it seems something that a lot of specialists know extremely well, but at a farmer level, we don't have at all the information about it. Like, what is the orientation, what are the ideas behind the CRCF, let's say, regulation. So I had to go into it and try to read the documents and try to make a synthesis on my side. And what I thought about it is that, yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for my farm to let's say, go into carbon farming in the limit that there are still, at my level, plenty of unknown. Like the methodology, for example, to evaluate carbon, let's say, storage, but also greenhouse gas emission. So on my side, I'm, let's say, balanced. And it's a farmer position, like we are always balanced between pros and cons. We never know. We like to complain, but it's because we deal with plenty of things. But I would say that, yeah, we are still, let's say, I really think it can be positive. It can be a new way to get, let's say, new incomes on the farm. And I really like the idea of diversifying the incomes. Today we produce, let's say, crops, meat from beef and porks. But why not a new income coming from carbon storing? I also believe that if we want to be farmers for a long period, we'll need to have sustainable practice. And I observe that in the carbon farming, let's say, regulation or vision, I would say all those techniques are, for me, going into this way of sustainable farming. So I'm really curious and I want to know more about it. Actually, on our farm, we are not part of a scheme that reward us for the potential carbon that we store on our farm or the greenhouse gas emission that we reduced by our practice, because we didn't find the methodology that fit our mixed farm. So I really would like to meet people in this assembly that could present me something that could fit with my business. And after it's only a question that if we are reward for what we do, I'm sure that farmers will implement carbon farming practice.
Thank you. Very interestingly, we had in the preparation of the summit, we asked the session organizers for recommendations, and this issue of how to get farmers know better what is the potential, what is needed to advertise or at least engage the farmers, but also the farm advisors, is one of the issues that will take, I think, in the wrap-up in the evening. Eric, how do you see the role of value chain actors in the implementation of the CRCF and of carbon farming in general? What's your view on this?
I think there are many things that has been said on the farmers we're working with across Europe, for instance. I think first, to build on what Jocelyn was saying, and I will answer, the approach we're having with the farmers in Brittany, in Poland, and in Europe is actually, we have methodology, so we can discuss with Jocelyn, and we are actually financing the transition based on practice changes. So the approach we're having is we are identifying several practice changes in a crop rotation or in a farming model that we want to incentivize, and when the practice is actually developed and deployed, we give a premium, right? And it can represent about 80 euro per hectare in Brittany, for instance, right? So this is how our funds are helping the transition. And we have been able to do that because we've mapped out what are the GSG equivalent of the change of practice at a farm level. So there are methodologies existing. It's true that there needs to be an harmonization. But you know, the first time I've been discussing, for instance, carbon sequestration in the soil, it was at the COP, I can't remember, 17 in Bonn, the Fiji COP that was in Bonn. And I think we need at some point to take a leap of faith and say, let's harmonize. It's not perfect. But I would say roughly right is better than perfectly wrong. And I think we are at this juncture where it's actually very important if we want to mobilize private financing to the transition. That's why I go to your question. We need to accept that, yes, there is an era of incertitude. And I would tell you, I think having managed sustainability in large corporate, I think that's okay. Because the situation right now is that when we develop large carbon insetting schemes in Scope 3 for large corporates, actually you cannot mobilize soil sequestration. And it's absurd, because we know it exists. Yes, it's difficult to evaluate, but that, okay, let's take a discount of 50%. But even if you take a discount of 50%, you still account for the other 50% that we're not accounting for now. So that's okay. And let's get the science improved. So let's get a margin of error. Okay, let's factor that in, and let's move forward. So you could potentially mobilize, I think, a lot of private financing on that front, if you want to do that. And I think to build also on the CRCF. So there are things about incentivizing. That's true. And I think that's absolutely key to redirect some of the financing. I think there is globally close to $1 trillion of public subsidies in agriculture. So let's see how we can best use that. But that's what the DG Climate is doing. But there is also the fact that we can also a little bit adapt the rules of the game. So, and I can give you two very simple examples. When you are investing in nature-based solution, it's a cost. When you're investing in a tractor, it's an investment that you can depreciate. Why? If we really truly believe that nature is an asset, and I go back to my point, if you invest into soil, you should be able to depreciate that, right? And you transform that as an investment, not as a cost. It's just, you don't need, you know, a revolution, a methodology. It's just a decision that public authorities can do. Of course, this has implication in terms of taxation, because if you depreciate that, that's decreasing your taxation. But let's take that, and I think the policymaker can take that decision tomorrow. So that's one example, and it doesn't necessarily mean mobilizing CIP or redirecting existing financing. It's simple. One very simple example. The other I think example that for me is, and I want to go back is, and to the point of Jocelyn, because I think it's very true. I think 60% of the farmers now are more than 60 years old in Europe, or something very close to that. So in the next 10 years, we have a huge risk that Jocelyn was mentioning, but we also have an opportunity to consider basically how we want to repurpose those lands, and how do we mobilize basically the assets. And what I've always loved in natural assets is that it's the only asset on Earth with good art, then when you invest in it, it's appreciating. But today, this appreciation of natural asset, nobody is capturing it. Nobody. So it's a massive value creation that exists, that is there, and that nobody is capturing. So if you think it this way, that can actually help you to mobilize a lot of financing differently. So I think it's just two illustrations, Daniel, to your point about how we can reconcile private sector competitivity and value creation with protecting nature. So, and we are at Livelihoods trying to test different models. I will giving you the example of practice incentivizing, which is, I would say, something that works. But there could be something that is more disruptive, like the one I was mentioning on assets or considering investment as a true investment in nature-based solutions.
Thank you. Very interestingly, there are, at the moment, we see a number of initiatives that go in that direction, like, I don't know if there are people here from the land banking group who are trying also to go in the direction. So, yes, absolutely, there are more ideas to be tested in the future. I'll go to you, Bill. How do you see also the role that Ireland is playing to develop your carbon farming program, and how do you see the connection in particular with the CRCF? You have Ireland and CRCF. How do you see this?
I suppose, I'm going to respond a little bit to what I've heard, and I suppose reflect on how maybe as a government official we consider and try and bring these things forward. So in the first instance, I see this as there's opportunities here for agriculture, whatever way you look at it. I think it was Eric articulated that there's multiple demands now in terms of what land is used for and the economic opportunities that arise from that. So when you think about that, food has to be a core. We cannot in any way suggest that that diminishes. And it has to be critical in terms of even the European Commission identified that in Europe we have certainly an adequacy of food, but the affordability is sometimes a challenge for citizens. But thereafter you have to reflect in a low carbon economy, there will be demand for land for energy, for the bioeconomy, for alternatives to plastics and the generation of same, for building material, etc. So there's inherently going to be a tension over time in relation to the multiple demands. So presenting it in a way of saying, well, we're going to repurpose land, I would come at it from a different perspective, which is how do we create opportunities for farmers in relation to how they use privately owned land to generate an economic return in the context of these multiple demands, okay? And society will have that of farmers. So thereafter then you look at it and say, well, look at if these are opportunities, is carbon farming and the opportunity of same a potential tool to that objective? And I do see it as that. But it's built around a couple of things then. Government can grease the wheel in terms of policy here, but it cannot run it. Ultimately, you have to have economic models that are logical for the marketplace, but also for the farmer in terms of ensuring that it makes sense. And farmers are used to getting sold ideas. You spread this, you're going to get 10% more production. You use this product and you know, it's a little bit like an elixir. It'll solve all ailments and it adds cost, but it's going to generate more money. But they are financially astute in terms of understanding and seeing examples in front of them of what has worked and what makes sense on their farm, and then will transfer it. So from a government perspective, for me, it's around creating the building blocks in some ways. So at national level, we've invested heavily in the Soil Carbon Observatory, and we have the highest density of Europe in terms of soil carbon monitoring implemented by Teagasc, and I see Carl Richards here, to better understand what's happening in terms of carbon moving in and out of our soils. We have over 1 million hectares that has been, farmers have been supported in terms of soil sampling to similarly get a good understanding of a baseline effectively of, well, look at what carbon is in our soils. And thereafter then you look at what are the building blocks around confidence so that the marketplace understands what's being traded or sold and generates an economic value in that confidence. And that may be around you know, I suppose certifying the processes in terms of generating the data here, rather than we doing that, and making sure that that confidence isn't undermined by poor practice or, I suppose, undefendable claims. And also then critically that finance piece, because as I said, government can't pay for all of these things. The marketplace has to make a return. So I would see those as necessary and important building blocks that we need to focus on. We have already published a public consultation on carbon farming. We got a significant engagement as a consequence of that. And we will be further engaging with stakeholders and in particular farmers as that develops, because it is new and it is certainly, I suppose, not fully understood, and how do we overcome some of that and make good examples. And a good example we have in Ireland is a Woodland Environment Fund, where effectively industry, I suppose, is supplementing finance from government in relation to the planting of broadleaf, and there's been quite an interest in that. So I suppose that's kind of a broad reflections in terms of concepts don't sell with farmers, because ultimately everybody is selling something to them. It has to be something that's understandable, piloted, good examples that financially make sense, even on their own merit, rather than just public money in relation to driving this. And that's how I see carbon farming evolving. I would like to recognise, however, the movement that's happened at European level, Christian, in terms of the inclusion of livestock within that. And it was a big issue in Ireland because we're a livestock producing country. So that evolution just from carbon is something to be welcome. It's also welcome that it's been brought forward, let's say, from post-2030 to the current period. But I would like to see it developing in a way, A, that's an engagement, B, is not just rules-based, but there's a pull factor in terms of opportunity here for farmers. And ultimately they're involved, but also that it makes financial sense. That's it.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. So we are running a bit out of time, I think. So I will come back to one question, at least, that we received. But before that, we have a final questions for the audience, which we ask you to, again, answer to in the Menti. What do you bring to the summit that you want to share, and what do you expect to get? So, and this will be again a word cloud that will be shown on screen. I just would like to come to one of the questions that we had in the recommendations that were prepared, and it's the question of carbon credits and smallholder farmers, because the costs and the burden also to work on carbon farming when you have a small farm is a challenge, and it's one of the questions that was raised in the Menti and in many sessions. So any final comments? We just have a few minutes, so very short, because there will be ample opportunities to discuss this also, and we may come back in the wrap-up session. But any comment from the panel, in very short?
Yeah, no, I think that's a super important question, and we have in our regulation this idea of group of operators, so that you should get together. And I've talked before about this landscape approach. And I think it should be really a transformation on the ground. And if you want to create a lot of carbon credits, I think you should also to think about a deeper transformation. You have to think about agroforestry, rewetting of peatlands, and so on. And that's much better if you get together at a larger scale. But of course, for that, we need the entrepreneurs, the advisors, the operators, the project developers that make that happen. And they can be private, they can be public. It could be companies in the value chain, it could be others. So, and this is something I'm very excited about, is to see what can work there. But I don't think it will be the single farmer that has to read through all our regulation for all the methodologies. There must be someone in between who provides that service to the farmer.
Thank you. Jocelyn?
Yeah. Just to answer to Christian, I'm not a son of farmer, and I enter in this community of farmers that are strongly, let's say, living the legacy of the farmer's life, or farmer's family. And I understand the idea of scaling the programs to make it more efficient, but I already see, let's say, complicated things to manage with, let's say, landlords, farmers. Personally, on our farm, we are renting our lands for 99% of it. How do we establish, let's say, a carbon farming project that potentially my landlord will say me, but I see that you raised a lot of money on my fields that you rent. So I think it's normal that I should get better reward. So give me, the rent won't be 200 euro, it will be 500 euro. So it's extremely dangerous. This, I think this, let's say, ground question is extremely complicated.
Okay, thank you. So, Eric, very short.
I think we've been developing at Livelihood the first carbon funds in continental Europe 15 years ago. So we have a bit of experience on that front. And we always considered that carbon credit is a mean, it's not an end. And that's very important. Mm-hmm. You need to understand why you have the credits. And I think what Jocelyn is saying, what Christian is saying, is that it's exactly going in that direction. It's a way first to mobilize private finance, to finance a transformation, and to reward the impact. So I think it's very important. And I think there is therefore two discussions here. Do you need to trade carbon credits? Mm-hmm. I think this is very important. And what are the conditions of trading? For instance, at Livelihoods, our investors have taken the decisions not to sell their carbon credit on the secondary market. Mm-hmm. So there is no credit that we are delivering that are sold on the secondary market. I'm not saying that should be the rule, but this is very important because either you think it's a speculative system or it's a rewarding system. And I think that changes a lot the perspective of the action, according to me. But we can discuss, I think, during the next few days in a more detail. But I'm not saying there is a golden rule, but I think this is a very important difference because if you are in a trading scheme, then you enter into discussion like the one you are mentioning just now. Okay, your landlord wants to have more because actually it's a trading scheme. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I'd say nothing because Saskia is doing this.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, Saskia. So thank you very much for all these insights.
Okay, thank you so much. We are just a few messages from my side between you all and the coffee break. So so one thing that I just want to briefly mention are the recommendations that we are going to break out now for two parallel sessions in a row with the lunch in between. In each session organizer has been asked to formulate some recommendations for whoever. So they also needed to identify who would be the recipient of that specific recommendation. The idea of each one of the parallel sessions is that this recommendation will also be updated with the input of the participants. So please keep that in mind. And we have already asked several people, just as an example, to discuss those recommendations, 3 of them, in this wrap-up session that we'll have at the end of this day and also of tomorrow. Obviously, we cannot discuss then the recommendation that will be on the Thursday because they will not have happened yet. So, but after the summit, we will then also put these recommendations, so all of them, for public consultation of the website. So to stay tuned for more information about that. So just to get around, just some household messages. So this is where we are at the moment. So you see on the right-hand side, this is the Printworks building where we are now. And the other red square that you see is the, you just go underneath this tunnel that you see when you go out of the building. You go through this tunnel, or like arch, better to say, that's a little bit better word for it. And then on the right-hand side, you see the Bedford building. In this building, there are 2 rooms, Bedford 1 and Bedford 2, with the there will be somebody at the door that will be counting how many people will be in that building, because we have from regulations from the fire department that there can be no more than 80 people in the building at any time. So within this building, you can see here, currently we're in the Printworks room. This is the really large room. But then there's the Podel room, and that is just outside. To go to the right, you go through a door. And then on the left-hand side, there's the Podel room. And on the right-hand side is the courtyard room. Then in the Bedford building, you need to go up a stair. So this is also something for if there would be people that are cannot climb stairs. It's not a wheelchair-friendly building, so that's also something to take into account. And then to go to the Rose Room. The Rose Room is actually not on the premises of the Dublin Castle, but it's a 4-minute walk towards the river. And you can see here, you can see the route. But there will also be, it's the Clarence Hotel, if you can also Google that, of course, but there will also be somebody just before the session starts, so after the coffee break, like 5 minutes or so before the coffee break ends, there will be one of my colleagues holding a sign with Rose Room, and then you can walk with this person to the Rose Room. This is a room that has a capacity of about 100 people, so it should be more than enough. So now we are for coffee. After the coffee, you can find in your schedule the different 6 parallel sessions that you can choose from. They are also outside on the screens to select. So enjoy your coffee. Thank you.
Welcome everyone listening in online. 30, 50, or 100 years of management planning horizons, carbon stored in soils, in living, in dead biomass, and in litter, carbon stored in ecosystems, in products, but also substituting fossil fuel intensive building materials. Welcome to the one and only forestry session. My name is Simeon. I work for Climate-KIC, Europe's leading climate innovation agency and community. Our role here today is a convener. Some of you might have heard that we had a lot of forestry sessions submitted, and so we have had the task together to merge our 4 sessions, and we'll be indicating our individual groups later. And so we're hosting this session together with our colleagues from the Institute for Climate Economics. Together we represent the EU Horizon Informa project, which is a research initiative aimed at improving science-based knowledge on sustainable forest management under climate change. And this aligns perfectly with today's session. Leading up to this session over the previous months, we have conducted 3 expert-led focus groups on carbon certification. And we have collected and gathered voices from practitioners across the carbon, product, and value chains. We have brought our conclusions for this session today and are happy to present them to you. We also invite you to stay in the loop, as we will have 3 more focus group discussions coming up on carbon innovation. So please scan the QR code and look out for our invitation and for more information to follow. Today's session is less about theory, but more about shaping the future of forest carbon markets. Our aim is to provide recommendations for practitioners, decision makers, and eventually to improve the CRCF. It's going to be a very dynamic session. You see the panel is full, so we'll be swift in moving microphones and exchanging our speaker contributions. And we're looking together for the low-hanging forest fruits. So what are the unrealized opportunities for forest-based carbon removals? What are the challenges and the gaps in forest management? How can we increase the impact on carbon, but also on what we often call the co-benefits? We have structured the session in 3 parts, and we will have 4 short contributions for each of these parts. The first one is about the diversity of forest management. So what are the current, but also what are the practices that are more needed? What are the challenges on the ground, and what are the lessons that we have already learned? The second part will be on ensuring high-integrity forest carbon credits. So how can we optimize the certification criteria? And the third part then is on the demand side. What does it take to actually build a strong business case for forest carbon credits? And then we will have sufficient time for your questions and an open discussion. We were trying to set up the Mentimeter. It should be the same code as before. Let's see if that works. So we invite you to submit your question throughout the session, but we'll also have the microphones ready later. And please also, if you're listening in via Zoom or YouTube, submit your questions, and we'll make sure to ask them to the panelists. Finally, I want to underscore that carbon markets are not only about removing carbon, but are also about transitioning us to a forest-based regenerative economy. We need to move from extraction to long-term resilience of forests and landscapes and the whole value chains associated. We need to ensure that forest management and wood products contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation and strengthen the full range of ecosystem services. But for this vision to succeed, obviously carbon markets need to ensure high integrity, fair benefit sharing, and long-term viability. One more note, we exchanged among a few forestry people earlier and realized there's only a few of us in this whole summit. So this was a spontaneous idea. Anyone who is interested to meet over beers or dinner later, let's meet after the last session around 6:30 in front of the entrance. Now, just before we head into the session, let me briefly introduce our panelists. From the Institute of Climate Economics, we have Julia Grimaud, who will be moderating the next part of this session, and Simon Martel. From the carbon forestry group, so one of the initially proposals that has been handed in, Vincent Fürstenberg from ECS Climate Solutions, if you maybe can wave, because we don't have the pictures on the slide. Thomas Lundmark from Carbon Capture Company, and Klaus Kastenhöfer from Caritas. Then there is another Horizon Europe project called SMERF on the panel. We have Maria Sosa from Preferred by Nature, and Thomas Sanchez from the Cesefor Foundation. And then Thomas Stocker from Anew Climate is his own group. Now, in order to ensure we have enough discussion time, we have to make sure we are keeping track of the contributions with the many speakers. But without further ado, I hand over to you, Julia. Thank you very much.
Is that better? Yeah. Okay. So hello, everyone. Very nice to see still quite many people here. So as Simon said, the idea of this session was really to try and bring forward the forest specificities. We talk a lot about agriculture, discuss carbon farming, and sometimes we don't discuss that much forestry, which have quite specificities. We'll discuss all the specificities within the whole session, and especially I'm thinking long time frame horizons that I think are going to keep us also busy in the discussions. So as Simon said, we're going to start right away with the first part on finally what is improved forest management, because we have afforestation, which has been presented this morning. That's the first methodologies, but then we'll have what we call improved forest management, improved in terms of carbon. And when we discuss, we realize that for all of us, it does not necessarily mean the same thing. Can be less management, more management, different management. And this is what we're going to discuss in this first session, what actually is improved forest management and what are the examples of what already exists within Europe. So to start the discussion, I'm going to turn first to Thomas Stocker, that will give you an overview of what is the improved forest management practices that he has witnessed already.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me correctly? Yeah? More or less? There? Yeah? Perfect. Okay, first of all, thank you for having me here. I'll give you 10 seconds on Anew so you know who you're talking to. We're a global leading environmental commodity company with operations in the US, Canada, and now Europe. We have developed over 100 projects in 2.5 million hectares of land, and we own 700,000 hectares of land in the US with 26,000 improved forest management projects. So we've been doing this for the past 15 years in North America, and now we're talking to European companies to do it over here. Let's start by saying that European forest companies have been doing this for hundreds and hundreds of years. Some have been doing this for 500 plus years. So there's not much really we can tell them in terms of like managing their forests, climate, species, etc. We're learning from them. But they've been doing these projects basically to maximize for timber production. And what we bring to the table is carbon plus timber. So in order to do that, for Europe to be able to meet its 310 million target by 2030, the forest sector is the only one that can provide the amount of removals as fast as needed. The rest are going to take longer. There are three main practices for the forestry sector to do this: extended rotation, reduced impact logging, and log to protected. Extended rotation is basically, let's say you're in Ireland and you have a Sitka spruce production, and you're harvesting every 40 years. So you extend your harvest to 50 years. That difference are removal credits. Then you need to maintain that forest stock, and you can only harvest growth. The second one is reduced impact logging. Basically, instead of doing clear cuts, you go to a forest asset and tell them to select tree harvesting to maintain a constant forest cover, and you need to harvest less than you were harvesting before to generate those carbon credits. It's very good for biodiversity as well. The last one is log to protected. Pretty simple, right? You grab an asset and you say not to harvest anymore. But you can say like, hey, you said carbon plus timber. What's the timber there? Well, if a forest company has, let's say, 100,000 hectares, and they decide to put aside 10 for this, in the overall, they're doing carbon plus timber. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. We're going to keep this overview of practices for you to illustrate really what it can look like. So I'm going to turn now to Vincent. They're going to also tell us what has been implemented in Sweden and Austria, especially in terms of practices.
Yes, maybe. Thank you, excellent. Yes, I'm here to give you some insights of what we have discovered in our IFM projects that are already running in Sweden and Austria. So behind me you can see two different forests. On the left side you can see a monocultural, even-aged spruce stand. On the right side you can see a mixed forest with different tree species and tree generations all in one spot. And now the interesting part is that both of these two different ecosystems, they're right next to each other actually. They're within 300 meters from each other. They're from the same stretch of larger forest. They have the same stand conditions, so altitude, soil, even exposition, but they have different owners, which means they have a different management and they have a different management history. So why am I telling you this? For both our Swedish colleagues and for us with our Austrian methodology, it was one of the main challenges to deal with the high complexity and diversity of our forests. In Sweden, you have complexity on a landscape level between a mosaic of stands. In Austria, you will find complexity and diversity within stands even. And the closer to nature we manage our stands, the more complexity we get. Now, if you look at these two different ecosystems, they are quite different already. They will behave in a very different way in the future. So if a standardized local regional baseline would treat them in a similar way, that would cause several problems. It will create winners and losers. It might even create greenwashing problems. So what to do? The bad news is that in our finding, there's not one size fits all solution when it comes to grown forests. The good news is that the center of our focus of our IFM projects, the above ground biomass, the trees, they stick around for a long time. We know a lot about them, we can measure them. Both of our countries, Sweden and Austria, we have a long tradition of management, monitoring, reporting systems in place. So do many of our neighboring countries, which means that we have a large chunk of our country's forests that have excellent on-the-ground, often third-party reviewed data already in place. And this is what we mean by low-hanging tree fruit. These forests, we're talking about a significant stretch surface of European forests that have excellent third-party reviewed data on the ground. These forests, these are the low-hanging fruit for IFM, for our climate, and we have to make use of them. Of course, methodology, a good methodology that wants to use this excellent on-the-ground data in a project-based setup also has to avoid the potential dangers of project-based baselines like gaming and manipulation of data. That can be done with a strong and standardized and also objectified approach, which my colleague Professor Lundmark will go into detail later. My main takeaway message for you is that we have good existing data and we should definitely work with that and build on that for the forests that provide this data. We cannot treat these forests the same way that we treat the forests we know nothing about. So if we want to produce high quality carbon credits, removal credits that our buyers will want to buy, if we want to achieve swift and stark climate impact, we have to make use of those existing high quality data structures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I'm gonna turn now to Thomas Sanchez from the SMRF team, which gonna tell us a bit about close to nature forestry.
Yeah, our recommendation is also about close to nature forestry, as Vincent said before, explained very well. Our recommendation came from the project SMRF, that is an horizon project that started in 2024, in the beginning of 2024, and it will finish at the end of 2027. And the main objective of the project is to develop new business solutions for small forest holdings in Europe. Small forest holdings represent a huge amount of surface in the forest in Europe. There are several work packages. If you are interested in the project, tomorrow we are going to have a poster in the poster session of the afternoon. But I want to focus in the work package 4, that is this development of this closest to nature silviculture as an improved forest management practice. And we are developing a methodology, a carbon project methodology based on the transition to even-aged traditional management to close to nature silviculture. The vision in the project of close to nature silviculture, closer to nature silviculture, is the continuous cover forestry, mixed forest, focusing in the individual tree, and that it applies techniques that mimics the low impact natural impacts in the forest, and we apply a vision of the with economic and productive orientation, but taking into consideration and including the conservation of biodiversity and a vision of a part of climate change adaptation. We are focusing in this climate change adaptation with low periodic rotation of intervention and with low intensity cuttings, and we also take into account the landscape and other ecosystem services. So our recommendation is this methodology, focusing in this. The increase of the carbon amount in the forest are in two aspects. One is that this change of way of management can be considered as a particular case of stationary rotation age that Vincent explained before, and another aspect in the amount of the increase of the storage of carbon is because with this silviculture, with these techniques, we are obtaining products of more long-term life. So this is the two ways to increase the carbon storage.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm going to turn now to Simon, who's going to tell a bit more about another Horizon project and also what's been happening in France on those topics.
Thank you, Julia. So first of all, I want to say that I'm speaking from two different perspectives. First, from my organization, I4C, which is the Institute for Climate Economics, a non-profit organization, and we have been involved in the development and the creation of the label Bas Carbone in France years ago. And then as it was already said, I4C was involved in the Informa project, where we have conducted a review on existing improved forest management methodology, and where we have also facilitated a focus group the last months, and some of the recommendations are coming from this focus group. So first, my first point is that there is a huge diversity of practices when we are talking about improved forest management in Europe. We have seen it in our review. To give you some really concrete example, there are extension of rotation age projects in Northern Europe. In France, there is a afforestation project, but also a restoration project after extreme events, such as storms, diebacks, or fires. In Spain, there are already projects that are implementing a shift in the management to lower the fire risk. And there are plenty of other examples. And they are very diverse, and for each of them, the eligibility criteria, the time frame of assessment, the MRV system are really different. So my point is that there is no one-size-fits-all methodology for improved forest management in Europe. But there is a huge potential. The very recent report from the Scientific Advisory Board for Climate Change in Europe states that there is a potential of between 60 and 80 million tons of CO2 per year with IFM project, which is huge, and with one of the most affordable costs among the different removals that were assessed in this report. So we have a huge potential. And my second point is the time frame, which is very specific for forestry. So when implementing these practices, you can have kind of a discrepancy in the implementation of the practices depending on the horizon you are, the time horizon you are looking at. For example, it may be appropriated to do thinnings in some stands that are vulnerable and overcapitalized. If you do that in the short term, 10, 20 years, then you reduce the carbon stocks. But in the long term, maybe 30, 40, 50 years, you have a positive impact. So what's the best horizon to assess the different practices? And in the Informa focus group, we concluded that the crediting period, called activity period within the CRCF, should be a reasonable time, maybe 20, 30 years, but that we should also look and model what is happening after, maybe up to 100 years, to be sure that we have no bad effect in the long term. And in some cases, a carbon debt can occur, and then with this carbon debt, we think that it must remain reasonable because with the climate crisis, we need to act really fast, and we need to prioritize in the next decades. And then there is also no regret strategy that have a positive impact in the short, in the medium, and in the long term. And of course, we should prioritize our action to these no regret strategies.
Thank you very much, Simon. We finished this kind of first topic, so please don't hesitate to note your questions. We'll have this question session in the end. But the idea was, to illustrate a bit better what we mean by improved forest management in terms of carbon, and to give you, a picture of the diversity of those practices. And as it has already started being discussed, we're going to now dive into the certification criteria that you all touched upon already, and what those forest specificities actually implies in terms of carbon certification criteria, in terms of time frame that has been said, in terms of how to deal with permanence, and all those more sustainability also topics that we will discuss. So the idea is to dive a little more in the technical part on the certification criteria and what forests actually ask us to look at that can be different from agriculture also. So to start this second part, I'm going to turn to Maria from also the first project to tell us about an improved forest management methodology they are actually currently developing.
Thank you. Julia? Okay, thank you. Yes, well, within this project that Thomas, my colleague, presented, we are developing a carbon framework, a digital platform, and two methodologies. We are focused on forests, so we are developing two methodologies, one ARR, forestation reforestation, and another one for improved forest management practices. And we are aligning all our work to the European Carbon Removal Certification Framework. And actually, our intention, and we'll be very happy if our framework is approved under the scheme, and also our methodology, our improved forest management, especially that one methodology, is used under this scheme at European level. And focusing in this methodology, in the improved forest management methodology, I would like to highlight two aspects that I think are relevant here. One is that it's key to involve small forest holdings within this market. We can say that approximately 60% of the forestry in Europe is privately owned, with a parcel average of 13 hectares. So it's key that we develop something that is understandable and easy to apply to make this market profitable and attractive for a small forest holding, especially small forest holding. If we want forest carbon credits, we need to involve them, so it is key. And a second aspect I would like to highlight is that it is crucial also to develop these improved forest management methodologies using closer to nature silviculture, like good forest practices, such as closer to nature silviculture, that not only generate carbon credits, as it has been said, but also goes beyond carbon.
Thank you very much, Maria. Now back to Simon, also on topics like also baselines.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah, about the certification criteria, the feedbacks from the projects and the scientific studies that were carried out the last year showed that baseline are the main pitfalls in the REDD+ and the IFM projects that were implemented around the world. As scientists, we focus on the accuracy and the uncertainty of the quantification. But we should also really focus on the baseline setting. To take the example of a lot of IFM projects that were implemented in North America, the baseline were too pessimistic, and then as a result, there were a lot of over-crediting in this project, and that conducted to one of the main scandals of the voluntary carbon market. So, how can we deal with that? We have two different options. The standardized baseline that have the advantage of not creating any asymmetry of information, because the project developer is just provided with figures and he cannot change anything, and there is no room for gaming. But then you create a lot of windfall effects. And that's also a problem. The windfall effect is when a forest owner is above the baseline, then he can be part of a project without any improvement. And that's also a problem. In the other hand, there are specific baselines where the project developer can develop his own method, his own baseline. But there is a lot of asymmetry of information because the auditors and the standard maybe cannot challenge the project developer on the figure that has been chosen. But we think that there is a way between standardized and specific baseline where and I'm really in line with what was already said by Vincent, where you can have figures that are accurate because they fit to the local context, and it's important to fit to the local biophysical context, but also the socio-economical context. And you can have very accurate figure that exists in the member states of the EU. And then you can also provide the project developer with the data set and the models that have to be used to build this methodology. So there is no room for gaming with taking figures that are not validated. Then a second point is about non-permanence tools. So we know that within the CRCF, that's the temporary credits, the main tool, but I will come back to that later, talking about the market. But there is also the buffers. And the buffers, an important point is that we need to load them accordingly to the climate change impact on forests. We know that we are going to have a lot of reduced growth, a lot of mortality in forests, and that's why we should have very conservative buffers to foresee the impacts of the climate change on forests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. I think I'm going to turn now again to Thomas, and then I'll get back to the other Thomas afterwards, to Thomas Stocker, to you, to Thomas Stocker, on the topic of baselines and of maybe the idea of those dynamic baselines that have been discussed already.
Perfect. Can you hear me? Yeah? Perfect. So I'm going to go to the basics. Baselines are the key for improved forest management projects. If the baseline is not set properly, then the rest doesn't make absolute sense. How do you set a baseline? It's based on historical management practices, legal requirements, forest management plans, and another simple stuff. So right now, the discussion in the improved forest management industry is whether we remain static or go dynamic. What's a static baseline? A static baseline is when you set a baseline at a project level based on what happened in that particular asset, in its history, in its management plan, in its legal requirements, and anything they do beyond that is considered additional, and they can create carbon credits. So there's a bit of a problem in that as well, and like we learned through time, there's a little bit of a problem with that. Like, let's say I have an asset, and I have decided to do a carbon project, but then timber market crashed, like it really went down. So at that moment, nobody decides to sell their timber. And I'm creating carbon credits here. Somebody else is also generating removals at the same time. Is that a valid carbon credit? So you can say, okay, then the removal is not really happening at the same time, so no. Okay. However, at one point in time, because I entered a project here, this person is going to decide to harvest, and I won't, because I'm in the project. So now I have conservation credits instead of removal credits. So there's still credits, it just doesn't have the same type of category. Like removals are priced much better. A conservation credit is really an ex-post removal, but I won't enter into details on that. You can ask me after or talk after, because of the 4 minutes. They're simple, so it's very much more easy to standardize, but it comes with those issues. So once we realize that those issues are happening, we start to talk about dynamic baselines. And the two main approaches on dynamic baselines are being created by Verra and by ACR in the US. So Verra's approach is saying, okay, let's compare, let's say Sweden. Let's compare what's happening in my asset in the south of Sweden with the entire Sweden. And how do they do that? Okay, I have forest inventory plots throughout the country. First, you really need to have a very solid national forest inventory that not every European country has. You have that in Sweden, you have that in Finland. You don't have in the Mediterranean Peninsula, you don't have that in Eastern Europe. So there's already some restrictions over there. Second problem, I have my asset in the south, and I'm comparing with national. So let's say I have an asset in the north. A timber mill closes in the north. These people are not gonna get harvesting just because they can't sell it, right? But my asset in the south is is having problems with those credits. He's not generating credits on something that they should be generating credits because they're not directly affected by that. So what Anew created in the US under ACR 2.1 methodology is saying, okay, we need to compare it with a market scenario, and we always believe in constant improvement and stuff. But instead of comparing with like national, let's do a 400-kilometer radius on where my asset lies, having mills in there, find a twin. A twin is another asset that has the same species, management plan, a type of property, because it's not the same being a public landowner than a private landowner. It's not the same being a forest company than an individual landowner. Like the whole motivation to harvest changes. So once you have that, you need to put a high-tech MRV on top. We developed Epoch for that. You have machine learning, AI, LiDAR, satellite monitoring, a lot of stuff, and you are able to compare year by year what's happening. Problem? More expensive. So you cannot do it everywhere, but it is an improvement for some assets. And I leave it there. Again, any question, happy to discuss, but this can go on for a long time.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm going to turn to Thomas Landmark then, also on the topic of baselines.
Okay, thank you. I think we have now heard quite a lot about baselines, and I will continue a little bit on that route. But first, perhaps we should remind ourselves why we are discussing this. And I think it has to do with the need of strict requirements for quality and integrity that must be met if we really want to have, well, good carbon credits from the forest sector. And the baseline has to be strong, of course, otherwise we can't confirm a real and additional carbon removal. And I think that we have already heard that there are several approaches to this, and it will depend on where you are in Europe, and I think we will see that you can say that this difference will remain for quite a while, because we have so different conditions in different countries. But the EU CRCF, they still suggest a standardized regional baseline approach. And I think that the practical experience from countries like Austria, Sweden, and other forested countries with a long tradition of forest management, they show that the project-based approach can be much more effective. And Vincent Fürstenberg, he already mentioned that we have lots of high-quality data, and we have existing forest management plans that can provide us with reliable data-driven baselines without any extra administrative burden for the landowners. And we will use trusted data that the landowners already are familiar to work with. I think this is quite important. And this can also ensure that when we talk about carbon removals in forestry, we have the option of actually talking about real removals where a ton is a ton. A removed ton from the atmosphere is actually the one that can be credited. In Sweden and Austria, we already use forest management plans to establish baselines. Sweden, we apply a net present value maximization approach considering market, as the former Thomas said, the market and costs and incomes and regulations in the region where you're active. In Austria, they have developed an automated model, if you call it that, to reduce risk for manipulation. But both these approaches really ensures fairness and credibility, according to my opinion. But let me also mention, especially thinking about the first session today, that a key difference between carbon forestry and carbon farming in agriculture, it's where the carbon is stored that can create credits. In forestry, it's mainly held in the crop, in the living trees, the growing trees that can be harvested or that can be foregone for increasing the carbon stock. While in agriculture, we are mainly talking about carbon in the soil. Additionally, forestry has long harvest windows that can span over decades. And this makes it more or less, I should have said difficult, but I think I will say it's impossible to model harvesting without consulting a forest management plan, which shows the landowner's intended strategy for the future. And the regional average approach, or a regional standardized baseline, if we call it that, I'm afraid it will create winners and losers, as has been mentioned already. If we take an example of a forest owner that has been previously harvesting heavily and now wants to let the forest grow, he would or she would automatically exceed a standardized baseline and get credits. And I think that is not really good. Our approach also prevents internal leakage, because we are working with entire properties. And that ensures that increasing the carbon stock in one area cannot be offset by increased harvest intensity in another area. So if I were to put some recommendations to this meeting and to the CRCF work, I think it's to really to open the door to, when available, to use existing high-quality, high-tier forestry data to determine realistic project-based baselines. And as Vincent Fürstenberg also mentioned, we have to establish rules for how this can be done to avoid manipulation in different ways. And if we are successful, I think we can build a fair and a transparent and trustworthy forestry carbon market that supports both the forest owners and climate action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. We kind of close on this second part on the certification criteria, and I think you already opened also on the specificities and of which are necessarily going to bring us to the market perspectives. And you discussed time horizon, we discussed a bit permanence, there's the question behind this of temporary credits, and which market actually to finance those nature-based removals. That's one thing with the permanence, but also specifically for forestry, which involves those long time frames. So I'm going to turn again to Thomas to kind of walk us through the types of sources of funding and of demand that we can find already today on the market. Sure. And then we'll also head back. And again, please don't hesitate also to raise your hand if you want to react to what you one another say.
Definitely. First, I'd like to point out, we are all here to try to generate the best possible carbon credits in the market. But if there's not a use case for this, all of this conference is useless. Like, we're creating a product that cannot be sold. So that's super important. I'm going to go into specifics of why and legislation that is happening along in Europe. Carbon credits are not a right to emit. They're not a license to pollute. They're a flexibility mechanism in the path to net zero to help companies decarbonize. So when a company, this is a reduction, is reducing emissions up to 2050, all of this area, they're still emitting. That's carbon in the atmosphere that's coming along. The concept for carbon credits is to be able to offset this part, and not the residuals in 2050, all of it. Actually, by not telling companies to use carbon credits for this, you're granting them a license to emit, which is exactly the opposite that has been discussed all the time. So with that, two main markets: voluntary markets, compliance markets. In voluntary markets, for Europe, we need clear demand signals. Right now, we have the Green Claims Directive that's going into trialogues right now. They're being discussed, the use of carbon credits within the sole mechanism, and it's really important to give it a use. Again, if not, all of this doesn't make sense. We need companies to be able to use it for offsetted, and we need companies to be able to use it throughout the process into the 2050. And we need both permanent removals, we need temporary removals, we need everything, right? Some stuff has biodiversity, other is sustainable timber, the other one is more permanent. Great, we need it all, and we need it fast, so we don't have time. Okay, going into compliance markets. Right now, the EU is talking about integrating permanent removals into the EU ETS, which is great. That is going to provide a flexibility mechanism for hard-to-abate sectors while the CBAM takes out of the allowances. But what about forestry credits? Why aren't they in there? So you have California has been using them for decades, and it hasn't been an issue. In the end, you're comparing a carbon credit versus a piece of paper that's an allowance, which is basically a right to emit and pay me. Let's say you don't want to do it because of permanence, right? The other one should be a reduction once all of the free emissions are out in the EU ETS. Because right now, if you have a free emission, it's not happening. What about a land-based ETS? Land-based ETS, same permanence, you have all sectors. Whoever's emitting has to purchase from whoever's going above and beyond their legal threshold that they have to do. That's an alternative as well. Look, in Anew, we have sold more than 200 million credits. We have been developing improved forest management projects for the past 15 years, improving our standards. It's the 6th standard level that we wrote. We sold 1 million credits to Microsoft like a year. That's public. And all of these companies are asking us for projects in Europe. And Europe has a unique opportunity right now to learn from the 15 years of experience that the US has been doing and create a way better standard. So go above and beyond. Forestry in Europe has been done like 5 more times in like time scale than in the US. If it's done here, it can be done better, and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm turning to Klaus now, who's going to tell us about what you do with Caritas in terms of market.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Julia, and hello, everybody. I know just a new face, a new perspective, but I think it's not going to be too difficult to follow the whole picture of all of us, but that you get a complete mosaic in the end, a 360 degrees perspective of different views, how we can move this scaling up of carbon removals forward. And I would like first to give a short impression why the Caritas is engaged in this topic, because it's not viewed naturally for a social organization to be engaged in ecological issues. And second, the Caritas has been a buyer of carbon credits in the past. We spent some 70,000 euros in the last year on carbon credits, and I will give a buyer perspective because a market like Christian Holzleitner mentioned in the first session only exists if there's a product and a buyer, and a lot of both in the optimum perspective. So the Caritas is a church-affiliated organization, and this is one important reason why we act in this field. The church in Austria is managing forest since centuries in a sustainable way. And this new climate crisis brings new aspects to managing forests in Austria. We need to do it in a high quality way like we used in the view of timber production and sustainability in the past. So we need to scrutinize all the projects out there in order to find those which are in line with this long time scale the church is relying on in its work. This is one of the reasons. And the second reason is that the Caritas is on the forefront when it comes to feeling the social impacts of climate crisis. It is with the young people in poor income families who are risking to drop out of the educational systems because they cannot sleep at night in the summer when it's too hot in Austria and cannot pay enough, how do you say, if you're in school the next day and you are totally tired, you are risking your educational life. And this is something that Caritas experiences with its clients. And the same goes with old people in the rural areas where medication doesn't work as it did in the past, because medication was done for a specific frame of climate. So if it's too hot, medication might be too weak or too strong, and people are suffering. And this is the second reason why the Caritas is engaged in this field. And doing so, having the forests in the church and those clients in perspective, we scrutinized what is out there, what could help us to be part of the solution in any aspect. And it was with Vinzenz in Austria, who does project development in that direction, or Thomas, who is doing the same with the church in Sweden, very valuable work, that we realized we can become part of the solution. It is dire need to be part of the solution. So I will give a short perspective for the buyer. A buyer needs robust credits, and I think the ambition here on this podium is a very good showcase that robust credits is what we have in mind. And learning from what has been said from the participants here, the project we scrutinized, which are robust, high integrity producers of carbon credits, are those with project-based baselines. I know that the CRCF envisions standardized baseline as a first approach, but so far we found high integrity with project-based baselines where we have a robust data set provided, third-party audited by governmental means who guarantee that this high quality is ensured. This is the one thing. And the second thing, the Caritas also made a net zero pledge towards 2030. And we think that we are doing a lot of service in the rural areas, and we think it's worthwhile to use carbon credits from forests in the area we service to show that our net zero pledge is valid. But not just the CRCF, but also the CSRD, the Sustainability Reporting Directive, has to make a case for being able to account for those kind of credits, even if they are temporary. I think those are Sherpa credits which help us to reach our goals by 2030, and they should be viewed and validated with, in that view. And the second one is the Green Claims Directive. So it's not just about calculation, it's also about communication. It's internally for our net zero goal within the Caritas. If we can't use temporary credits in that direction, it's going to make our life very difficult. And it's also externally to show that we live our pledge and we can be publicly accepted as being part of the solution. And I think this is important for all of us in this market, being as a producer or as a buyer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. I'm turning back to Simon, also on this question of market.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah, when talking about market, we can discuss about the use cases for the CRCF. We already talk a lot about the voluntary carbon market, but as it was explained by Christian this morning, that's not the unique use cases. But for forestry, we are still struggling to see clear use cases. For example, we are talking a lot about the agri-food industry that need to reduce their scope 3, where they have a lot of emission in the farms. But with the timber industry, that's totally different. There are the emissions that are occurring within the forest are really low. So I don't really believe that we will have use cases from the timber industry. Then there is an option to create a pricing mechanism for temporary removal within the EU. There are discussions to create an Ag ETS, for example, but we are not sure at all that forestry will be in this system because in terms of policies that will be maybe hard to make the farmer to pay for the removal done by the forester. But anyway, so we don't have clear view from these use cases. And so the most promising use cases in the next years, the next decades maybe, is the voluntary carbon market. And there is something where we are still looking for an answer is what the demand for the temporary credits, as it has already been said. What is in the regulation of the CRCF regulation, the temporary credit, we make the assumption that after the monitoring period, the carbon is released. And that's something totally new in the market. That's something totally different from the existing standard. And the only case where we had that was with the CDM, the forest CDM project years ago. And that was a total failure in terms of market because no company bought these credits. So there are a lot of the nature-based solution provider are worried, and we are still looking for a way out to have demand for this temporary credit. One option for a way out could be, so as it has been said, it's probably in other regulation like the green claim, like the CSRD, and we believe that it has to be clearly stated which kind of claim can a company make when they are buying temporary credit to reassure them that they can invest money in this temporary credit that, of course, embed a lot of co-benefits in terms of biodiversity and so on. And that could be under contribution claim. That could be a way out. Then another question, another issue for when we are talking about market and forestry certificates is the issue of the time lag for financing. There are a lot of projects, for example, the project where you are doing a plantation, where you have a time lag between the need of investment that is at the beginning. You need money to buy the seedlings, you need money to plant them, and so on. And there is a huge time lag between this need of investment and the climate impact that could occur decades after when the trees are growing, and that could take 50, 60, or even more years in Europe. And CRCF has opted for ex-post credits, which is great for the environmental integrity. But then we have to find a clear answer for the upfront financing of these projects. And that's something really specific for forestry, because we need upfront financing for decades. And as far as we know, that's something that does not really exist in Europe. So we are really asking for, there are solutions. But maybe that we know that there are some studies that are being launched by the Commission for the financing of the carbon farming practices. And so our ask is also to tackle this long-term problem and this pre-financing issue for long-term forestry credits.
Thank you very much, Simon. And for the last round on this question of market, I'm turning to Thomas and Maria. Yes. I think both of you are going to speak.
I continue about what Simon was saying about these temporary credits that raises doubt in the market, and we have seen in the clean development mechanism in the past. So it is crucial to develop insurance systems, insurance tools that allow us to convert these credits to permanent, such as buffer pools, but also, as it has been done in the voluntary carbon market, and it works, monitor the project every 5 years and showing the world that the project is there and the trees are still growing and they are generating different products and different, well, all the benefits that we say they are generating. And to avoid devaluating forest carbon credits against other typologies of carbon credits, no? And as we have seen, an example is the table that we have on the stage, which is made of wood, and also the walls of this room that are made of wood. All the carbon that has been stored by those trees is still there, the carbon is still there, and unless we burn down this room, the carbon is going to be there. So this carbon is permanent. So we need to learn from what works in the voluntary carbon market, and we need to learn from the past what has not worked, mirror that, and make forest carbon credits stronger.
We have talked about robustness, about credibility that are completely necessary for the markets and the demand. But I want to highlight that the carbon projects have an exclusive add value, that is the provision of ecosystem services. And we have talked also about communication. I think we have to put this in the center of the communication. The provision of ecosystem services are more than 100 in ecological, social, spiritual, cultural. There's a lot of ecosystem services around the forest. And I think we can imagine a lot of different futures. I can imagine a future with great technologies that storage the carbon directly from the atmosphere to the ground. We can imagine a future with great machines that avoid the emission of the carbon and the pollution to the atmosphere. We can imagine the artificial intelligence that they organize the production that minimize the impact of the life in the and I can also imagine people fighting against climate change, shooting at the air with an AK-47, that the world is now very crazy. But honestly, I cannot imagine a future without forests. The forest has been with us from the beginning, for more than 4 million years, and we need the forest, and we have to put the forest in the middle. And the future is going to be as we imagine now. So I think we have to try to put all the efforts in develop this future that we wanted to imagine.
Thank you very much. I think I had great last words for this session. So thank you very much all for your contributions. Now we're going to open the discussion to the room. So I think you had the chance to submit your questions in the Mentimeter. And yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just testing this works. Okay. So we'll answer your question, and then we've got some online that I'll also address as well, so that everyone gets a chance online and here. But your question first.
why is it not called carbon forestry instead of improved forest management? I think that's really confusing. It should be carbon forestry we are talking about.
Maybe if I may first answer, and then if you please raise your hand if you want to answer. It's the kind of vocabulary that is herited from the carbon markets internationally. When you had afforestation, reforestation, that's one topic. Then avoided deforestation, and in the middle there was this improved forest management. So yeah, that's the kind of heritage carbon markets term that we use, but I really agree that it's confusing, and even among us we had to also make sure we did speak about the same thing behind, and that we all did not have the same necessarily the same practices or types of management behind that word. Common forestry I think would be even wider, but yeah.
Just saying more or less the same thing. It's like there's more than one type of carbon forestry. So within that, improved forest management sits in the middle.
The logic is carbon forestry.
Yeah, and if you put them all together, it's carbon forestry. Yeah. But within that, you have the different verticals of like RED projects, ARR projects, it's ecosystem restoration, improved forest management. But yeah.
Maybe you're also referring to the fact that forestry is within carbon farming, which is really misleading. And I think we are, that's a problem. We should maybe find a word that embrace all, so farming, forestry, and peatlands that we used to use nature-based removals, for example.
Thank you to the panel for some great discussion. My question is really around credits and the role of the state. Or do the panel see a role for the state in this market? And maybe, Simon, I think maybe in particular you might have views on it. I think in New Zealand, the state played some role initially at setting base market prices. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't really know the New Zealand case, but I think they faces also some problems with the link with the regulatory pricing mechanism and the forestry. But that's something that we should, in Europe, that we should study to maybe build a regulatory market, including forestry. That for sure we should look for feedback from there.
Maybe just an indirect comment, because I'm not sure we touched upon this later. It's indirectly linked to the role of the state, is the question of compliance demand. And in France, we have, for example, most actually of the demand, I don't have the exact number in mind, from carbon credits from the Label Bas Carbone, which is the French carbon standard, are actually coming from compliance demand from the airline companies. So it's also a way of the state to say, okay, we have to ensure funding to these types of projects, and we do it by forcing the airline companies to actually finance project in Europe and in the case in France. So that's an indirect way to answer also your question on the role of the state. Yeah. And I think this also can be a way out for these temporary credits, and not just to be submitted to the voluntary market, and the needs and the question of the buyers that we see. There's a lot of question around the claims, etc. This compliance demand can also be one way out.
I'll add the potential integration of credits into the EU ETS. That's from the state down.
All right, hello. My name is Christopher Bonde. I'm CEO of 1415, a Swedish company. And it's interesting, the headline that just went away, the business cases here, because we meet a lot of customers every week, and they are going to buy those carbon credits. And we are actually delivered to them. It's a co-benefit with biodiversity. So a carbon credit need to push biodiversity into this, and climate adaptation, that's the most important, because we need to find the buyers of those credits. So therefore, this is something that really needs to be integrated in models and methodologies. Otherwise, the buyer won't be there. That's very clear. That's what we see on a weekly basis in Sweden, and even abroad, international on customers. Thanks.
I can answer that. Well, just to comment that, I agree with that. And actually, forestry projects, I would say, are the only ones that could do that. So providing biodiversity enhancement, let's say, something like that. Within the project that we are developing, we are also in the process of analyzing different standards related to biodiversity, not specifically the ones that generate biodiversity credits, but other standards that show or that can demonstrate that you are enhancing biodiversity. And we are including in our methodology the quantification, qualification of biodiversity to provide, like with a plus, BioPlus, those credits, because we think this is a way also of differentiating from the rest of carbon credits, that we are providing this added value, this extra added value that forestry have, that Thomas explained. And yeah, I agree with that. We are developing that, and hopefully this is approved under the European framework.
Just to add that already exists, by the way. For example, Vera has their climate, community, and biodiversity extra label, and within that you have like simple goal, double goal, triple goal. Triple goal is when you're also doing like protecting a species that is facing extinction. So there's already a lot of stuff being developed that should be brought here. But yeah, I definitely agree, we need to bring it over.
Try to use this microphone. I think an interesting component to this is also the biodiversity credits market. There is a range of, I think I'm aware of 20 to 30 initiatives trying to develop biodiversity credits, with the big challenge of, you know, how do we measure biodiversity after all? It's a bit more complex than carbon, I would claim. But then the big advantage is we can learn from the carbon market, but really, does it have to be a different market, or as you say, can we integrate it somehow? I think those are really critical questions. But like in the startup space, there's a lot about developing biodiversity credits as a separate asset right now.
Thank you very much. We have another question here, Moritz.
Yeah, my name is Moritz Vohrer. I'm independent consultant, but some of you know me still as Director of Forestry at Gold Standard. First of all, I'm happy to join here at 6:30 later on, a little bit more of a forestry group, because I do believe that farming is more than just agriculture. It should be included also in the title. But to my question, I see temporary credits versus permanent credits as the most crucial point where we are at the moment in this market. And either we create a new market for temporary credits, and or we try to work with insurances to create the permanent credit. What do you think is the best pathway? Is it the one or the other?
That's a good question.
I would say, I already explained, but maybe Thomas wants to answer.
Well, on the one hand, I think there was an excellent study published just 10 days ago. It's the study called Scaling Up Carbon Dioxide Removals by the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change. And it points out a lot of opportunities, risks, and solutions for temporary credits, and how we can tackle that reluctance by the market to take up temporary credits. But I think that a mixture which is argued for in this study might be what is called for, which is one of the core recommendations, is that you should try to create a separate market with compulsory goals for the EU for temporary credits to try to deliver on the 2030, 2040, 2050 goals we have. But I think there's other recommendations which are also worthwhile to consider, which is to match hard to abate emissions with which are connected to those temporary credits. So to create also a polluter pays principle in this respect. So I think all is called for, and I think what should be also taken into consideration and what should help carbon credits coming from forests, that if you do the baseline approach very good, then you have a good basis also to create buffer pools, and you should have better strategies when it comes to liability, which is also important for buyers, and when it comes to ensuring your possible risk. The better you know the project you're working on, the less the risk, and that will also give more competitiveness on the market if you have to spend less money on liability issues or insurance issues. That's my perspective.
I vote insurance.
Yeah. Maybe if I can just react, yeah. Okay, yeah, quickly. No, I would go for a new market, because I think we are all here to maximize the money that is going to the field, and I believe that if there are insurance in the game, we know that they are quite expensive. And to give you a feedback from the label bas carbone, there we observe that without insurance, 75% of what is paid by the companies is going to the field. And that's already a lot, but we have to pay the project developer, we have to pay the auditors, we have to pay, and if we add insurance on top of that, maybe that's less money going to the field. And so I would really prefer to create a new market with the rules clearly defined by the European Commission.
Well, but you can do it cheaper. That depends who gives you the insurance, right? If you put it as a EU level and the EU granting the insurance, that shouldn't be expensive. And if you integrate all of the forestry credits into the EU ETS, you create that supply sooner. It's a clear price signal. And again, like insurance rate can go from 1% to 20%, depends on who gives it to you. But yeah, I get it. There's more than one way.
And honestly, temporary credits is not a very commercial name. So we are talking about communication. Yeah. We have to think about that, because temporary, I don't think people want to buy some temporary things.
And if I just make, just also the question of the claims, we have debates around offsetting versus contributions, and there's also this question of, do we really need to promise a ton of CO2 in 100 in 1,000 years, or do we want to also tackle the problems of climate change now? And I think this is also related to this type of market. What do we need? And I'm not saying contribution claim solves everything. We have also our own doubts and discussions about it, but I think we should really link this to the claims, not to produce big machineries to promise something when nobody won't be here to actually see if that promise has been fulfilled anyway.
So Åsa Lind Initiative 1415, operative in Sweden. I just want to say what's very important is what the clients are willing to pay for. What are they willing to buy? And if you look at the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits, if you read actually what they say, please work with the market that's already there, because it's going to take time to develop this next market. It's wonderful, and it's a really great idea, and they're working on that. But they see carbon credits with co-benefit in particular for biodiversity, and you have climate change, and you have a number of things. But they even say that, so please have a look at that. And whether that's called a hybrid or whether that's called a pure credit, it doesn't really matter. What really matters is that the carbon removal certification framework has come to a point where there's enough certainty to go forward with a carbon credit with a co-benefit for biodiversity until we then, have a biodiversity market. So let's not get sidetracked. Let's see what is in place, all this hard work and member states agreeing on things, and we're deep down into the methodologies. We're getting there, so let's work for this carbon credit with biodiversity co-benefit. Let's not get bogged down in not agreeing on small details, because the buyer will buy it if we agree, and we're joining forces to say this works. This is why it works, because we know it works. And the timing, I spent half a day at a seminar at Oxford with the voluntary carbon market, and we discussed permanence and whether it's durability for half that time, and we came to the conclusion that as long as it matters is where we should be. So timing is really not the main question we should be discussing. we should be discussing how to sell this, how to make this work better, because this is the system that's been developed. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody wants to react?
I only want to say that I totally agree. We have to take into account and to put the market in the discussion, in the center of the discussion also, because if not, we are not going to success.
Yeah, that's why I'm more concerned on the Green Claims Directive actually happening more than in the CRCF and what's happening. I see progress here, I see people moving. On the other side, it's just too much to the right or to the left, or what's right and what's wrong, and we need something that's simple, doable, and good enough to move along. Yeah, great.
Okay, great. We also have some online comments, so that will also be addressed to the panel. So comment online is, how will improved forest management close to nature silviculture projects work in the Mediterranean with the risk of forest fires? And the example they gave was a photo that was shared earlier showing the vertical continuum of biomass that might prove challenging. Is there an answer to that?
Okay, I can answer that because the Mediterranean area is my place. It's true that we have this challenge in the Iberian Peninsula, for example, and in other Mediterranean countries. You cannot talk about improved forest management when a big forest fire can emit all the carbon, the biomass to the atmosphere. But what we propose is to make the change not of the whole surface, but only the places that are suitable for that kind of silviculture. We can talk about that the silviculture has to be profitable too for the forest owner, because if not, we are not going to success at all. And there's already a big risk of big forest fire, because the traditional way of management in the Mediterranean areas doesn't avoid the great forest fire that we have in Spain 3 years ago. We have a very big forest fires, biggest of the history, and this is with the traditional way. In the traditional way, with clear cuttings, we have several steps in the forestry that we have very, very complicated structures. Mostly in the beginning of the stages of the forestry, it's very, very, very difficult to attack a forest fire in these stages. So we have to think in the whole landscapes, kind of forestry, what works, another kind of forestry, taking into account also adaptation, because if we only think in forest fire, we can be surprised by the great pest and another kind of risk that we cannot think in the beginning.
Just to add that, fire breaks, that's going to be increasingly more important globally as temperatures go up. That has to start to be included in every big project.
It's true, but and in this way, the management is more crucial than ever, because we have we are going with the high temperatures and high precipitations. We are going to have more biomass in the forest. And we are already having more biomass in the forest, and we have to manage all the forest to control that before the fire does.
Great, thanks. So I've got one more comment online, and I can address the audience as well. This one maybe slightly goes off from perhaps the general conversation of this particular session, but you'll understand the link in a second. This person's asking, what about carbon removals through building materials, such as long-lived products from wood or other bio-based materials such as straw and hemp? How do we integrate this on a holistic level with regards to sequestration, not just in the forest sink, but also in the storage in long-lived products?
I cannot give an answer to that, but I would like to stress the point. I think it would help the sector if the CRCF foresees a stronger linkage between carbon stored within the LULUCF sector and carbon stored outside the LULUCF sector. If we can show the life cycle in a better continuity, then we can better verify the actual permanence of carbon stored in projects. And I would like to underline what this person has been asking, that would be indeed helpful for us, and maybe the answer can be provided by someone else.
I want to add something here, and I think the European framework is taking it into account. Not sure how they are doing it. Within the voluntary carbon market, it is taken into account in the approved forest management methodologies. They divide the products in 3 types depending on the life term that this product has. And of course, this is something that is specific also from forest, and we need to include that in our methodologies, because a nice thing of the trees is that when you cut them down, they grow again. So you can cut them down and grow again all the time and use this wood for buildings, for furniture, and for other products, and use them. So, yeah, it is crucial to include that and also encourage all the people to use wood products and products made from the forests.
Yeah, indeed, there are some construction store carbon credits and all this, so there's an opportunity to discuss whether being separate or combined is useful to the general market. Does anyone else have any questions on? Yeah.
Maybe just a comment on the last question. I do my best to be quick. Just, yeah, on the CRCF, there is a methodology aiming at rewarding carbon storage in biogenic material in buildings. And just a feedback from the label by carbon, where with the forest project, we certify harvested wood products within the forest project if the products are, if they are harvested in the 31st years. And that works quite well. And we also have another methodology which is just for carbon sequestration in buildings, where there are several projects, but there what is difficult is to find a good business model, because there are already high level of requirements in the regulations, and if you want to go beyond that, it's not so easy, and then the costs of the ton of carbon are quite high, so it's harder to find a buyer for 150 euro per ton of CO2 than 30, of course.
Okay, first of all, thank you for all your great perspectives and information. My name is Eivind Flatlandsmo from Norway, so I'm here with my sweet friends. We are a carbon project developer, a startup, so we are new into this this era, and it's very, very cool to be here, but it's also difficult. On the one end, we need to sell carbon credits, and on the other end, we need to produce them. So my focus now on this question is on the usage of the carbon credits for the customer. So thank you for bringing in the biodiversity. I think trying to sell temporary credits, that's really unsexy. The effects are, how I see it, some effects are long-term, even though we are doing extension of rotation age. That is our first methodology. So what I try to explain to our forest owners and the customers is that if everyone in Norway and Scandinavia or everywhere are doing extension of rotation age, that is moving the economical optimal age to the biological optimal age, so it's the age where the area produced the most timber over rotations into the eternity. So we are actually maximizing the potential of the forest. So now we have about 1 billion cubic meters of forest in Norway. If we are on the ideal production rotations all over Norway, I think we would be at 1.1, 1.2. That is 100 to 200 million cubic meters standing in the forest long term, and we can increase the harvest rate also. So we are incentivizing the forest to be maximized, utilized. So but we can't sell that effect. We sell a temporary credit, right? So we need to bring the story of all the effects, and biodiversity is one of the other effects. So I just want to bring some light on that, how to communicate around the effects, because the green claims, you say, you can't do this, right? So what can we say? Yeah, thank you.
I can take that. We've been selling improved forest management projects for, again, 15 years, wrote the first methodologies. It's all about the story, like selling anything. So you need to really be able to explain to your customer what do they need. It's very long cycles, due diligence processes. What used to be a transaction of 2 months, we're doing transactions of 2 years. They go deep, they analyze the project, and they pick their winners. Instead of like saying, every year I'm going to purchase 50,000 tons from a couple of projects without knowing, they got so much backlash that right now they're saying, okay, let me pick 10 projects, do a very strong due diligence on them, and I have my carbon credits for the next 10 years. So the whole market approach has to be changed, the sales cycle, the process. Hope it helps. Happy to talk after. Yep.
One more question. You had your hand up first. I'll come around.
Thank you very much. So hello everybody, my name is Nga from PFC International, that is a forest certification scheme. So I'm glad that today we discussed not only on the carbon, but we're also talking about the benefit of carbon project, that is biodiversity. And I would like to share one example of how to communicate the carbon and biodiversity benefit from the forestry project that is in one of our members in PFC Italy. They implement the carbon project under PFC certified forest, and the way they try to communicate, though co-benefit together, the credit is sustainability credit. So that they try to, and then with that they can educate the market that like this credit it not only bring the carbon benefit, but also other co-benefits generated through such a project. So I know that sustainability credit is currently not the term is not regulated under the green claim, but I think the question is how we could use such a term in order to cover different benefits that the forestry carbon project can bring. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think this whole talk about sustainability, biodiversity, and so on, this is like one of the key elements where we can really shine as forests. And from my understanding, a good IFM project definitely has a lot to present to a potential buyer. And if I look at conversations we have with interesting buyers, and this includes the Caritas, there's a lot we can show. So for example, the way our IFM projects work, we really look at the forest and take it apart basically and recomposition it towards more climate resilience, towards more biodiversity. A good IFM project is not about stacking carbon on top of each other. It's about changing the forest, making it more biodiverse, making it more resilient to climate change, etc., etc. There's a lot of stories we can tell to our buyers. On top of that, we have long-term storage credits. We're talking about 30, 40, 50 years. And we can extend that once the market is developed and gives us the chance to do this. So I'm very positive, and I think it's absolutely of crucial importance that we really communicate here in a clear way all these. It's not even side effects. Our projects, they don't increase carbon by a crazy amount. We've almost focus more on how to actually change the forests and make them more climate resilient. Because in Austria, we won't have forests anymore the way we know it if we don't do that. And it's nice if we have another 20 tons of carbon there, but it will be gone in 20 years if we don't change the forests. So yes, but of course the core principles of a good carbon credit still have to be met, and we should not tempt into or be tempted into becoming some wishy-washy biodiversity credit with a little bit of carbon on the side. The core principles of a good carbon removal credit, of a long-term storage in a forest that we make more resilient, where we decrease the risk of losing this storage. This always has to be in the center, of course, but again, I can only sign everything everyone said here on biodiversity, and I think this is the main asset that we as forest project providers can actually bring to the table.
I have the impression the discussion could go on for a few more hours, but we are already at the end of our time. So I encourage everyone who is interested in staying to engage, please scan the QR code and join our upcoming focus group meetings, and join this evening's informal gathering to do some more forestry nerdy talk. But thanks a lot to our amazing panel, and thanks for the audience and our online audience as well to add more diversity to this conversation. I think it was a really productive session. Looking forward to discussing the recommendations in the session later today and staying in touch. Thank you very much, everyone.
Tout à l'heure, tu me présenteras ton collègue. Je sais pas. C'est peut-être moi, j'en sais rien. Thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon session. I'm really honored to chair this session about practices and the feedback and learnings from both the research and also from the field. How to put in place carbon farming on a farm, what levers and barriers. I will start immediately by presenting our panelists who will have a 10-minute presentation. First of them, Jocelyn Guinche, whom you've already met this morning. He was in the introductory panel. So Jocelyn is a farmer, and with his colleague, who must be in the room, he is breeding porks and cattle in Limousin in France, and he decided to start his farming activities with his colleague whom he met at engineering school. They had a mixed farm with plant and animal, and they have introduced a lot of carbon farming practices, which he will present later on. We also have Célia Ruot from Agrosolutions. She's an agricultural engineer at Agrosolutions, which is a consulting firm, and she supports all kinds of agricultural players in the carbon farming transition, from defining their strategy to the monitoring, reporting and verification. She's currently part of the MAVIC project and works on drafting carbon farming methodologies. Then we will have Mathieu Noguez from INRAE. He's the project officer at INRAE, and he's currently working on the Orcasa project within the coordination team. I'm just smiling because we work together. And as part of this project, we will launch the Soil Carbon International Research Consortium, from which you will hear tomorrow morning. And he has contributed to that launch and the development of the Impact for Soil knowledge platform that he will show this afternoon. Then we have Anaïs from IDELE. Anaïs Lot, and Anaïs holds a master's degree from AgroParisTech, and after a final year internship in the field of agricultural development in Armenia, she worked at the French Grassland Association and then joined the climate department of the French Livestock Institute, IDELE, in 2021. Anaïs has managed a European live carbon farming project for 3 years, and also participates to the Climate Farm Demo project, which is a Green Deal project. Then Niam is there as well, and Niam from Teagasc, Ireland. She's a research officer with Teagasc, Ireland, and is working within the Clean Farm project, within the communication and dissemination team, and specifically, she is coordinating the creation of micro-learning contents across Europe to facilitate the delivery of blended learning. We will hear about that later on. Then Natasha Brown from Teagasc. She is a climate sustainability technologist at Teagasc, primarily project managing AgNav, a sustainable tool for Irish farmers. Natasha previously managed the dairy and beef networks for Teagasc as part of the Clean Farm projects and led the Creative Arenas for Ireland. So Creative Arenas is what we will hear about. And then Lorraine Lebelt from Climate-KIC. After academic training in environmental policy and environmental science, Lorraine joined Climate-KIC's team in Paris to work on innovation in support of climate action. She now co-leads Climate-KIC agri-food theme and works on EU projects like Clean Farms, for instance, that supports system transformation and collaboration across research, policy, and value chain actors. As part of the Clean Farm and Climate Farm demo projects, she specializes in developing scaling approaches for the adoption of climate-smart agriculture and builds synergies across initiatives. Then we had a last speaker, Laura Nitcham from Arvalis, which is the Plant Institute in France. She is a research and development engineer for the environmental assessment of cropping system. She isn't there for a personal reason, but she asked us to excuse her, and Lorraine will present her conclusions and recommendations. So let's start now with Jocelyn. So Jocelyn, you have 10 minutes sharp to do your presentation. I don't know if you have any slides. Yes, we do. So the next slide. So that's the program for today, and that's the slides for.
Okay. Thank you all to be here. So I'm Jocelyn Guinche. I'm a French farmer. I'm farming. Okay, I'm farming with my associate, Sylvain, that most importantly is my friend that I met during my studies. We had a dream when we were studying is to be farmers, but we had a big problem is that our parents were not farmers. So we had to wait an opportunity to be able to become farmers. And 7 years ago, this opportunity came in the west part of France, where we were able to put our hands on a mixed farm. From this, we had to build a business plan to convince bankers that we could be good farmers, but more importantly, we also had to convince our girlfriends that we would become farmers, and that was another topic. So currently on the farm, we raise cattle, cow calf, 30 mother. We also have beef cattle for meat production that we raised around 150 cows per year. We also have pork production, around 700 pigs per year, and arable, around 150 hectares. So how did we enter in carbon farming? So as I said, after our studies, we had to go to work because the opportunity of becoming farmer was not there. So we had the chance actually to build a job experience before to become farmer. We also had the chance to join group trainings as we started as a farmer. And thanks to those group trainings, we were able to link carbon emission of our practice with economical, let's say, figures. Thanks to that, we get some new, let's say, elements, new tools to try to manage our business. And as you can see, it's a short graph. Sorry, I didn't translate the titles, but generally it shows that more, let's say, a farm is efficient with greenhouse gas emission. More it's efficient with this, and more it's a profitable farm. So we try to take that in consideration, and we developed a practice on our farm. So first of all, we knew that soil, we had to take a great care of it. So we started by establishing cash crop with minimum tillage. But to be able to reduce the soil cultivation, we had to grow cover crops because the soil doesn't stay in good condition if we don't have, let's say, plants to feed him. And we finally try to learn also in groups with other farmers how to read soil profile. And like this, we were able to monitor our practice. Another point that we think was important for us to continue to develop our farm, but also to reduce the risk, it was to diversify the productions. So with the crops, we try to introduce new crops that were, in one way, less using fertilizer. I would take as an example spring barley, that in our system, we are able to produce spring barley with only 30 kilo of mineral fertilizer. The other part of the elements are coming from organic fertilizer. I will explain you later how we use it. We also produce oilseed rape, and we produce oilseed rape with organic fertilizer and with minimum tillage, and thanks to this, we can get some premium when we sell those production. And finally, flax, because flax is a plant that currently is in a good trend, so we thought that, let's take this possibility. It's also a plant that uses not so much fertilizer. We are able to diversify our crops, but we are not able to take production risk. And we have to be sure, actually, that we have markets in front. So that's why it's important for us to take a great care of what we will do of our crops. Another really important thing for us, and especially for carbon farming, is that we were able to change our practice of fertilization. We went from a system where we needed around 80 tons per year of mineral fertilizer to a system today that we are closer to 15 to 20 tons of mineral fertilizer that we buy. And this reduction was possible because we had the opportunity also to work with a biogas factory that was looking for farmland to spread their manure, their digestate, to be precise. And so we say, we have the possibility, and we replace this mineral fertilizer by organic fertilizer. This is a really positive thing in a way, but in balance, as you can see, we have to use heavy machinery to be able to implement manure fertilizer or organic fertilizer on a large scale, and it creates compaction in our fields. So now we are in a balance between, we use organic fertilizer, but we have to use or to cultivate a little bit our soil to be able to manage this compaction. So as you can see, farming, it's always a balance between positive or pros and cons. And I think that's why you will always hear a farmer complain, because it's never a satisfying situation. Anyway, the positive element also is that we are less sensitive to world, let's say, fertilizer market. Another thing is that we love our animals, and we were not going to stop animal production, even if we are in carbon farming, let's say, practice. So we say, no, we have to use our animals, and we keep them, and we use our animals to let's say, create revenue on a natural area, like permanent pasture. But for this, we had to be, let's say, efficient. So we had to try to reduce the amount of unproductive animals. That was one of the key to finally create less gas from them. And also, we try to keep low input management practice. All this together, we think that it creates a system where we can maintain natural habitat, natural environment, and we think it's beneficial for biodiversity. So we had those first group of cows, and finally we thought, maybe we don't have enough animals because our farm were a bit too much on the arable side. And we thought we have to find a way to be able to valorize more the grasslands, because we saw the really nice, let's say, outcome, agronomic outcome that is coming from them. And we say, okay, let's find a production that will help us to valorize the grasslands. And we drilled multi-species grasslands to feed new animals on the farm. It's this, let's say, cattle feed fattening unit that we grow. Thanks to that, we were able actually to supply a regional market. And we are really proud of this production, because you can find it in the best restaurants of Paris, like the Jules Verne in the Eiffel Tower, for example. Farming is special. We like to say that we produce with passion sustainable food that we can sell with profit, because yes, economic is a big thing in farming. and that we will always have to think on the economical side, what is it? And I really think also that if we want that more European farmers goes into carbon farming, they will need to have some economical guarantee, because it's a lot of change that they have to apply on their system, and it takes time and money. So I have to say that it's a bit special, but on the politics side, I would say I am for the moment a little bit lost with the choice of the European Commission that are working on free trade agreements, and they put us actually in competition with people that are not probably using the same ideas of sustainable farming that we have. So the feedback after 4 years is that we found profitability by carbon farming because we optimize the use of energy, inputs, and we get feed autonomy, so it means less cost to produce. We would like probably to get some reward, but we are still not part of a carbon farming scheme. In fact, we didn't find methodology that was able to analyze a mixed system like we've got. I still keep and really believe that we have to increase the communication toward farmers because, as I said earlier this morning, not a lot of farmers finally knows about carbon farming and what is going on at the European level. And I really think that a really positive thing would be to finance training groups, because it's when farmers are together that they find solution. And I think that they need advisors, they need people that will help them to think about the system, and that's an important thing that should be subsidized, I think, from Europe. I thank you for your attention.
So now, well, your time was over, as you could hear. So when I get up, it means that you only have 1 minute left. I didn't say it in advance for you, but you were perfectly in time. So Celia, the floor is yours, and please.
Yeah, thank you. So hello everyone. Also thank you, Jocelyn, for this presentation from the field. So now I'm going to present you our feedback on assessing the carbon footprints on French farms and their transition potential level. So I'm working in Agrosolutions. So Agrosolutions is an engineering consultancy specializing in agricultural transition. And our team has supported various organizations in the agricultural sectors in developing calculation methods in order to assess carbon footprints, but also digital MRV tools to calculate these carbon footprints. So, yeah. So in France, we have a voluntary carbon certification framework. The name is the label Bas Carbone. And it was established in 2020. And additionally, the government has introduced subsidies in order to encourage farmers to carry out carbon footprints on their farm. So with these subsidies, the farmers can calculate the baseline. So it means the initial state of GHG emission linked to fertilization, fossil fuel consumption, but also soil carbon storage. And to support farmers to carry out these calculations, with Agrosolutions, we developed a Tier 3 MRV tool, which name is Carbon Extract. So this tool has been used to carry out more than 1,500 carbon footprints. So it means the baseline, but also simulation of new carbon farming practices. And from our experience, we have observed that implementing carbon farming footprints is, and implementing carbon farming project is quite complex because it requires a lot of specific calculation from the farm. And we cannot predict easily the impact of carbon farming practices because it will be very specific on each context of each farms. So MRV tools are essential to measure and to scale up the deployment of these carbon farming practices. So how does this MRV tool help the farmers to make a carbon farming project? So when we use this tool, the first step is to calculate the baseline. So it means the initial state of GHG emission, you can see in purple, and soil carbon removal, you can see in orange. So to calculate the soil carbon storage, we use a humic balance calculation tool. It's the AMG model that is implemented in France. And so when we calculate the soil carbon storage, we will take into account the carbon inputs from, for example, cover crops or crop residue, organic amendments. And we take also into account the carbon output through mineralization. So when we have a soil carbon storage negative, it means that we have lower carbon input than carbon outputs, and when we have a soil carbon storage that is positive, it means that we have higher carbon input than carbon outputs. So here you can see the result that we can have with this MRV tool. So after calculating the baseline, the objective with this MRV tool is to simulate different transition pathways. So it means simulating different carbon farming practices. So it's really important because here we can have a big gap between the carbon farming, the maximum potential of carbon farming practices, and when we apply real carbon farming practices on real condition of each farm, we can see that the gap can be significant with theoretical-based scenario. So here you can see that the tool allows to calculate the evolution on GHG emission, soil carbon storage, and also the net balance, which is the difference between GHG emission and soil carbon storage. And to simulate these specific carbon farming, the farmers usually work closely with their technical advisors in order to see what's the best practices and best combination of practices to implement in their farms. So then the third step consists in calculating the total amount of carbon credit that can be generated through carbon farming practices. So then when the farmer sees the best suitable combination of practices, he can engage in a project with the label bas carbone, for example, and see what's the total number of carbon credit generated. And finally, the last step consists in monitoring the project progress. So we will see the evolution of GHG emission, but also soil carbon storage over the entire duration of the project. So it's usually a 5-year project for arable crop simulation in the label bas carbone. So now I'm going to present you some results we have with the farm carbon footprints and their transition potential based on calculation with our MRV tool. So here all the calculations are made at the farm level, but the map shows the results aggregated at regional level in France, and then the graph below shows the results aggregated at national level. So we are not going to look closely to all the results, but I will just introduce the main results. So we can see here that French farms generate GHG emission mainly from fertilization, fossil fuel consumption, and other agricultural activities. And at national level, it represents around 3 ton equivalent CO2 per hectare per year. And in orange, we can also see that soil carbon storage in most of the farms in France is negative. So it means that soil carbon stocks are decreasing over time. And we can see the same trend in most of the region in France. But the result can vary significantly from one farm to another. And just after, I'm going to show you a little graph on it. And so now we can see the results when the farmers implement a combination of carbon farming practices. So we can see that more than 60% of farms' carbon transition potential comes from improving the carbon footprint on the soil carbon pool. So it means reducing soil CO2 emission or net carbon removal. But this potential is better than the potential on the reduction of associated GHG emission linked to fertilization, for example, or fuel consumption. And for many farms, the transition potential is to reduce soil GHG emission before achieving net carbon removal. We saw that reducing soil CO2 emission is around 0.66 ton equivalent CO2 per hectare per year, while net carbon, soil carbon removal is around 0.27 ton equivalent per hectare per year. So here the CRCF could be a good opportunity to recognize soil CO2 emission credits, but also net carbon removal credits. And it could be an incentive-based carbon certification scheme. Another key consideration is how to calculate the baseline. So should it be specific, so for example, based on the farmer's real practices, or should it be standardized, so based on average carbon farming practices from a given production area? So we analyzed the result from our database, and we saw that so here you can see the carbon storage assessment on the baseline. And we see that across all the farms there is a significant variability for the soil carbon storage results. We can see that half of the farm shows decreasing soil carbon stocks, while the other half shows increasing soil carbon stocks. So these findings highlight that soil carbon storage is highly sensitive to soil and climate condition, but also to each carbon farming practices, or to each practices of all the farmers. So to ensure an accurate estimate of the climate benefits, it's important to take into account the farm-specific baseline. Yes, so I see that the time is flying. So to conclude, our experience has shown in deploying these carbon farming projects in France has shown that it's not easy to predict the baseline calculation and the transition potential of farms. So MRV tools are essential to measure and support the project implementation. So if you want additional detail, we have a poster there, so we will be presenting it on the station later. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Celia. You were right on time. And now I leave the floor to Mathieu for the next.
Thank you, Suzanne. So I'm really glad to be here today to present in front of you the Impact for Soil platform. So my name is Mathieu Nogues. I work at INRAE, and I'm Orcasa project manager. So just to present to you very briefly, Orcasa is a project which aim was to launch the Soil Carbon International Research Consortium. And one of the services this consortium will provide to the international community is this platform. So I would like first to start with acknowledgement to all the Orcasa partners who contributed to develop this platform, and especially to the team who co-coordinated and co-developed the launch of this platform, so the CIRAD, Visuality, and INRAE team. So Impact for Soil is a science-based aggregative and cooperative platform. So its main objective is to give science-based evidence to practitioners on soil carbon at an international level, to put the light also on understudied region or practices, and to align research efforts on soil carbon at an international level. So today I'm going to focus on the two modules. There are 5 models in this platform, and I'm going to focus on the 2 really dedicated to soil carbon farming practices. But just for your information, there are 5 models. So geospatial data is a model which highlights maps on soil carbon content, soil carbon evolution, biomass. Network is another model which provides information on organization and research project on soil carbon, and datasets provide datasets from trusted sources. So I'm going to start to present to you the scientific evidence. So it's a model dedicated to identify the most effective interventions and drivers on soil carbon. So this model is based on a work and a publication done by Bill al. In 2023, where they gathered more than 13,000 scientific publications and 200 meta-analyses from 1910 to 2020, in order to gather information on soil carbon stock and soil carbon evolution. Thanks to this, we have now information on soil carbon depending of the type of land use types. So when you go on the website, you can choose the type of land use you want, so cropland, forest land, grassland, wetlands, or other lands. And depending on the type of impact, you will have information. So here, for example, if we look at the land management practices, we have the different management practices like pyrogenic amendments, organic farming, agroforestry, and cover crops. And we can see how much carbon has increased on croplands thanks to cover crops. So here, for example, it's an increase of 20.8%. So it's not yearly, but it's from the beginning to the implementation of cover crops to when the analysis has been done. So it's from a few years, depending on the scientific publication, to a few decades. We can do the same for land use change. So for example, for cropland, we can see the impact of land use change on when we go from cropland to forest land to grassland and to other land. And we can see that, for example, the change of land use from cropland to forest land is the main driver to increase the soil carbon content in the soil. And we have also the same thing for climate change. So we can see here the different impacts of climate change interventions. So for example, we can see the impact of fire, warming, CO2 enrichment on soil carbon content in cropland. Here, it's the second module I wanted to present to you. So the first one was really to give scientific evidence on the key drivers. And here, it's more how to implement these practices. So here, it's more, the information are gathered on a map, and you can click there and find information on practices that are already implemented. So to do it, we used recognized sources as WCAT and FAO, and at an international level, we have more than 100 practices that are gathered on the websites. You can go on this and search by keywords, country, year, and intervention, and land use type, the information you need. And also, when you click it on the map, on the different type of practices that are highlighted, you will have information on the country where it's implemented, a small description of the activity, and also you will have the ability to find the source and the original post and paper on this practice. And also, you will have access to the organization and initiative which implemented these practices, and it's also linked to our network module, so you can see already what this organization and research projects are doing. So our main recommendation would be that we would never be able to fund and develop this platform without the funding of the European Commission. So we are really thankful for this, and it's really vital to continue to fund ambitious tools like this, and also to fund the maintenance and the updates of this platform. For example, we have already had a strong request to update Impact for Soil and to add AI-powered natural language interaction to make it easier for visitors to get answers to their question, and also to add multilingual accessibility, so even non-speaker would have access to this data. And also we intend to add a dedicated module for monitoring, reporting, and verification. So if you'd like to work with us in order to develop this platform even more and to update it, or to contribute to its funding, you are very welcome. So thank you for your attention. You have here the QR code for if you want to go on the platform and check the different functionalities, and also if you want to get in touch with us, here it's our email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. So now the floor is to you, Anaïs, from IDELE, and then together with you, Niam Phelan from Teagasc.
So hi everyone, our presentation today is about ensuring access to knowledge on carbon farming. So we are three behind this presentation, so Nive from Teagasc, Lorraine from Climate-KIC, and myself from the French Livestock Institute. So first of all, a bit of context. There is a lot of information already available on carbon farming, but it's scattered across Europe and across different production systems. And there are multiple European projects working on carbon farming at the same time. So at the end, it's difficult to have a full, clear, and up-to-date knowledge repository. However, as Jocelyn highlighted it, farmers and advisors need additional skills to better understand carbon farming and implementing practices. So there are 4 projects, European projects with similar objectives on carbon farming and complementary actions that joined forces to create a knowledge repository. So Clean Farms, about co-developing and scaling up systemic, locally relevant solutions to foster climate-neutral and climate-resilient farms. Climate Farm Demo, a project about the adaptation of agricultural production to climate change, and with a highlight on demo events to have farmers implementing low carbon practices, demonstrating these practices at demo events. Climate Smart Advisors is a project on strengthening the advisors' capacity to accompany farmers in the transition toward climate smart farming. And finally, Organic Climate Net is a pilot network enabling farmers to integrate organic climate farming. So what is the Farming for Climate platform? So it's an answer to the context I presented just before, providing knowledge on climate change, mitigation and adaptation. So an initiative by the different projects I've mentioned. It's an open access platform for field stakeholders. So the audience is really farmers, advisors and technicians. And it's a platform offering resources on carbon farming, including adaptation and mitigation measures, climate and carbon assessment tools, and also advisory methods and tools. This platform will be regularly updated, allowing users to contribute by proposing new or improved tools, practices, and methods. A first version will be launched in April this year, but it will be an incomplete version, and there is more to come in the next months. So here you have the global structure of the platform, again with the farming practices, the carbon assessment tools, and the advisory methods and tools. So concerning the farming practices, a library of practices have been developed in the frame of the Clean Farms project, and the idea is really to make them accessible to farmers and advisors for different types of production systems. So by choosing the production system, you then have access to different thematic areas. And then for each type of practice, you have a fact sheet with metadata and detailed information on the practice and its impacts. The learnings and remaining challenges from this work on farming practices was that the carbon storage and GHG reduction is really dependent on the farm's production system and the pedoclimatic context. So it makes it difficult to have a single impact figure in the platform's fact sheet. So the local context will also influence the economic costs and benefits of implementing such farming practices. To answer these challenges, the Clean Farm, so the 3 projects I've presented, have developed a semi-quantitative assessment approach, but at the end it cannot replace the local assessments and projections on the local scale. As for the climate and carbon assessment tools, so an inventory has been carried out in the frame of the Climate Farm Demo project, with a characterization based on the production systems and scope considered, the indicators calculated, the data inputs, and also the availability of the tools. So it led to a qualitative comparison of carbon audit tools based on sensitivity of the tools to different parameters and support to advisors. And now there is a work at the moment on a quantitative comparison of the European carbon assessment tools that and we will have the results this year. Finally, the advisory methods and tools. So selection and description of these tools has been carried out in the frame of the Climate Smart Advisors project. And it includes not only technical advisory tools, but also facilitation tools, communication tools, and support to change tools. And the objective is really to support advisors in their work of accompanying farmers on carbon farming. And within the Climate Smart Advisors project, there are communities of practices, and the advisors have really the opportunity to add their own tools, to give feedback on the existing tools and potential adaptation to different contexts. So the three main topics I've just mentioned are really updated all along the different project, and the idea is really to have feedback also from the users. So additional to this Farming for Climate platform, there are two other platforms, so the EU Farm Book and the GRC Farming Practices Evidence Library. So the scope are a bit different between these three platforms. The first one is on agriculture and forestry knowledge. The second one has really a focus on mitigation and adaptation to climate change. So between these two first platforms, there will be an API to be developed to make links between both platforms and make sure there are no overlaps between the two platforms. And as for the Farming for Climate platform and the GRC platform, so the scope of this second one is effects of farming practices on sustainability outcomes, so not only climate change. And the audience are a bit different, farmers and advisors for the first one, and research audience and policymakers for the second one, so potential collaboration needs to be defined between these two platforms.
So I'm working on the Clean Farms project, and the Clean Farms project is developing something called microlearnings, which are short online modules. They only take a couple of minutes to complete, and they have a mixture of elements within it, so interactive elements, videos, reflective and knowledge-based questions, and these are being used to increase knowledge and engagement. They're being targeted at farmers, advisors and students to, so they can grasp key concepts quickly, and we're using them in something called blended learning, where we combine online learning and then your typical face-to-face learning through seminars, workshops and on-farm training. And in particular in the Clean Farms project, we're using a model called the flipped classroom model, where learners consume some of the content before coming to the on-farm events. And this puts your learners at a similar knowledge base, and it allows for on-farm events to be used for deeper discussion, facilitation, and also practical on-farm skills instead. With the micro-learning content, we're using a multilingual system, so we'll be releasing our content in English and local languages as well, because we're aware that we don't want to release all of our content just in English. Over the next couple of months, we'll be building partnerships with agricultural schools and advisory organisations that the micro-learning contents will be used beyond the lifetime of the Clean Farms project. So I'm just going to hand you back over to Anis for the recommendations.
So I have 1 minute left to present you our recommendations. So first one, to have a repository with trusted sources and consolidated across Europe. This repository needs to be dynamic with updates. It has to be adapted to the needs of the field stakeholders and also permanent. It means that permanent funding is needed to manage and maintain the repository. And the other recommendation is about capacity building, so make sure that there are practical, this capacity building for farmers and advisors cover practical implementation and economic aspects. That this approach takes a systemic and context-specific approach with pedagogical best practices, and it has to begin at the educational level, so integrating carbon farming into high school and agricultural school. And finally, it has to be publicly funded or supported through policy framework to ensure the accessibility of these trainings to all the farmers and the advisors. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I don't know how you do, but you're always spot on time. And now the floor is yours, Natasha.
Thank you. So hi everyone, today I'm going to talk to you about the Creative Arenas, which is a participatory approach that was used within the Clean Farms project. So this is all about linking in with the wider network of stakeholders and focusing this on how we can actually help the farmer implement solutions on the farm. So quickly, just to go over how the Clean Farms network works. So firstly, we have the demonstration farm. So this is generally a research farm that is the primary farm for kind of implementing and testing initial solutions to reduce emissions and increase carbon sequestration. So then following on from this, we have the lead commercial farms. So these are kind of the pioneering commercial farms that would implement these solutions and kind of start testing out and trying out these new solutions. And then linking in with these two kind of demonstration and lead commercial farms, we have the outreach farms. So these will kind of gain knowledge and learnings from the lead commercial farms and the demonstration farms to start implementing these solutions throughout the country. So going into what the Creative Arena is. So it's a group that brings together different stakeholders, and for the sake of the Creative Arena for Clean Farms, this was for a conversation on reducing emissions and increasing carbon sequestration. So this is about co-constructing local solutions and getting these implemented on farm going forward to actually for mitigation against climate change. So today I'm going to go over two case studies. So this is the Irish dairy example and the Creative Arena on the arable side for the French network. So there was a range of different stakeholders present at each of these creative arenas, ranging from the farmers themselves, their advisors, through to research, academia, and then policymakers such as DAFM were present in the Irish one, through to the processors, so the cooperatives. So we really wanted a big range of stakeholders to get all the opinions across to get these solutions implemented on farm. So the workshops were very much participatory. We wanted active discussion, everyone encouraged to talk. We wanted everyone's opinions heard within the room. So this was generally, instead of lecturing the different stakeholders, it was very much about getting subgroups together, having active discussions, followed by whole group discussions of the entire plenary room. So to go into the Irish workshop, so we had 4 main activities throughout the day. So the first one was where we gave them this map you can see here in the corner and asked all the stakeholders kind of add solutions onto post-it notes of solutions they could all think of to reduce emissions and increase carbon sequestration. Following on from this, we gave them a set of 10 solutions which were already depicted by the Clean Farms project and asked them to rank these in terms of likelihood to implement on the dairy farm and the impact that these solutions would have on the reducing emissions. Followed by this, we then looked at the high-impact solutions and asked everyone to think of the barriers and prerequisites to actually get these implemented on farms and to get the opinions of the different stakeholders within this. We then looked at what farmers actually need to get these solutions implemented on farms and what the different stakeholders in the room could offer these farmers to get this to happen. So to go into a few of the results from the Irish side, these were the top 5 solutions for getting likelihood of implementation of the solutions on farm. So you can see here, the top 4 here were all generally related to slurry spreading or fertilizer application. So low emission slurry spreading, low emission fertilizer, and then replacing synthetic with organic, and then the timing of fertilizer application. Then the 5th one here was a bit different on saving energy within the milking platform. So then if we look at the impact, so the impact, high impact solutions were generally related to carbon sequestration and generally to do with kind of nature side. So we've got increasing hedgerows and trees, conversion to nature and forestry and agroforestry as well. And then the 2 remaining ones here is the use of low emission synthetic fertilizer, which is also seen in the previous results as a high likelihood of implementation on farm, and then re-wetting of organic soils. So these are some of the main messages that came out of the brainstorm sessions within the Irish Creative Arena. And the 2 here is that the farmers really wanted clear guidelines and no mixed messages. And I was really happy to see in the plenary discussion this morning from DAFM that this was a clear message that came out of this, that the farmers don't need to get mixed messages, one from a processor, one from policy, one from advisors. There really needs to be consistency across all stakeholders. And to do this, we really need education and training of the farmers, but also of the range of stakeholders that are talking to the farmers as well. And to do this, they also want information on a variety of aspects before they implement solutions on their farms. They really want to know the impact in terms of its ability to reduce emissions, also the economic costs, and then if there's any side effects related to these solutions that they're implementing in farm. And then linking it back to credit, they want either credit through sustainability schemes or through potentially carbon credits going forward. So now just to go into the French side and their creative arena. So they took a similar approach with kind of subgroup role-play-based games, plenary sessions, and then they also identified and ranked solutions on farms in terms of implementation and impact. And also the pros was looking at a regional action plan and how this could be implemented in France. So this is some of their results. You can see here, these are some of the solutions from the French stakeholder group that are high impact and high likelihood of implementation on farm. So the first one here is increased cover crops, and then they also had use less emitting fertilizers. So this solution was seen in both the arable French creative arena as well as the dairy Irish creative arena. So this was seen across both scenarios. And then you can also see the ones there at the bottom on implying more organic N and organic matter and reducing organic N fertilizers. These were also seen across both countries and across the two different agricultural sectors. So then the French group looked at how this regional action plan could be implemented for the country and kind of the benefits of this regional action plan. So they depicted that it would strengthen collaboration among stakeholders, creating greater impact, would reduce the risk sharing and increase the grant opportunities for increasing sustainability and reducing emissions. There would also be enhanced training and give positive communication on climatic situations and reducing emissions, increasing carbon. They also thought this would avoid competition if there was just one scheme, avoid the competition among different schemes and also across the entire value chain. It would also enhance the amount of research that could be undertaken and all going towards kind of the one focus, the one regional action plan, rather than lots of different plans being created. So now just to conclude on some of the key messages that came from both creative arenas on how this multi-actor approach and really linking in with a wide range of different stakeholders is beneficial. So firstly, it creates the discussion and opportunity for these different stakeholders to get in a room and really have the conversations. It gives the stakeholders a chance to appreciate each other's point of views, create collective intelligence and come up with new ideas, empower the farmers and kind of give them perspective on how they could really implement these solutions and the benefits to themselves. Gather knowledge to help these farmers implement solutions. And finally, the importance that is not just on the farmer to get these solutions implemented. There really is an importance on actions being done by non-farmer actors to facilitate the transition to low-carbon agriculture. And with that, thanks, and I'll pass you on to the next speaker.
Thank you, and my presentation is the last one before we have a quick feedback speech from Jocelyn, and then the floor will be open to Q&A from the room, so bear with us. My name is Lorraine Lebelt, I work for Climate-KIC, and continuing on Natasha's presentation, I'm going to present a few more learnings from the Clean Farms Network for Farm Climate Innovation, which is called I3S. I'm going to tell you a bit more about what that means. So I3S, this acronym is for Innovative Systemic Solution Spaces. To put it simply, these are groups of farms that work together in the Clean Farms project. They work together also with the other stakeholders that are in their local ecosystem, and they work together to test and implement innovative solutions to address their local climate challenges in a systemic way. So these are all the different groups of farms that we have in the project. So they work in different pedoclimatic contexts, they work in different production systems, and they are all developing their approaches to climate smart farming. As Natasha was saying, each of these groups of farms, they did some workshops that we call Creative Arena, and this helped them together with their connected stakeholders to develop action plans. So I won't go into the detail of all the plans here, but you can see that each group of farms chose a selected list of solutions to implement and to test and monitor the results. But then, of course, farmers are not alone in the climate transition. They need to work with their connected stakeholders, and testing these solutions is just the beginning. So in the project, we also thought about how to go one step further and how different stakeholders from policy to industry can also get into that dynamic to have discussions about projections and scenarios for adopting climate farm practices at a wider scale. So one thing I wanted to share today was a focus about business model approaches and how that connects with rewarding mechanisms such as the CRCF for our session today. So some of the most common business models that were tested within clean farms in these different value chains and groups of farms. For some of them, it was price premiums for result-based measures. The training and capacity building was also a very important part of these business models. We also have examples of industry collaboration, procurement examples as well. And of course, several of the groups of farms were also involved in carbon crediting schemes, such as Label Bas Carbone in France. And on this, I have a few recommendations to share from Laure Nitscham, who unfortunately could not be here today. So these are recommendations that emanate from the French Arable Crop Group. So French Arable Crop Technical Institutes have been working together, Arvalis, Terre, Inovia, ITB, also in connection with the Label Bas Carbone, to try to improve and provide feedback from the field on how the system works. And this could be very useful for implementation at EU level as well. So one of the first points is that on data, farmers already have a lot of data to share, to upload to different accounting or regulatory systems. Sometimes with little explanation on how the data is used, why it's required exactly. So here there were two recommendations coming from the group. First, trying to simplify the systems to lighten the administrative burden. This is something we've heard a lot from all farmers in Europe in the past month. But also, of course, provide more transparency in the use of data. And so this means for farmers, but also other actors in the value chain, and this could really help empowering farmers and creating more trust. Secondly, in France, we have an issue with the carbon market per se, is that the current carbon market does not cover the break-even cost of a significant proportion of projects. So to make the system work, we would need higher selling price for carbon credits, or really blended approaches where we combine carbon credits with other sources of financing, such as sector premium. And we also need to design the system so that farmers can sell carbon credits and also receive potential funding from companies that follow SBTi rules. And here, also something that has been discussed for quite some time is the need for clarification regarding double counting issues. And of course, as well, the CRCF is mainly dealing with carbon storage and soil management GHG emissions for now. But there is really a need to have a global understanding of climate-smart farming approaches, also taking into account GHG reduction approaches. In some specific cases, there can be conflicts between GHG reduction and carbon storage. Maybe we can discuss that with Jocelyn later. But it's really necessary to address the two together. And so while taking into account that data collection still needs to be manageable, we need to have systems that take into account multiple criteria for sustainability assessment to have a systemic approach. Last but not least, we are also here have some recommendations that come not only from clean farms, but from other projects as well, is that in general, changing practices in farming is not only a question of cost. We've seen that in other presentations also earlier today. It's also a question of skills, of workload, of risk taken by different actors. So, for example, when we talk about additionality criteria for the CRCF, it should not be only about an economic evaluation. It should take into account also the other types of investments and risk that are taken by the farmers in that situation. And of course, the last point that is still up in the air is about first movers. How do we reward farmers? How do we support farmers that have already been implementing carbon farming practices on their farms? There are a lot, like Jocelyn, who have already taken initiatives because they were seeing an interest in that beyond carbon credits. How do we make sure that these are rewarded and that we also maintain the carbon stocks in the long term? Thanks a lot for your attention. If you need more information, there will be posters about these projects in the poster room tomorrow, also about live carbon farming. And we're also available for questions later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now the floor is yours if you want to take it and wrap up maybe what you've heard. About from the other experiences. Well, you're the only farmer in the panel, but from what I've heard, I think that a number of questions that you addressed in your presentation about working with other farmers, you see that there's a possibility with other things, the platforms that are existing to find solutions. So what are your thoughts of what you have heard within this panel?
Okay, so it's never an easy task, let's say, to make a conclusion. But I have to say that in a first step, I'm really happy finally to be here because it's that I discovered that already a lot of things are happening. I see that they are still localized with some groups, with some companies. Unfortunately, our farm is located in an area where there wasn't such a type of group as a cooperative that were into it or transformators. So we were not lucky enough to know about such things. I really appreciate actually the presentation where it was shown this idea of starting from demonstration farm after to go to some, let's say, more, let's say, farmers that could be a kind of a showroom to others. Mm-hmm. And I actually believe by the experience that I had previously in my, before to be a farmer, that it's always like from the road or over the edge that farmers are taking ideas or they are thinking, oh, what is he doing again? And I really think that it could help actually to push people to go forward regarding carbon farming and do better or differently the job. I see that people are working on the methodology. Mm-hmm. When I speak with the specialist, I observe that generally there is a scale problem because those tools and those measurements are extremely expensive and needs to be run on large acreage. Mm-hmm. That some systems in Europe or some farming context do not fit because, for example, in our department, a farm is generally around 100 hectares and not 10,000 hectares like I heard this morning when I was speaking about it. So it will be complicated indeed to try to group the people in the same way, to say them that let's have a project together. I'm currently a bit afraid about it. But I think that with the new generation, generally, we are looking for new ideas because we arrive to a point in our systems where I think we observe that the age of all of the farmers in Europe is extremely high. Mm-hmm. And that we have a statistic in France that say that in the next 10 years, probably the half of the farmers will be retired. We have to find new volunteers, like Sylvain and me did, to take those farms. And I think to give a really nice actually view of farming, because to be a farmer is a great job, I have to say. We have to deal with plenty of problems, but at the end we are extremely proud when, like I said during the presentation, we grow the food that feed the cows that at the end of the day finish on the best table of France. I have to say that we take a big pride. We are extremely proud of it, and I'm sure that a lot of young people out of the farming, let's say, family cycle could be interested to do this job, and carbon farming can be, I think, a nice entry for a lot of people that don't know a lot about farming, but that could be interested about nature, about biodiversity. And at the end, the idea is that I think we have to link this nice view or idea that we show of farming to try to push people to become farmers, and also link it with the reality that is actually the economy. So it needs to interest people that farming needs to be profitable. And also I think that we have to work on the time. The working time in farming is generally a little bit without limits. And to make farming, I think, interesting and realistic to people, it should be also a bit more managed. As we also work on the farm, we try to avoid, we have holidays, we have weekends, we can live like everybody, but it's thanks of, because I think we just change the way of thinking to do it. So if we can generalize this type of ideas, I really think that it will be the future for European farming.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if I answer after the question.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any questions in the room? I know that there are two persons with mics, Maria there and another person here. Are there questions? Yes, there is one down there.
Do you want to use the Menti questions like we did before? Because I prepared that.
And we can also ask online, so we can display the Menti if people who are online would like to ask questions. But let's start with the room.
Thank you.
Can you please introduce yourself and before asking your question?
Okay, thank you. Tom O'Dwyer from Teagasc, and a question for Jocelyn. I'm just curious about your motivation for the transition that you've made on your farm, because I think it sounds like from your presentation that your primary motivation was around the success of the business, the financial success of the business, with climate perhaps being secondary. But maybe you could just discuss that a little bit, please?
Yes, so it's true that we changed our practice. Actually, we knew that we had to go to more sustainable practice all over our farm. At this time, 4 years ago, carbon farming was in the pipes, I would say, but not really promoted at such a level as now. And we said with Sylvain, we can't afford to wait, because we were still in a situation where energy was relatively cheap, in a system where we had no reward possible because there wasn't credit carbons to sell, more or less. So we said with Sylvain, we have to do something, because if we are pioneers, if we start now, it will be much less difficult for us to after, let's say, fit what will be the normality. I don't know if it's extremely English, but what will be normal for the future, let's say, to have sustainable practice. So with Sylvain, we tried to say, okay, we are young, we are a bit crazy, we are not scared about let's say, our parents that have this, let's say, pressure on us, like you need to succeed and you can't fail because it's the family farm. No, we didn't have this pressure. So we let our mind try to give some ideas, but to stay practical and pragmatic, we put all our ideas on the paper to evaluate let's say, the consequences of what we would do. And we figure out that if in the first step it was not really, let's say, economically speaking, we didn't have, let's say, justify. At least we were prepared to face an energy crisis. And I don't know if it's, I don't think it's a good thing, but finally, 2 years later, this energy crisis arrived. And we already were half prepared, I would say, to face it, because we already implemented things on it. So we said, at least we were a little bit in advance. We didn't take all these big waves of cost on our farm, and we were happy to say that we finally have an example of what is to be sustainable. It means that we are economically efficient. We try to respect more and more the ecology, the biodiversity, the environment, and we still have practice that are not taking us a huge amount of time, because it's just we are replacing our practice. We are not putting or we are not adding practice to what we do. So we still keep our kind of let's say comfort of work, where we still have holidays and everything. So it was. It's true that in the first step it was not linked straight with the environment, but at the end of the day, everything merged, and we see that we had probably a good idea when we started to work on it.
Okay, there's another question in the room, but I remind people online, if you want to ask a question, the code is 71995403, like you can see on top of the screen. So that's the Menti code if you want to ask questions from online. Thank you. So let's take the question in the room, please.
Thank you. Rachel Madeley-Davis, AHDB in the UK. I'd be interested to know the panel's thoughts in terms of the barriers for tenant farmers in accessing carbon farming and what their views are on that, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Oh,
Can you
sorry.
repeat slowly?
Slower,
maybe?
sorry. Talk very quickly. Yes, I'd be interested to know what the panel's thoughts are in terms of the barriers for tenant farmers. So those farmers that might be on short tenancies, whether that's sub 5 years or even longer, in terms of how they can really access the markets in terms of carbon markets.
So it's a question to the whole panel. Okay, Sylvia? Yeah. Sylvia or Chogos?
Sorry. No, it's about farmers that are tenants, or farmers that rent. About farmers that rent their land, if I understood well, yeah. And some of the farmers may have short-term. They may be renting for short term, some may be renting for a longer term, but how does that affect carbon farming initiatives, and is that a barrier for making plans for this type of action? How to, for example, yourself, you are renting your land, if I understood well, so how does that affect the way you approach this topic?
So I'm happy to speak. I would like also that there will be questions for others. But so to answer you, yes, we are on 99% of our lands are rented. For me, for example, agroforestry solutions are a big problem to implement on my fields. I say my fields, but they are not mine. When I speak with my landlord, could I plant, I don't know, 100 trees per hectare in lines all over the fields? Are you okay? Generally, they say me, I don't know. And after, if I explain them, yeah, but you understand, I could get additional incomes coming from carbon credits sales. They start to think, and they say me, okay, so maybe the rent is not anymore linked with the capacity of those lands, and I see that you can get more maybe from the land, so should I raise my rent? That's a question. If I plant trees, I would like probably a return on the long term. At least I would say, I'm not a specialist, but at least a 20, 25, 30 years. It's true that if we have a short-term rent, 2-3 years, are we sure that after those 3 years, we will still be a renter of those fields? As the pressure on lands becomes bigger, I think. That's a big, big question. And I agree with you that to implement such a type of carbon farming, let's say, tools, it's extremely complicated for farmers. And it's probably one of the key that explain why it's not practice that are developed largely in the countries, because I speak about France, but the majority of French farmers are renters. They are not land owners. And such problems will appear in every farm. So it can't help actually to develop such a system.
And if I may add to that, I think that's a topic that's going to be explored in other sessions, but the question of accounting in carbon crediting schemes and the distribution of value and risk among all the different actors that are involved in the farming systems, so the farmers, the landowners, but also in the value chain, and from the farm to the agri-food business, like who can claim which part of the credits and who gets the benefits and who takes the risk. I think there are still big questions to be clarified on that, and rules and safeguards to be set to make sure everyone agrees and there is no feeling of frustration or unfairness in the system.
Thank you for that, Lorraine and Jocelyn. We have a question from online. So in carbon farming, size matters. Don't smile. Do you think it would be helpful to understand the minimal size of the farm for carbon farming profitability? So this might be a question for Celia, maybe, because you have the experience with those 1,500 farms in France. So
yeah, sure. I think, yeah, size matter for the implementation of the carbon farming practices, but it's more on, I think the question is more on the engagement of a group of farmers for on a certification scheme, for example. In France, in the Label Bas Carbone, we saw that most of the time it's a group of farmers that engage in a project, and it's very complicated to do it individually because you have the cost of the administrative papers to do, the cost also for the verification, the cost of the tool. So they have many things to do while implementing a carbon farming project through a voluntary carbon scheme. So I think the question of size, it's more on how to reduce the costs while engaging a group of farmers. Yeah.
Okay. Is there another question in the room? Yes, Mr. You have a mic coming.
How would you know or describe a high-value nature credit? And is there a difference between a low nature credit and a high nature credit?
Sorry, we didn't.
Is there a difference? How would you describe a high-value nature credit? No, I describe it.
How do I describe? Sorry, I don't understand.
High-value nature credit.
High-value nature credit? Yes.
Yeah. How would you know it? I describe it.
Like for the price, for example? High value, how do we distinguish a high value for the price of the credit, or?
Yeah, a high nature credit value, the value of a high nature credit. How would you describe it? Or how would you know it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about high nature credits and no nature credits.
Yeah,
what is the difference then?
It's difficult if I will understand the question, it's difficult to make a value on a carbon credit. In France, it's around 50 euros a carbon credit for different carbon farming practices. So it's on the carbon farming practices on reduction of GHG emission, but also on carbon removal. But when we see the cost, because we ask farmers to put how much they pay for the implementation of these new carbon farming practices, all the time it was much more higher. So for us, we would put the price of the credit really high compared to these 50 euros for the carbon credit. So it's difficult to say. I would say that it needs to correspond to the price they put in the new carbon farming practices, but it's very difficult to have a higher price today. And I don't know if there are some other feedbacks from other countries.
In fact, there will be sessions about rewarding mechanisms, especially on Thursday, that will tackle that question as well, with different schemes in which they're implemented. So this, corresponds also a bit to the question that is there: what is the minimum acceptable price point of the carbon credit? Well, you nearly responded to that. Apparently, there are 7 questions. Can I have another one? Are carbon farming, healthy soil and healthy food all related, or should we be thinking of holistic solution to food production? So who can I orient that question to? Let's say Natasha.
To be honest, very much not in my area, but let me read the question again. I guess you need both. You need to increase the soil health, to increase the soil carbon. It all everything links in together. You have to consider the whole picture. You can't just focus in on one area. It's really about creating building blocks and adding in multiple solutions that can really be put together and implemented as one to really increase the amount of carbon or reduce the amount of emissions in total. I don't think you can just focus in on one aspect, say soil. It really is about bringing everything together.
Yeah, and I can add that one of the main recommendations coming out of last year's Carbon Farming Summit was the inclusion of co-benefits, including biodiversity criteria in the carbon crediting system. So we are making steps, I think, towards holistic approach. Of course, in many ways, we are still focusing on carbon, but more and more we see the importance and sometimes the fact that other aspects than carbon, environmental aspects, social aspects, can be the entry point in that kind of system for farmers, but also for other economic stakeholders in territories.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions in the room? No? Then let's take another one, a last one here. So this is to you, Jocelyn, again. What a success. Are you a Climate Farm demo participant? That's a simple question.
Yes or no?
No. But you could have been.
Yeah, but I didn't know that it exists.
Okay. So it's nearly time. Maybe we can come to some concluding remarks. Does any one of you want to make a point in 1 minute? So maybe Lorraine, do you have one point to sum up one idea that you would like to share with the room?
Maybe one idea is there was a presentation from Anaïs and Nive and also Mathieu about knowledge repositories and how we can collect data on practices and on impact. And it's really important to have these repositories, but they really need to come alive, especially in the field. So that's why we also addressed capacity building and peer-to-peer learning. Knowledge repositories, if they are not translated and turned into action and accessible for farmers, farm advisors, they will not fulfill their purpose. So this is really something where we need to have a coordinated approach to support implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Can you pass the mic to your neighbor?
Yeah. I think a couple of things is, firstly, it was really interesting to see how it worked from the French farmer, the actual perspective on farm. In Ireland, we're not quite at that stage yet, so it's really interesting to see how this could potentially work going forward within Ireland. And then similar to what you were saying, it's making sure that these tools that happen and get created within the projects actually get used going forward. For example, with the micro-learnings, we're hoping to get these added to the Irish sustainability tool, AGNAV, so these can actually then get used further and ongoing to actually train advisors, give information to farmers, and that this information isn't just lost at the end of a project and it can be used going forward.
Thank you.
I think my point would be very similar to Natasha's as well, that the products from all these different projects will be used after it. And specifically within the microlearning contents, that they're integrated into agricultural schools and advisory organisations in different ways, be it AgNav or different action plans after the lifetime of the projects.
Thank you. As for me, I will make the link with the economic impact of the carbon farming practices, because we talked a lot about the technical impacts and the economic impact on the farm. But we really need to focus also on the cost of the trainings and the capacity building for the farmers and the advisors, the time spent by the farmers and the advisors. So it's really all the cost around the fact of accompanying the farmers in this transition. So yes, just to mention this also.
Yes, we were talking, Jocelyn was talking this morning about knowledge gaps among farmers who doesn't always know a lot about cardboard farming. So I think the data repository we presented can really be useful to, when presented in a user-friendly way, to tackle these knowledge gaps.
And yeah, maybe one additional point, but it was linked to a question. It's like not forgetting the co-benefits we can have also, and not focusing only on carbon farming. It's the most easy indicators we can calculate on the farm, but it's really important to take into account all the other indicators on soil quality, water quality, or biodiversity. And so to implement these indicators in the MRV tool is also really important, I think.
So the last word for you,
Yes, so I would say that I'm extremely optimistic, because I see that it's a subject that interests a lot of young women and men that have plenty of energy to work on those topics. I think farmers, they need help, because they are sometimes a bit alone in their farm, working a lot. And the fact that this energy will come to the farm with those new ideas, it could give, I think, more motivation to farmers to continue, and probably to have more pleasure doing what they do. So I'm smiling because I'm optimist when I see that.
Okay.
And that will be my word.
Thank you very much. So let's give a big applause to our panel. Well, and this is it. We're right on time. Thank you very much for your attention, and pleased to see you in next sessions. Bye-bye.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes? No? Yeah, now I hear me. Yeah, let's get started. A warm welcome from my side to the afternoon plenary session. My name is Hannes Mollenhauer. I'm from the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research in Germany. And I'm also leading the work package 3 in the Credible project, which is dealing with how to monitor carbon farming. And in this afternoon session, we want to discuss like technological approaches, but also ways to engage users into a European MRV system. The session will be split in 2 parts. The first one, we will get a keynote about like half an hour as an input for then a panel discussion, which is following after with all the people you see right now on the pictures. Now, can you switch the slide? We also will have this Menti possibility to raise questions in the Mentimeter. So here you get the code again, you can scan it, or you use the number to type it directly into the Menti app. Since our topic for this Carbon Farming Summit is from theory to practice, our keynote is somehow also like designed like from theory to practice. So we will start with the Tessa van der Voort from the Nutrient Management Institute in Wageningen. She will give us like more like a scientific view of how a European MRV system could be designed. And after that, we get the more real-life example from Marcos Alves from AGRI. And he will show us an example how they solved this in their company. So warm welcome first to Tessa.
Thank you, Hannes. Thank you all for being here. Take a seat. Yeah? No worries. Actually, could I just have a microphone? Does it work? Yeah? Okay. Thanks. I like to move. This is the Netherlands. Beautiful. Water and biodiverse. And cows in the background.
I will just, Stano asked me to give a quick recap again because so many people are just coming in. So, second round, a bit shorter. Now the people are coming in. Thanks for joining the plenary session in the afternoon. As I told already, this session will be split in like a keynote for half an hour, and after that we will have a plenary session with some expert out of the MRV technology, let's say, area. And the opening will do Tessa van der Voort from the Nutrient Management Institute in Wageningen. She will give us a more academic, scientific example how a European MRV system should be designed. And after that, Marcos Alves from AGRI will give us like a real-life example of such a MRV system. So, again, warm welcome, Tessa.
Thank you so much, Hannes. Dankeschön. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy you all turned out still in the late afternoon. We started today by exploring how we should shape a European MRV system and how it can be functional and scalable and usable. And I also heard the phrase, let's use what we have learned from the private offsetting initiatives and apply them. And that's what we are going to do today, as Hannes said. So first, with the scientific part. So MRV is short for Monitoring, Reporting, and Verification, as you all know. And over the last few years, I have worked on all these different elements. So I started my career, as some of you in the room might remember, gathering measurements on long-term sites, hammering down soil cores and measuring every single sample in the lab. And this is crucial. This is the data we all rely on. I've also co-developed carbon offsetting protocols with Vera, which is one of the leading organizations, VM42 and VMD53. And I've also evaluated projects, which you can imagine like a paper review on steroids. Imagine a paper reviewer and the researcher is not going to be upset with you, but the company is definitely going to have to be checked very, very thoroughly. So I've worked on the M, the R, and the V in both the research capacity as well as in the private industry over the last few years. So I'm going to talk about the things I learned, the things we can all take from that, and then Marcos and Roberta for questions are going to really showcase you how they scaled this approach up in Europe. So why is it important? And this goes for our implementation, but any environmental crediting system. So it's important that it's transparent, accurate. It contributes to our climate goals. Having, and it was also mentioned earlier, having it robust is crucial for investment because companies are otherwise not going to want to buy these credits. It has to be scalable and also be easy on the farmer. So where are we now? So we have heard that at the end of this year, there's going to be MRV protocols for Europe. But what we have seen also from the offsetting market, the voluntary offsetting market, is that there are major data gaps. And these major data gaps are making it hard for us to scale up carbon farming in Europe and also outside of Europe. The first one is the carbon saturation index. So the second, permanence, not all carbon is equal. And the third is to decide which path forward is the best. So let's dig into those in details. So a soil cannot absorb carbon endlessly. Johan Six published very nice papers on this. There is such a thing as soil carbon saturation. Like imagine you going to a museum and looking at paintings. After 2 hours, your brain is just saturated and you need to go somewhere else. So it's the same for soils. They cannot absorb carbon endlessly. The potential to absorb carbon is based on the soil type and the historic depletion. So if your soil has lost a lot of carbon, it has the potential to gain carbon again. But this amount, like how much can you gain, is mostly unknown. So we have some researchers in our team, Sven Verwij and Gerard Ros, who have actually done this for the Netherlands, where we have looked, because there we do have good data, what is the current carbon saturation index and how much can we gain? And we actually found that if you do everything, if you change every button, so you optimize land use, you optimize the groundwater table, and you optimize the pH, then you can really do something. But knowing where you are and how much more you can gain is crucial. And that informs everything. Then, a second data gap is permanence. Not all carbon is equal. Those who have done density fractionation and radiocarbon will know this very well. You can just see an example here from a temperate soil where you see the radiocarbon ages, which are a proxy for how old the carbon is, vary very strongly between the labile, the non-labile, and the mineral-associated fraction. So we know this, but we only have data like this for very few sites, and it's very difficult to scale it up to more areas. So the question is, for the remaining carbon in the soil, how stable is it? Or the carbon that you're adding to the soil, how long is it actually going to stay there? That is a major data gap we need to solve. Then the last one, the best path forward. What is the best path forward and how much will it bring me? So even if I know my soil today, how do I know which action is the best action for me to take to add more carbon permanently to my soil? So can you identify an optimal scenario? You can, of course, use models such as Rothsea and Descent, but still it is very tricky. And to my knowledge, we don't have maps for this, like this for Europe. Again, work from my colleagues who have looked at the Netherlands, at things they could do to increase the soil carbon. And the secret is, for the Netherlands, make everything permanent grassland. And the thing is that I also do scope 3 projects for large landowners. And if you make everything grassland, yeah, sure, you'll store more soil carbon, but your net emissions will definitely be higher because you'll have a lot more cows. So having these different options, like more biogenic inputs, more green, more carbon, tillage, the effect of tillage is very poorly known. There was a very nice paper by Hyun and Yo recently published with tillage rate modifiers, but still there is a lot of uncertainty what the long-term impacts of stopping tillage are. Fertilizer change, more organic fertilizers. Again, there's the questions of permanence. And for grasslands, we also don't know how long-term the effects are. So then, reporting, don't look at all the details. This is an overview of the protocols that already exist. So I think we can learn from them. It's a very nice paper by Emily Oldfield. And all these programs have different requirements, and all these programs have different trust levels. But it boils down to this. So what I've seen, I've worked on different protocols. So you have the possibility to have an easy way, a low complexity where you just have remote sensing, legacy data, or you get increasingly robust by adding models, by adding data, until you get to a very high complexity and a high robustness, but then your cost is very, very high. So a question for discussion is, how do we consider this when scaling up? Do we do it quick and dirty or not? So there are also, for verification, major hurdles. So remote sensing can be leveraged to see, for instance, if people are using cover crops. But often you still need proximal measurements, and those, again, are very costly. And there needs to be enough left over for a reward for the farmer. And right now, at least in the Netherlands, we see that this is a deal breaker. This left side of the equation is too expensive to enable the right side. So then, what does our destination look like? Well, we need to weigh different elements, also for the co-benefits. So you have costs of measurements and the process to attain approval. This is going to take time, energy, and effort. And also the cost of additionality for the farmer, of getting cover crops, of putting in that extra time. And then you have the other side, financial reward for the farmer, and also co-benefits for other ecosystem services, such as biodiversity. So just to show this again visually, when we look at co-benefits, we should also be realistic, and it's not always that the sun is shining. There can be positive sides of carbon farming, but there's also risks. We've heard a lot about the co-benefits already today, but we also have to acknowledge that there are losses potentially happening, such as a reduced yield and a higher risk for pathogens. And if we don't consider those for farmers, then we cannot convince them to implement practices. So to wrap up before I go to Marcos, so what I've seen so far in the offsetting market as a scientist is that you need very strong expertise in soil sampling, in lab methods, modeling, and verification procedures. You literally do need a PhD in soil science, and that doesn't work. right? Ideally, we want to have plug-and-play measurements, which are accessible to any farmer. Like, I work now, as I was saying to Hannes, with the sons and daughters of farmers who we are trying to give methods so they can measure carbon in their own farms, automated data prep, and no labs needed. So then, my outlook would be that in an ideal world, we would have an automated data pipeline for the entirety of Europe, where we can see what is our carbon saturation index today? Like, how much do we have? How much can we gain? And then also to see which path is my best path forward. Which measures should I take? Then having protocols that are aligned to that, and automatic verification and rewarding for farmers to actually make it worth their while. And with that, we have covered the M and the R and the V. And now I would like to give over the floor to Marcus, who will give an example of MRV in Europe with AGRI.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much, the organizers, for the opportunity to talk, and Tessa for inviting us to share this keynote with her. My name is Marcus. I'm a modeling lead in AGRI, and the team that I'm part of is responsible for the calculations that I used as a basis for the carbon credit generation in our project. And today, like Tessa said, I just want to share with you a little bit of our approach on how we calculate soil organic carbon change. That will be the basis for part of the carbon credit that we generate in AGRI. Before we start, I just would like to share with you a little bit about AGRI. AGRI is a European company that's based in Copenhagen, but that has activities in 20 countries in Europe. We are working together with 2,300 farmers already that cover an area of 4.5 million hectares, which is roughly the size of Denmark in Europe. And we are the first large-scale project of arable land that has been registered in their VCS schemes. So we are actually developing a lot of the pipeline that Tessa mentioned to achieve those results. And when AGRI started, we knew we wanted to be ambitious, we wanted to have this big impact, and we knew that one of the most important things was to follow a robust guideline or a robust methodology for estimating the soil organic carbon changes. And that's why we looked at VERA, one of the most important standard setters. And we found this methodology, VM0042, which is used to estimate the impact, used to generate credits based on the land management improvements. And within this methodology, or within this guideline, we have two methodologies that we can use to estimate soil organic carbon change. One methodology is called measure and model, and the other one is called measure and remeasure. Both of them addresses the most important aspects of soil organic carbon estimations, which is the local sensitivity of soil organic carbon to, for example, the soil type, climate, and the management history of that field. But there is a very important difference between the two that may be the reason for which programs or projects like ours will choose one over the other. In our case, we chose measure and model because it's a way of dynamically following up what's happening in the soil over the years. With the measure and remeasure, we have to wait a couple of years before you are able to issue credits. And with the measure and model, we can dynamically follow the soil organic carbon changes and hopefully issue credits on a shorter period, which is very important for us as project developers for reasons of cash flow. But when we choose measure and model, we are obliged to follow a couple of requirements. We need to be able to comply with a couple of requirements. And those are the things that I want to share with you, how we are complying with those requirements to be able to issue credits reliably following this methodology. The first requirement is really written in the name of the approach, measure and model. So the measure part, what we have to measure? We have to measure soil characteristics. And which characteristics? Bulk density, soil texture, but especially soil organic carbon. And this value, the objective of measuring soil organic carbon in the beginning of the project is really to set up a baseline, a basis for which we're going to start our second part of this approach with the modeling, but also serves as a comparison for the future. When we have the project running for a couple of years, we can look back and see and do another remeasurement and compare the results and see how we are actually doing in comparison to our forecasts with our modeling. In AGRI, we have like hundreds of thousands of fields that we need to monitor. So in order to sample all those fields, we developed an algorithm that I'm not going to go into the details here, but we can talk after the presentation about it, that clustered the fields or the project instances into homogeneous groups. And then from those homogeneous groups, we select samples that are going to be, we select fields that are going to be sampled for soil carbon. And that covers the first, let's say, part of this methodology. Once we have our soil sample, the next step is really to select a model. And the objective of selecting a model is then for you to have a tool for monitoring these dynamic changes in soil organic carbon. In AGRI, we selected ROTC as our model. It's a really very widely known model, a reference model for long-term dynamics in agricultural soils, and has been used for hundreds of scientific publications, from FAO estimations of soil organic carbon potential across the world, other projects, other methodologies. So it's a really, really widely known model. It is very transparent. There is no gray or black box around ROTC. What it does is very easy for people to understand. And it's flexible enough for us to model the changes that we want to promote in our project area. So namely, these three practices: tillage regime changes, cover crop application, and organic amendments applications. That could be either use of organic fertilizers or mulching of residues. Next, it's not enough to select a model that's widely known, widely used. You still need to demonstrate that you are able to use your model confidently in your project area, and that your model, I mean, not only you are capable of using your model confidently, but your model is also fit for the area that you want to apply it. Because, as we said, soil organic carbon is very locally sensitive. So we need to be able to prove that our model can work for the crops that we are modeling, for the climate zones where we want to operate, and for the practice changes that we want to promote. So when you multiply all these factors, you get a huge amount of combinations that you need to prove that your model can work. And how we do this? This process is done by us going out, collecting real-world data from experiments, using this data to run our model with, and then comparing the results of our simulations with the actual results of the studies. Through this comparison, we are able to tweak the model in order to make our simulations as close as possible to the actual results of the studies. And then after we do these adjustments, we build a report called MVR, Model Validation Report, that we have to submit to the assessment of an independent modeling expert to check that the work that we've done is really good, and we are then able to use the model in our project area. Only after the IME sign off on our model calibration, on model validation report, we are then allowed to use the model in the project area. And this is what we already have done in AGRI. Oops. Okay. So now we have soil sample. We have selected a model. We have calibrated. We have demonstrated that we know and that we can use our model in the project area. Now we need to collect a lot of data, which is like a little bit of what Tessa was saying about the pipeline. We had to build this huge pipeline to collect data for 4.5 million hectares and 2,300 farmers. And I cannot just show you all the data that we collect, it's a lot, but I could group them into 4 different types of data that we collect. One is farm attestation, so what the farmers tells us directly about what they did before they joined the program and what they are doing after they joined the program. Then the other group of data is like the peer review and publicly available scientific data. So data that the farmers cannot themselves provide to us, for example, climate information, precipitation, evapotranspiration, temperature, that we need to run the model, the farmers cannot provide, so we have to get it from scientific resources. And the other group, satellite-derived verification data powered by machine learning algorithms that we have developed in AGRI to verify the data that the farmers report to us. So we cannot just trust what the farmers are reporting. We need to check that, so we generate huge data sets of verification data to compare with the reported data sets the farmers are telling us. And finally, regional statistics that are also used for checking the reported data from the farmers, but also help us to complete or fill in gaps that we might find in the data sets that we are collecting. So once you have all of these in place, you have your model, you have your soil sample, you have your calibration and validation model report approved, you have your data set, you have your pipeline set, then you can start running what we call scenarios. In the context of VM42, we need to compare two scenarios. We need to compare a scenario called baseline, which is really a hypothetical scenario where we assume that the farmers that joined the program would continue doing whatever they were doing before they joined the program over the crediting period. So we assume that they didn't change their management practice. This is our baseline scenario. Then we have a project scenario, which is what we are able to verify, or the practices that the farmers tell us that they are implementing and that we are able to verify. So we run our model again using this improved management practice that they reported and that we were able to verify. At the end, we compare the two, the project scenario, the baseline, and the difference between the project and the baseline is what we call soil organic carbon changes. And in the context of VM42, this is called carbon removals. But the carbon removals, when you get your carbon removal, that's not the end of the story, because there is still risks associated with that number, your estimated carbon removal. And to address this, we have actually three types of groups of risks that we need to address according to VM42. One is the risk that our calculations, even though we can have the best model, the best calibration, whatever best data, even though we do that, we are using a model, and a model is just a representation of what's actually happening in the world. And we can measure how well we are doing these estimates. This is what we call model uncertainty, and this model uncertainty is used to calculate a deduction that will be subtracted from the soil organic carbon changes that we estimated, in order for us to make sure that if we are not spot on, we are at least underestimating, not overestimating emissions. So this is a deduction designed to prevent that we overestimate. The second risk that we have to address is the leakage risk, which is a risk that by storing carbon or by changing practices and storing carbon in their fields, the farmers are promoting emissions somewhere else for several reasons. So we need to estimate how much that is and also subtract that value from the soil organic carbon. And finally, we have a permanence risk. So something might happen that the farmer leaves the program, or there is an extreme weather event that make all the gains that the farmers were able to accrue to be lost. And we need to address that. We calculate how much that risk is, and we also subtract that from the soil organic carbon changes. So at the end, the value, the estimation of soil organic carbon that goes into the generation of credits is really a fraction of what we estimated. And just to finish my presentation, I would like to say that the soil organic carbon estimation is really a part of the process of generating carbon credits. There is also another branch that deals with the emission reductions, which unfortunately because of time we're not going to be able to cover here, but we're going to be here throughout the conference, and if you want to know more, you can just reach out to us as well. So that's all I wanted to present. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the questions.
Test, yeah. Thank you, Marcos. Thank you, Tessa. we have now time for 1 or 2 questions for the keynote, because later on just Tessa will join the panel discussion. So if there are any questions, just raise your hand. I will go around with the microphone, and or Hui, you will do it perfectly.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And the question is about the model ROTC that you mentioned. How do you deal with initialization of the model? I mean, how do you calculate the equilibrium? Because the model, this is a very important part of modeling, and uncertainty in there is very, very important.
Yeah, so actually, this is a very good point. I didn't put it on my presentation, but to initialize the model, we do an optimization process. So we have a measurement, and we have 1 carbon pool, right? And the ROTC has 5 carbon pools. So we created an algorithm that optimizes the 5 carbon pools in respect to the measurement. So at the end, the sum of those 5 carbon pools are equal to the measurement. And we do that by simulating the equilibrium and varying the biomass inputs of the model. So we vary the biomass inputs, simulate 10,000 years of equilibrium, and then when we reach the same amount of carbon in the 5 carbon pools in the ROTC compared to our measurement, then we stop the optimization. So that's how we initialize the model. Yeah.
There's one in the back. One question.
Hello, thank you. My question goes to the climate data that you need for the model. So when you have your prediction of the future with the baseline and the whatever project, which climate data do you underlie in your modeling?
Yeah, currently we are using NASA power data, climate, temperature, evapotranspiration, and precipitation. We make a climate normal of the last 30 years. We collect the last 30 years of data from that specific field. We calculate an average, and this is the data that we use to run the model with.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Rico Hubner from German Agroforestry Association. Question for Marcos. I would be interested in the baseline assumption, because we did a calculation back in 2016 where we found between 12 and 16% decrease in soil organic carbon in a climate scenario of plus 3.3 degrees. So, I mean, that was 2016. Now we already have probably 2.5 or more. So I wonder how you incorporate the next 10, 20 years of climate, and what would be your results of the baseline scenario if we wouldn't do anything today. Thank you.
Yeah, also a very interesting question as well. So in terms of climate, like I said, we use a climate normal. So we look at the past. We don't look at the future to do the simulations. And this climate normal, in our methodology, will be updated annually from actual data. So we will be able to capture climate change as it happens, because we do annually simulations. So we make a prediction forward 20 years, which is the crediting period, but we issue credits on an annual basis. So we will be able to capture climate change as it happens with this methodology, we hope.
There's also the aspect that was mentioned on the last slide about buffer and risk. So that looks more at like future scenarios. What is the likelihood of climate impacts, political risks, all other aspects of risk that may be natural or human created. And then they also take out that slice off of what is the potential or likelihood of that happening in future, and how do we ensure that we account for it and not overestimate as well. So that's built in through a non-permanence risk assessment, which derives that figure.
We have time for one last question. Oh, perfect.
Your modeling approach clearly works very well when you have areas of uniform soils.
But in Northern Ireland, for example, and over a good deal of Ireland, the soils are extremely variable, literally from meter by meter in places. And we have concluded, I think, that we would need to do the measure and remeasure approach on that. I'd wonder what your thoughts are on the differences between different soil types across Europe, where there may be big areas that have very uniform soils and other areas with very, very variable soils.
Yeah, also a very good point. Thank you for the question. Like I said, modeling soil organic carbon is very sensitive to local conditions, and this is well known. The question there is again, like how precise we have to be in comparison to the ability to run the program at the end, right? Because we could model meter by meter if we want to, but how costly that would be. And this would be definitely not economically viable from my perspective. Although we do model on a relatively small scale, like the data sets that we use to initialize the model are on 250 meters. So it's not really that we are modeling a pixel of 500 kilometers or like 50 kilometers. So it's relatively small. I agree with you that it varies meter by meter, but like modeling meter by meter would be a big challenge, maybe not economically viable. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the selection of quantification approach as well has been a big factor in, how do we scale change here? And I think that's been a lot of the theme of what we've been talking about so far today in the conference is, we have, of course, a great presentation about the model and the work that's been done. We also recognize there are ways to get better. What else do we need to do? How do we need to be able to address how we reduce uncertainty, improve stratification, and how do we ensure that all of that reinforces and builds to create that change and keep meaningful change consistent? And I think looking at it in terms of lessons of how to run across a very large area, there are always going to be these different scenarios. I think it's going to be very hard to get 100% certainty, but what are the mitigations or what are the different activities that you put in place to be able to manage that level of uncertainty that happens over such a large area?
I see, Maria, you have a question, really the last one, because we have to continue our schedule.
I don't think, yes, okay. A question to Roberta. You spoke about the saturation, that's good, it's important, but I think that this saturation, it is, it's for you, it is not stable, because in climate change scenario, you will not have the same saturation level. You will have, for example, less potential to store due to climate change. So I think that also the temporal scale should be considered.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I absolutely agree. The saturation index could change if the temperature changes. However, based on soil type and historic depletion, we should at least get started. And then, as Roberta also said, then we can start incorporating that in the future. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you again for the keynote speakers. Let's continue with our panel discussion, and hopefully, we will have a fruitful discussion afterwards, maybe with the guys from AGRI. Thank you again. Thank you. So maybe when the panelists are now coming up to the stage, I would ask again for the Menti code, that if somebody still needs to add the code to the app, you can now check it out and raise some questions in the app. Yeah, I think we should take the seats with this microphones here. Yeah. Does anybody has one? Yeah. I think anybody is able to get to the mic? Yeah? Works? Perfect. All right. Before we start, we saw already some pictures and some names, but we discussed in advance that we make like a brief introduction by themselves. So maybe we start at Veronique's side. Please introduce yourself, and then we will go through.
Hello everybody, I'm Veronique Chauvin. I'm an environmental manager in Chamber of Agriculture in Pays de la Loire in France.
Hello, I am Edouard Lancrier. I work at Agrosolutions, which is an engineering consultancy specialized in agricultural transition. We are owned by the biggest farmer union in France, which is called InVivo, and we participated in the label Bas Carbone. We drafted different methodologies, developed an MRV digital tool, and now we're participating in the MRV project in the CRCF. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Liv Tonen. I'm from Space for Good, and at Space for Good is a social enterprise that uses remote sensing for mostly vegetation monitoring. So we're also here mostly focused on above ground biomass carbon estimations with the use of remote sensing technologies.
Good. My name is Tessa. You already saw my keynote, so I'm going to skip right to Greet.
Hello. I'm Greet Ruijsgaard. I'm from Belgium. I work at ILVO, which is an agricultural research institute, and I'm currently the coordinator of the MARVIC project, which is a soil mission project on MRV.
Hello, I'm Ahmad Albitar. I am from CNRS, France. I work on developing MRV tools. I'm head of development of Agrosolutions for carbon farming, and what we like to do is combine high-resolution data to make estimate at 10-meter resolution, but at country scale for 9 million pixels, 9 million plots, for example.
Okay, thanks a lot for the introduction. I want to start with some questions to Greet. Since December, we have a regulation we can work with, also in the EU projects, as you mentioned, like MARIC. And we got a vision from Tessa how an MRV system in Europe should look like. We got also the real-life example from AGRI. Do you see the same challenges what Tessa highlighted? Do you want to add something? Do you want to comment something on these challenges which were shown recently?
Yeah, I guess we all agree that there are many challenges ahead. One of the challenges I see is that to make a robust but also cost-efficient MRV system, we actually need to combine many things. So we need soil scientists, soil sampling, modeling, integration of earth observation, but also integration of data. So that makes cooperation between different disciplines, and that's quite challenging. I also heard Christian, the wish is that this morning, so that the wish is that this MRV systems for carbon farming would be similar to the systems that we use for greenhouse gas inventories, for CAP, also for the soil monitoring law, so there is some synergy. So I think there is a great challenge there to work together also with the regions and the countries, so that we have a system that's modular and that builds on each other, actually. So that also makes the challenge of the cooperation between the national and the regional and the European level. And also, of course, last but not least, the challenge of the cooperation between public and private actors. And so the question is, there needs to be a lot of trust between all these actors to have a win-win situation between all of them. And secondly, the aspect of fair data, like obviously many data are produced both at the public and the private sector. So how to make them fair and to make them useful for further elaborating our MRV systems. And then thirdly, I would like to highlight, so actually we are talking about certificates, and certificates, it was also nicely shown in the presentation of AGRI. So we need to model actually what a land manager is doing and how much carbon is stored, or how much the evolution is in carbon in the soil, but we always have to deduct it from the baseline, and that's a big challenge, I think, because we do not only need to know the uncertainty of what we measure or monitoring at the farm, but we also need to know what is the uncertainty of the baseline and we should really not forget that if we want to have a say on the uncertainty of the ultimate carbon farming certificates.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to stay a bit on this topic, like data gaps and harmonization you mentioned. Maybe I will look in this corner to Eduard and Veronique, since you're also co-developing the French label, the low carbon label. Maybe you can give us some insight, like how do you manage in this scheme, like topics like how to harmonize data, how to overcome gaps for critical data you needed.
Okay, well, long story short, Label Bas Carbone is a collective approach and a public approach. It's very important because so it gathered soil scientists, mainly from INRAE, model developers, also from INRAE, technicals that works with the farmers from Arvalis, for example, and representative of farmers and farmer cooperatives that we are. And all together, we wanted to design a carbon certification scheme that would be both reliable, trustable, but not too expensive, very easy to use and to access for farmers and farmer cooperatives, but also agro-food company. So we decided to build something upon a public soil model, which is AMG. The use, I mean, AMG is validated and calibrated by INRAE and French scientific teams. So it's cheap. It's not cheap, but it's publicly financed, and it's the robustness is guaranteed by our public science. And then, but I mean, to use the model, you need to have an end user tool, and this relies on the private actors that can code, design end user tools that automates AMG. And we developed such a tool, which is called Carbon Extract, but we're not the only one. There are maybe 5 different tools, MRV tools in France that run AMG. And then to cope with the issue of data collection, whenever we take a farm transitioning into a carbon farming program, we collect up to 8,000 data per farm to draw the baseline, to draw the project line, to do the verification, everything. So second step was to automate data collection to FMIS system and to meteorological databases also. And it helps, so we have quite a reliable and not that much expensive MRV device, but we still face a lot of challenges. You mentioned the cost of the programs. It's still very costly for farmers, and we lack of a robust and scalable economic model to scale it up. And maybe last point is that we took more than 1,500 farms into our programs, but to do so, we did not do it by ourselves, and we relied on the networks of technical advisors all around France. They're part of agricultural cooperatives or chamber of agriculture. So we designed a specific program to train them to use properly the MRV tools. Because you have an MRV tool that runs a certificated model, that's okay. But the way you use it can impact a lot on the results. And maybe this is a black spot of certification schemes. Who use the MRV tools? With which process, in which way. So we designed those teaching programs. It's 2.5 days for each actors willing to work with the farmers. We train them, and then they can use the tool and take the farmers transitioning. And I think I could talk for hours, but I will leave the room for my colleague.
I did it with my experience in the Chamber of Agriculture in Pays de la Loire in Brittany. We took part in the development of low carbon labeling management linked to the sustainable management in the bocage. And this method has been validated and recognized by throughout France by the government. This makes that all technical operators can, based on this reference, to advise farmers and to make the plan. In fact, the method is based on the tool, the sustainable ISGRO management plan, and a method to calculate it the carbon stored in the various compartments of the trees. Remuneration of carbon credit, it things between the advisors, farmers, and the companies. We work with companies to have private remuneration. This payment is payment for environmental services. It is based on additional storage in the result of the sustainable management and the good farming practices implemented. In this way, you talk about the monitoring. What is important is to have a field visit with an advisor to can judge if the plan is respected, and if it's okay, we can continue. But it is not okay. It's important to explain why, to have a processing, a training, to have a progressive activity on the farm.
Maybe one last word regarding the MRV tools. At first, we designed them for the MRV of carbon farming programs all around crop rotation, but the market is driven for the moment by Scope 3 claims. So agro-food companies and farmer cooperatives ask us to design now the same MRV tool to be able to claim to calculate both at crop level and at the scale of a crop rotation. So we are, with the Label Bas Carbone team, we are developing other methodologies, notably allocation rules for carbon removals, to be able to say what is within Scope 3 and what is outside Scope 3. It's the next step.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the insights. I think this is really important, what you mentioned also about the Scope 3 indicators. My next question would be going to Liv. Since you're here as a Space for Good representative, but also like a representative of the European Association of Remote Sensing Companies. So one crucial point is also the above biomass estimation. And I think this is something you could talk about, like how can we use remote sensing products or remote sensing data to capture this part of the model, and also like the point of the data availability of the remote sensing products. This would be interesting because I think we always talk about European data products, but is it really the truth that we have such products?
Yes, we do have such products. No, so that's great news. Yeah, so indeed, when speaking about also data gaps, what we often see is that there's still a lot of data gaps spatially, because when you do a field measurement, it's in a certain location, but also temporally, because you cannot go into the field and do measurements every year. And this is actually something that we can do with the use of remote sensing satellites. So from Copernicus, from the European Space Agency, but also from the EU, we have freely available for everybody 10-meter resolution data. I think most of you are by now aware of that. And depending on which country, there are also higher resolution data sources available, or even lighter data sources available. And really leveraging these data sources that are both covering the whole of the European Union, but as well have a very high temporal resolution, so are often a lot of your regular updates of this data, can give really clear insights in changes of carbon, but also in comparing one area to the other. So this is actually super valuable that we have this available. There's something that I would like to note on that as well. So depending on the application, it really depends on what accuracy or what resolution is necessary. So for example, for more complex systems like agroforestry systems where it's much more variable between crops and trees, maybe we need a higher resolution data source. And in some countries these are freely available, like for example in the Netherlands we have a 1.2 meter resolution data available, or even lower when it's adjusted. And also LiDAR data available, which makes us actually getting a lot of insights on the vegetation in the Netherlands. But this is very unfair if you compare it with other countries, because other countries, they don't have this freely available data. So this is actually a challenge that we still need to overcome. We can use the Copernicus datasets, which are very, covering everything and can give a really good basis. But if we want to go more into detail, high-resolution data sources are super valuable with respect to from Earth observation. And this is still not equal within the countries.
Okay, thank you, Liv. Maybe one question to Grete again. You talked about the long-term data uncertainty. Maybe this is also the point we should talk a bit about the long-term monitoring sites which are producing such kind of data. What do you think? What are the crucial points when we are looking at the long-term monitoring networks? What is it? The representativeness, or what do you think? Well, what are the major issues?
Yeah, I think good long-term data are absolutely necessary, and to have good time series in long-term field experiments, but also time series of monitoring networks on farm, for instance, where we not only collect in detail soil data, but also management data and also biomass data, for instance. So that is really crucial, not only to calibrate or validate the model upfront before we start a carbon farming scheme, but I think these monitoring networks, I would suggest we also, if you have a good network across Europe, it could be used actually to verify over time also all these monitoring systems and models that are being used as a kind of ring trial maybe. So it's also a plea maybe also for the public sector, both at European but also the national levels, to invest really in these monitoring networks and the very good data they should produce, because I think they're absolutely necessary.
So the essence is support your local monitoring site, yeah?
Yes.
A question to Ahmad. We heard a lot of now from data sources and also about methodologies. What do you think when we're talking about how to harmonize these different kind of methodologies? What do you think are the crucial points?
Yes, this is a very essential point in terms of MRV. Think about a company like doing insetting in France, but this is a big agro company and has sites across the world. What does it mean that they run a scheme in France quite different than the one they run there? I don't consider that harmonization is uniformization, but we should understand that there should be efforts to harmonize the approaches in terms of quantification for carbon farming, so that we can actually compare these and try to advance. And also harmonization enables us to define components, and once we have these components into the scheme, then we can actually build upon enhancing. And there I want to point out some aspects. And before this, I would just say that we're working intensively on harmonization, and tomorrow I will be presenting some of these aspects on the latest work from Orcaza project, where we made a report on cookbook and on harmonized MRV that is available today, and just this week it will be available and it's a deliverable of the project. So let me just point out some aspects about the harmonization. Once you harmonize the approaches, then you can compare them. Also, you can make decisions on decision trees where you want to choose which methodology, which is applicable. One thing that's weird today, we heard about the fact that Verra asks for each scheme runner to validate the model. So let's consider someone in Ireland working on the model, and he actually validated it for quite all Ireland. Why would another company need to revalidate it? I had two companies. We work with many companies. Agrosolutions is blended from companies. We're using AMG model. But then these companies came up to us and told them, we want to test on the ROTC approach. And then we were working on implementing it. And we need to work on the Vera approach. And then they're working on the same region, but they want all of them to validate. I don't understand it. Also, and the essential aspect on this point is that if you think about it, people mix between validation and uncertainty estimate, validation and calibration. Long-term sites are needed for validating, calibrating the models, making sure that they can be accredited. Once they are accredited, then they can run on different areas with verification for the making sure that these results are good, but the person rerunning them once they are acceptable to run, you don't need to redo it, okay? And one last point I will add, on the effort of adding the data, and we discussed this already, it's very important to consider that the verification is a transparent action, right? It should be transparent.
Should be.
And it's third party also.
Yes, should be.
Okay, so I suggest that we should ask all the companies making the verification to make the data of verification available. This is critical and easy to do. Once you do it, year after year after year, your database is increasing. It's not the long-term sites, it's across different areas. And then GRC can introduce this data in their system. And it's not, it won't, zero cost here. And it's a transparency. So this is a suggestion I would like to be added to the conclusions of this workshop, for example.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there are some points you pointed on. It's really important to think about these processes. I see the time is running, so we have to get to another topic, which I think also is the people in the audience are interested in, is about handling costs and also the complexity of such state-of-the-art systems. And since Eduard, you had a workshop or a session in the morning about business models, the potential business models. Maybe you can do it, give us a little wrap-up of what right now is potential ways to finance such a certificate.
Sorry, it was actually my colleague Roxanne who held this session, but that's okay. For us, I mean, to sort out this economic model, we need to automate as much as possible all the elements of the MRV. So for the moment, we are working a lot on making connection with satellites data, especially for biomass estimation, but also to provide to the farmer one single tool that calculates all the carbon claims he needs to account for, be it for scope 3 and or for offset, with clear rules for double countings and perimeter allocations. Those are the kind of programs we're working on.
Okay, thank you. And I think reducing costs is also a point everybody is looking on. So, Liv, as Tessa showed, this scale from just Sentinel-2 data, I think, was on the left side, and then there was getting more complex and complex and complex. Do you think that that's the way to reduce the cost to the clever use of Earth observation, I would say?
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, exactly what you're saying. It's about clever use of Earth observation. So, of course, we can't go without the field measurements. But yeah, as everybody's probably aware, the field measurements are so take so much time and manual and are expensive. So combining them with remote sensing technologies and also Earth observation technologies and also machine learning models, we can really cut down on these costs while staying actually really accurate, especially when looking at local models for local areas. This is really, we see that there are still a lot of possibilities there and challenges. Chances there to reduce the cost of manual labor in the field. And there's actually another thing that I would like to add on this is that I think it's very important. Now we often see remote sensing as, oh, this is going to be the instead of doing the field measurements, or we're just going to do more remote sensing and less field measurements. But I think it's also very important that we take remote sensing into account in all the other steps as well. So if we understand really how remote sensing works, which is, in my opinion, a technology that has to be used because we want to be scalable, we want to be having this transparency of the measurements. It is very important that also within the verification step, which is currently still very expensive, the understanding of remote sensing needs to be taken into account. So we have to take it into account in all the different steps of how the remote sensing technologies work and how they have to be verified in the best way possible, and also to keep the costs as low as possible, especially for smallholders farmers. If they have to do separate verification, that's really costly. But if we can combine different farmers which are in the same area, for example, where the model works well, then maybe we can combine these kind of verifications and costs. Yeah.
So it's good. Do you want to add something, Tessa? You're looking like...
if I may.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Wow, Hannes, you have a sixth sense. Yeah, so I just want to add to Liv's point. So this cost of measurement is really high and is often a deal breaker. So there's also a kind of a new wave of technologies, proximal sensing, so based on near-infrared, mid-infrared, or gamma ray. And they have great potential. Tomorrow, Paulina has a session on this in Bedford 1, I think, in the afternoon. So if you're interested in that, please join. And I think these technologies have a lot of potentials. I've seen that these large Scope 3 clients, these massive groups, have already switched to proximal sensing instead of old school wet chemistry.
Yeah, you're totally right. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, and yeah, hopefully you can join this session from Paulina.
Yeah.
Now we talked a bit about cost. Now I wanted to go more to the complexity part of the MRV systems, and I wanted to ask like Gret and Veronique more as a user perspective, I would say, and Gret more out of a academic, scientific, developing perspective. What are the major hurdles for complexity in the systems? What should be easier for the users? What should be like maybe like changed in the developing process, more related to Gret? Do you want to start, Veronique?
Yeah. We observe that for farmers, and for users in general, it's important to have simple, reliable, measurable, and reproducible indicators. It's not important to multiply indicators. It's important to answer that the indicators are relevant of the practices implemented. On the grassland, on the peatland, for trees, and agricultural production units. We also need to include the cost of supports for changing practices and technical monitoring of the action implemented. The importance for farmers will be all the more involved earlier in the process. If they understand the expectation and the various elements of the scheme, it's more easy. And we observe that the system, they are too elitist, are doomed to failure. It's important to work more earlier with farmers in the process to have a good response for their attempt. The issue of agriculture today is to be more resilient of the climate change and to have an economical viability on their action.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe you can share also your perspective, Gret.
Yeah, complexity. I think what is the purpose of complexity? Hopefully not complexity, but I think it should add either to have a more robust system, or hopefully also to make it more easy for the land managers, like to reduce the administrative burden or the costs. So I suggest to work with a kind of modular system, especially if we have this measure model systems. For instance, you could work with fixed values for carbon input to crops, but then along, like if you have a system like AGRI where you have calibrated your biomass input to the soil based on remote sensing. Well, we do not have it all for all crops and in all areas right now, but gradually I think we can add that kind of complexity, so that should be possible actually to do that. And also I think we really should work on making it easier for farmers, so maybe also connect with the CAP system, because there they already have to, maybe a lot of data are gathered and also verified actually at the farm, so how to make the data connections and to automate the data connections actually, so maybe to make a more complex system but make it easier for the end users.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure, go for it. So I would like to give an example. Let's take one plot, and this farmer has a plot, and it happens to be that he has a disease. He goes and runs a crop model, like sticks, like WOFOS, or whatever. And he has to parameterize for the disease, right? Because he's running it, and he needs to put a percentage. But he doesn't know how exactly, but he doesn't know also the impact. Would it impact at which level? And say, okay. And then another exercise, you take the model, another model, and you put remote sensing data, okay? And you actually force the model to follow the dynamics of the remote sensing data, without telling the model there was a disease, which percentage, which one is the most complex. Certainly the first one is more complex, because you cannot parameterize it. Do not confuse the fact to add more data to constrain a system as a complexity. This is simplification. This is, you use a simple model with information inside, and then you simplify your approach, because you're using real data of observation. So you're injecting information, real information into the system. So we argue that we should use vegetation observation systematically when it is possible in the MRV approaches, because this is readily available, and this reduces uncertainty and reduces complexity. We got no need to define, and I mean, if you consider that you will run all the models without never considering disease, extreme weather, and parameterizing them. So this is my idea about it, and we've been explaining this for some time now. And we hope that it's an idea that getting pushed into the MRVs.
So as we discussed also before, like there should be a basic workflow which is fixed, and then you can add complexity if you have the data to describe it, for instance, like diseases and so on. Is this the way you want to?
You probably don't. You probably, if your question is this one, you probably don't want to want the complexity on observing the disease. Probably, maybe you want to put it on the this issue about the carbon pools, on defining the different carbon pools, which is a complex. Today we use simplified, and AMG is very simplified, and ROTC very simplified, because we don't know how to parameterize them also. But maybe in the future, by combining the more observation of multispectral, hyperspectral sensors that are going in, even satellite-based. Also, we've seen AGRI, working on very nice sampling methodologies with spectral information. So maybe we can better parameterize in the future, right? I don't know.
Yeah. Sounds good. We are really running out of time, so there's maybe time for one question to Tessa, and then we will look at the Menti. Saskia, you will send me yeah? No timer for the Menti? Okay, then maybe just the last question to Tessa. Veronique already mentioned like the schemes they run in peatlands, in hedgerows, in grasslands, and also there is this, how can I tell this, not an issue, but
we need somehow standardization approaches, and we need, as Ahmad also told, like validated scenarios to run the models in future. And what I think is, what is your, from your point of view, the challenges of such validated scenarios in a, let's say, classical carbon flux way? But you also mentioned the co-benefits in your presentation, like how do we include such kind of effects, how to standardize them, how to validate them? Yeah.
Thank you, Hannes. I think that's a great question to wrap up with. So there are great benefits to carbon farming. We discussed them, but there's also risks, and we need to also quantify them. For instance, if you re-wet peatland, you will remobilize a lot of organic material, and you can have leaching of phosphate, for instance, which can really be very destructive to your aquatic biodiversity. So we need to consider the positives as well as the negatives, and when it comes to standardization, I fully agree, but I think there's not enough data for that at the moment, based on my knowledge. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Terre. We are sorry for the audience that there's no time anymore for other questions, but now you know the faces and you can approach them and ask them the whole evening, I guess, or tomorrow. Okay, then thank you again to the panel for the discussion, and hopefully we have a good wrap-up.
It's not finished. We still have a wrap-up session for today, and I would like to welcome the panelists who will be. We will try to be short, but at least to get a few reactions from the day. So, could the panelists join the stage, please? Oh, nice. And Mathieu, where is Mathieu? Here. And Raphael? Is Raphael around? Yes, okay. So, our last session will be to listen a bit to a number of recommendations that were discussed during the sessions. I will explain a bit more later, but we have a panel. Pardon? You cannot. Okay. Is it better? You don't hear me, really? Yes? I don't know. Maybe I can go there. Okay, is it better here? Yes. Yeah. It was fine. Okay. So, sorry, I thought you were not listening to me. So I will ask, I think for the panel, you all know Christian already, but could you please introduce yourself? Different panelists, starting with you, Anaïs.
So I'm Anaïs Lot. I work at the French Livestock Institute at the Climate Department based in Paris, and I work on several European projects on carbon farming.
Hello, I'm Julia Grimaud from I4CE, Institute for Climate Economics. We're a French think tank, and we've worked in France on the label bas carbone, and we're also in several European projects on MRV and carbon farming.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mathieu Mal. I work at I work at EEB, the European Environmental Bureau, which is an umbrella organization for environmental civil society organizations based in Brussels. And I'm also part of the Credible Consortium lead work package 2 on policy.
Hello, my name is José Rafael. I'm a full professor at the University of Évora. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a farmer at the weekends and a good cooker.
Okay, thank you. Myself, for those who were not necessarily here this morning, I'm Daniel Zimmer from Climate-KIC, and I will also moderate this panel that I will introduce by saying that you didn't see this, but in the background before the summit, many session organizers have worked on draft recommendations because we want this summit not to be just a conference where people talk, but also have some concrete recommendations that will, after the summit, have be discussed and refined and be submitted to DG Clima, but in general to the community or the different organizations working on carbon farming. So this, what we are doing now is just to give you a flavor of some of the topics that have been discussed and what type of recommendations or open questions that remain to be addressed because next year we'll have another summit where, and we hope to build also on the results of this summit to go further into guiding implementation and supporting policies. So the three recommendations that you will hear are just a subset of many recommendations. They are around, I would say, around 20 key topics that emerged from all the recommendations that were prepared. And it's just the beginning, but we picked some that are not only in the sessions that will be presented, but that have come through several sessions, recommendations that were prepared. So you have the floor also. You have also your own views. So a Menti code will be provided to you if we could have it, so that you can react on the different recommendations. So here is, so I don't know if you see it, 81420576. This is the Menti to get also your reactions. So we start immediately with a first topic that was addressed this afternoon, which was forestry, and some recommendations on how the forestry sector can implement or should implement particularly baseline and non-permanence issues, and what we can learn also from this experience in the forestry domain. Julia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And yes, our forestry session, actually the one and only forestry session, aims to try and bring out forest specificities and discuss forest specificities in terms of carbon certification. And actually I have two topics that were really pregnant in the discussions that I'd like to bring forward. There's the question of baseline, as you said, and then the question of permanence and temporary credits. So just a few words on baselines. What we basically discuss is that beyond quantification issues, baseline is mainly the key topic. That's the main parameter to avoid overcrediting, and that's where I would say bigger risk comes from, and that where also the parameter on which we had the biggest scandal, especially in terms of forest carbon in the past years. So this is really the key parameter. And then we had, of course, the discussion around specific versus generic baselines. And I cannot present one recommendation because we have diverging views and we will need to bring this discussion forward. But we can maybe agree on some of the elements. One being this vocabulary issue on what people think as specific or generic or standardized. We don't have the same things behind it, and according to the countries, because there was lots of different practices from different countries, we have the same terminology for different realities. So this was one element. And the other one is that we standardized approach had one way to look at it is look at how much local versus harmonized and global approach do you have? Do you have one average number for Europe or for a country, or do you manage to have access to very local data and local specificities in terms of data, but also in terms of practices and forest practices? And another way to look at it was, does the approach and the baseline comes from the project developers that has to provide the data and prove his baseline, or does it comes from the standard? And those two elements were kind of mixed. And what we kind of agreed on is that standardized baselines, I'm trying to be quick, so hopefully that's clear enough, but It has the advantage, if it's not provided by the project developer, but quite of being prescriptive within the methodology and within the standards, it can often allow to lower costs and also to avoid bias. You have uncertainty, but you don't have bias, and you have less information asymmetry. But still, you need to be able to rely on the most local data when you have it. And we have seen examples where we have very specific data for each stand and each plot, but it's not the case in every country. So this was a bit what we agreed on, that it's nice if the approach is standardized because you have those advantages, but you still need to rely on the most local data and practices, also common practices. And on the second point, I'm trying to be quick, sorry. Two specificities of forest credits, permanence, that which is common to agriculture, but also the long-term horizons that you have. For some practices, it takes decades for trees to grow, and so it's not the same time frame as agriculture practices. And on the permanence topic that we discussed a lot, it was main element was how do we create a market for those non-permanent credits, because it's never going to be permanent. We can turn it any way we want. It's never going to be permanent, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have value. And we discussed the values that those projects can have on biodiversity, on soil conservation, adaptation of forests to climate change, and which cannot be just on the debate on permanent versus non-permanent, and that the terminology we also discuss of temporary credits does not reflect this diversity of values and does not reflect either the duration, because temporary can be 5 years, can be 50 years, and it's not the same thing. And we also discussed that in terms of climate change impact, short terms, in terms of 20, 30, 40 years also has value, not just very long terms at the end of the century, and that this term, the terminology, the communication, the marketing that we have around this temporary credits or for all nature-based credits should be translated, should not be just summed up to temporary versus permanent, and that we should find a terminology and a communication that allows to bring out those values on carbon and on beyond carbon elements. Yeah.
Thank you, Julia. We have a lot of reactions on the screen. From the panel, do we have Christian or whoever wants to just intervene?
Yeah, I can start us off. I think the comments on baseline are very pertinent, and I don't follow development of the forestry methodology in so much detail. I'm more focused on the agriculture methodology, but I think the issue is really similar there. The trade-offs you have between having a standardized baseline, which allows you to make it more operational, and you don't have to do the on-plot establishing of the baseline, but you do have the trade-offs, and the trade-off is that it's less accurate. And so if I understand your recommendation correctly, it's about finding this balance between making something operational and making it also robust, which is basically the whole MRV challenge, right? And so as I understand your recommendation, it's really bringing it down to the most local level possible to account for the variability that you have between different regions with different practices and so on. So I think that really highlights, not only for forestry, but also for the other carbon farming methodologies, the challenge of establishing a baseline, and also, as far as I'm aware, the views are really diverging on which kind of baseline and how to tackle those issues best. On the permanence issue, I'm very happy that the CRCF does recognize the different levels of permanence, that there is something like a temporary credit. I think that just is a reflection of reality. Biogenic carbon is not permanent, so I think that's good that the policy reflects that. It does, as you also mentioned, it does create a series of questions, and I think a lot of those questions come down to where, in the end, do those credits end up, and how will they be used? I think that's really the key to how there might or might not be demand for those temporary credits. Yeah.
Maybe just to quickly add one
Yes.
thing, and where I would agree is that temporary credits maybe not a very good term, and it was not our intention to call it like temporary credit, but it's an activity that can be renewed. So what we want to give incentives is that the activity is continued. And I think it's a very fair point, and it's very transparent to say, okay, the certification, the credit is only valid as long as the activity is monitored. And we want to give good incentives that once farmers, foresters are into it, that they will continue. And so, to me, it can be a very permanent credit, because this is what we want, because in the end, we want that everyone takes up these more sustainable activities. It's just that we cannot put all the liability up front. And this is why we found that solution with this renewable credit. But I think this emphasis on that this is non-permanent is a bit misleading.
Thank you, Christian. We have, I don't know, there are so many comments and suggestions, so I read some of them. Changing the term MRV to analysis may reduce farmer registrations. I don't know if it fits with forestry. So a lot on the local versus more homogeneous baseline. There were some questions about what do we do in peatlands that are forested? Is it a specific case that need to be also addressed because of the balance between the emissions due to the water table drawdown induced by forestry and the forestry, the forest growth? Afforestation of deforested areas makes sense, but creating credits for forestry which rejuvenates naturally is an issue. So these are examples. I don't think we have time. The idea is not to cover all these topics, but it's just to give you a flavor of things that will continue to be discussed after the summit and toward also the next summit next year. But I'm conscious of time. I would like to give the floor to our second speaker, who will also address something that has been raised many times, which is the carbon cost or the carbon value enough to facilitate or to create the buy-in from the farmers? So, Raphael, what came out of your session?
I think the session in the morning was really provocative. It was warm, and I hope to be provocative now also. I believe that sometimes there is a misconfusion between carbon as a product or as a service. So, product, you buy a product as you buy an apple in the supermarket. So, carbon as a product, the farmers must know how much I can produce per year and what is the value of that product in the market. So if you multiply the production times the value, you will have, and in the social value that the farmer receives for their income, because they have a family, they have children that they want to go to the university, so these business models need to be developed. So when the price is not so high and the production is not so high also, the value of the revenue for the farmer is low. So it's difficult to engage the farmers in doing these carbon farming activities. So if you look to the carbon as a service, it's more complex than even as a product, because as a service, you have a lot of other co-benefits, water, soil, and biodiversity issues and things like this. So the things that we believe that could be interesting to see as a recommendation is to look the business models for small farming, big farming, Northern, Central, and Southern Europe, and looking for these business models to see what type of business models we can have on these type of regions and dimensions of farms, and then going back. So why we have to measure everything, why we have to calculate everything, why we have to construct models for everything, if in the end there is no business. So that's the main ideas that we have discussed in this morning. If there is business, we can study the models, we can study the quantification, the verification, the reporting, whatever. Jesus. But if there is no business, I think the barriers are so high that we will not resolve the problem of the climate for sure.
Thank
3
you.
minutes.
Yeah, and this relates, I think the issue that we already raised this morning is how can we have enough value from carbon farming to also incentivize even smallholder farmers. I think this is one of your recommendations also, is at least on trying to find solutions to pay for the carbon so that even smallholder farmers can engage with carbon farming, yeah. And so there were, I think, quite a number of other ideas that were proposed. Christian this morning said, okay, can we pool them? But we had also discussions, so and in your session also, can we have different sources of funding, for instance, combine different types of credits, have biodiversity, have other ecosystem services that can pay for the carbon, but there are other solutions also that need to be found in order to make this attractive. It's also, of course, pool not necessarily the carbon, but also the monitoring using the tools that were discussed before. Okay, I stop here. Yes?
Let me make a comment. Also, we have to look for competition. For instance, the price that we have nowadays, 30 to 50 euros in Europe and let's say 10 euros internationally, I think it deals with the projects that are the REDD, the red, I don't know, these projects of conservation for Amazonia, etc. So they didn't produce at all anything. What they do is conserving or reducing deforestation. If you want to produce and to construct a project in Europe, for my calculations, for market price, for 40 years project, you need 100 euros or 120 euros per ton to pay this investment. So it's unrealistic. We are competing with credits. They are not credits itself, are conservation credits. They are also important, but I think the society must know what are the difference between these two credits, because they are competing in the same market.
Do we have reactions from the panel? So 100 per ton is also something that is coming from many people in the room. So is it, Christian, is it an order of magnitude that you would...
This is what I understand, what I hear. And it's so true. There were different types of activities, of results. And what our parliament, what our member states wanted with the carbon removal certification is that we really put an emphasis on those activities that bring additional carbon removals. And these are not the cheap ones. And where you can have a big effect, a big return in terms of climate is rewetting of peatlands, agroforestry. And this is what we are looking at. But of course, once we build all this monitoring, reporting, verification system, we should also use it for the soil carbon, for the other activities, and learn how can we very efficiently manage the data also at the farm level and be helpful for all the reporting that we need. But what I also want to say, I think carbon markets, also in the other sectors of the economy, are often only something to support a transformation. There are so many other benefits for a well-managed soil than just the carbon. So what a carbon market is a means for financing, but a carbon credit is never an end in itself.
Indeed, a number of sessions raised this question and say, yeah, in fact, we need to look at the overall benefits. And in fact, there are many other benefits for the farmers also that we don't know yet, but we will learn also. But there is, many people are convinced that we need to take these benefits also into account. Mathieu, or?
Yeah, maybe quickly, because we heard in the presentation before, in the methodology presentation, how the fraction of carbon that remains for certification after you account for the the uncertainty in the methodology after you account for the permanence issue and so on. So a fraction remains. And that makes me wonder whether carbon credits is really, I agree that the concept of the carbon credits is not the end goal, but a tool for transformation. But it makes me wonder whether, when it comes to, for example, agriculture, whether that is the correct vehicle to place our bets on when it comes to transforming the sector. As we hear, there's also the issues of the level of cost and then the return you need to get for those credits that we currently don't really see the demand at that level. So I wonder, we're very focused on carbon here, and I know it's many people's business here to focus on carbon, but you could wonder in agriculture or maybe the land sector in general whether carbon is not rather the co-benefit, and whether what is really worth investing in is not this transformation of the sector that makes a more resilient, more sustainable food system and environment. I think probably that should be the focus of the investments, because the carbon credits also only works for a certain segment of farms, I think. I know there is the option of grouping farmers, and that's often how, many people worry about what about the small-scale farmers, and then we say, okay, we can do group certifications. But still, I keep hearing that for many different types of farmers, whether they're small farmers, I hear concerns from organic farmers, from people in the regenerative agriculture space. They say that doesn't really work for us. A farmer during one of the sessions today said also, I have a mixed farm and I don't find a methodology a scheme that actually works for certifying what I'm doing on my farm. So I do think that the carbon credit model, it could be a tool for some farms, but I think you only capture certain farms. And then the question is it an issue that you only capture some farms? It's good to do something that works for the large farms. The conventional farms is good if they change their practices, but I do think there should be business models that work for the other types of farms as well, because they very often already have the tougher business case to start with, and they also, of course, need to build resilience and make their activities more sustainable. So I do feel like we're missing out on a large segment of the agricultural sector by focusing only on carbon credits.
Yes, and maybe we could think of carbon credits as a collateral for insurance mechanism that increase the resilience. I don't know. I think some sessions on finance will be looking at new business models also, innovative ones, where carbon credits can be used not only for carbon indeed, but for resilience, or for other investments in the farms. But we'll see what comes out. I noticed one suggestion, which is should we have the same price for maintaining the carbon in soils, or another one for increasing the carbon in soils? Is it something that we could imagine, having different prices depending on where people are? Because also this issue of the pioneers has been raised so many times. How do we reward them correctly? Christian, any idea on this?
Well, I think what we really need to achieve quickly is increasing the removals and reducing the emissions.
Yeah.
So I think this is, and there's the potential for that, and this is where we should be going and where we get the biggest return on the money. But of course, what we are doing with CSCF, we provide the whole data also to show, like with our certificate of compliance, who has already done a brilliant job in having all the carbon stored in the soils. And there's a certain moment where you cannot anymore store carbon in the soil, and this we will show with the certificate of compliance. And that, I think, a lot of the big food companies, brand owners, will be very keen in using that information and presenting it to their consumers. So there will be many different business cases for that. But I think for all of that, we need underlying a credible monitoring, reporting, verification system, and this is what we are working on. And basically, what we are doing with CSCF, we are providing a tool to value nature. It's the value of nature. It's the asset that we will value. And we are not prescribing one specific contract. So what I hope is also that what we are doing here will make it much easier for farmers to get credits, to get financing, and so on. So there's so much more than just the carbon credit that is in this in the system. And it's a start about delivering all the data that I think that farmers need to get a better deal.
Thank you. We move on now to the third recommendation. They are not yet fully recommendations, you have noticed, but they are work recommendations that will be delivered in more complete form after the summit. Anaïs, you had a session on how to get farmers more knowledgeable and advisors, farmers and advisors more knowledgeable. We heard this morning that this is also a very important issue raised by several sessions. How do we get the farmers and the advisors more knowledgeable about carbon farming, about CRCFs? What is the recommendation you propose?
So yes, the recommendation is basically to structure carbon farming capacity building, and by doing so to cover both practical implementation but also the economic aspects. So really to have a systemic approach of the production systems, and as we are in a carbon farming and certification process, to have also capacity building on the audit, MRV process, and the planning tools. And when I'm talking about planning tools, I'm talking about tools to model the impact of different scenarios on a farm. To do that, we can rely on the EU repository gathering knowledge on carbon farming for farmers and advisors. It's a repository that will be launched in April in the frame of 3 European projects, and there are other repositories that already exist. But these repositories need to be dynamic and regularly updated with the most recent knowledge. They have to be robust, science-based, and also permanent. It means that they have to live for the long term. So we have, again, to have a systemic and context-specific approach, integrating farm-level tools. Also, we are working with farmers and advisors, and we have to use pedagogical tools that are adapted to their jobs as well, and flexible, time-efficient, and modular learnings. And this capacity building has to begin quite early at the educational level, by integrating carbon farming into high school and agricultural schools curricula. And finally, to ensure the same accessibility to these trainings to all the farmers and advisors, this training has to be publicly funded or supported through policy frameworks. And when we talk about the economic impact of carbon farming, we also have to take into account the cost for these trainings for the farmers and for the advisors as well.
Thank you very much, Anaïs. Comments from the panel or from even the other panelists? Huh? Who wants to?
I can be very quick. To my knowledge, 7 out of 10 farmers in the EU rely only on practical experience, right? Practical experience is very good, but I do think that professional education and support and advisory can be a really important aspect as well of doing your job, especially in a context where we're actually hoping that that people will change their agricultural practices. I think a lot of support is needed to make sure that people are equipped with the right knowledge and the right skills. And that, I think, is actually, because I think you suggested that should come from public funding, and I would agree. I think there's already provisions under the CAP to provide farm advisory services, and I think that's a very good use of public funding in the whole blended finance debate, asking what role is there for public funding, where does the private funding come in. Sometimes, I believe Christian mentioned in his presentation this morning, for example, in agroforestry, you could have public funding to establish the initial phase, and then have the carbon credits or carbon certification take care of the prolonged funding. I understand in these kind of proposals, there's always discussions on, are we in double funding gray area or not? Are we paying with public funds and private funds for essentially the same single activity of establishing agroforestry? But this is an issue that...
To reduce emissions on the insetting perspective, because farmers also emit. So I think farm advising will be a very important issue, not only helping farmers to produce nature, but helping farmers also to be more efficient at food level in order to reduce their footprint per ton of food produced. And I think because most of the farmers somehow are alone to taking decisions, and having someone that can help them to talk and to see solutions with experience could be a very good approach in order to fulfill and the objectives that we want to reach.
Christian, any?
I think for a farmer, the farmer takes a whole farm approach. I don't think that a farmer differentiates between emission reductions, removals, or whatever we like to talk here about. For the farmer, a farmer is an entrepreneur and wants to meet the ends and make a good profit. So, and I think a farmer wants to have one guy who can support, advise him, and not like an army of 10 different people. So this must be simple, straightforward. And there must be a whole ecosystem, right? There must be all of us around, and we need to learn together over the next years how we can do this. But it's not for a farmer to be told by 500 people what they should do.
Just maybe to add that Credible, the project in fact was designed also to create this EU community on carbon farming, bring in different stakeholders. So we tried our best also to get farmers to this summit. Next year we'll continue. And so indeed there is a need also to create this community of practice and ensure that there are enough platforms where the knowledge can be shared. Already today, I heard in the sessions so many interesting experiences, so we need to build on all this, and this is what we will do after the summit as well. There are, again, a lot of other recommendations. We will take account of all these inputs. I would like to also, if we can go to the last slide on the Menti, we wanted to open the floor. If there are people who have some of you have important recommendations that you would like to present, please raise your hands, and we still have, let's say, 10 minutes before we go to drinks and posters to get some reactions from the floor. Any, or are you all tired? I had maybe while we are waiting for reactions, I'm always struck by the fact that for farmers, adaptation and resilience is a very interesting entry point to the climate issues. So should we also in this training, in this awareness raising, also have a focus, good balance between adaptation and on carbon removers? Is it a way forward, Christian?
Yeah, but I think it needs to be, as I said, the main interest for the farmer is probably that to keep the asset, to keep the value of nature. So, and whatever we do with a carbon market is to provide additional financing to make that transformation. But I think for the farmer, it's an overall thinking. I think every farmer that just changes to more sustainable practices only because there is a carbon credit program, I don't think that this is the good way.
Yes, very much so. Thank you. So we have at least 2 reactions.
Okay.
We hear you.
We hear about business models, market, money coming around, and we are going in a distance from the initial purpose, which was the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, because this is what we want to do with carbon sequestration. And We have now new political conditions with the Trump election in the United States, and I would like to ask if Europe has a plan, because the globe is a spherical planet and the atmosphere belongs to all these countries, and I think that Europe now is alone in this battle, and I don't know how China is contributing to this carbon market. India, Russia, now United States are following a completely different direction. So how Europe, the European Commission and the European Union understand these new conditions? Because it's nice to talk about carbon market, but at the end we will be alone, and I don't know who is going to pay for that. And what will be the result in terms of reducing the greenhouse gases? Because they will emit whatever they want, and we will reduce, but Europe is just 500,000 people, and the rest of the globe is nearly 10 billion.
Thank you. I think this relates very much also to the agriculture vision and the competitiveness of agriculture in Europe. Christian or anybody in the panel would like to say something on this?
I would, so okay, I didn't expect this to go into geopolitics, but I would say that if other regions and actors across the globe reduce their ambitions, then I think that's all the more reason for Europe to step up its ambition. And we will have, in the next weeks, maybe month, an update on our pathway as the EU to climate neutrality in 2050 by setting a target for 2040. And then I hope that there will also be a target for the agricultural sector to do its part on that pathway. Hopefully an ambitious target, so that well, the best we can do is doing our part, I guess, as the EU, and trying to convince other global actors to do the same. But at least start with ourselves.
That's probably also why we need good, solid business models, showing also how we can reduce the costs and be efficient in our agriculture, using all the methods and the tools that are under development. We have other reactions. Can you try to be more on the recommendations?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Can you introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Julian from Secana. We're a startup that does MRV for carbon farming projects. And essentially what we have found is that this is not rocket science. Sometimes I feel like we're treating, or we're hiding a bit behind the complexity that we see. Complexity is part of it, but we think that measurement-based systems can bring us the type of quantification that we need. And at least for the quantification aspect of the methodology, I think if we make it measurement-based, design unbiased, it can be quite straightforward if we just get the uncertainty deduction straight.
Yeah.
Everything else can fall into place. So I think this is our key recommendation, to try to specify the uncertainty deductions based on the confidence interval, and then everything else based on what type of MRV technology to use, how many samples to take, and so on. That will all fall into place once that's clarified. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. This is indeed an interesting recommendation coming from your session. I think it relates also to what Eric Souberan, I don't know if he's still here, said this morning, that they started early, 15 years ago, but they had then maybe a huge uncertainty and big buffers in the way they operated. And so the more we go, the more the methods are precise, the less these buffers need to be. Rick, some comments on the panel on this?
No, very much agree. And I think this also relates to what I said in the morning. So over the next 5 years, we should learn a lot. And but I think with all the digital tools that we have at our disposal, we can have quite a steep learning curve. And again, this information we are not just only doing for carbon credits. This is information every farmer will be very keen to know.
Yes.
Can I make a question? We are somehow discussing the production side of the problem, farmers and carbon farming. What about the buyers part of the equation? Because are they willing to buy at what price? Do you have an idea at the European level what will be the?
Well, I talked about that also this morning.
Sorry, I missed.
So, of course, you need to work both on supply and demand. And of course, here we are doing certification, which is on the supply side. And then we need to talk about what we have now with the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, with green claims, with a voluntary market. And then, of course, we are doing studies. And I think given the level of change that we want to see, we will also need to look about regulated markets, because we need a much clearer demand signal. We need more planning certainty for our farmers, because some of the, as I said, the practices where we get the biggest return for the climate, agroforestry, rewetting of peatlands, afforestation, and so on, these are big management changes, so farmers will expect a very clear demand signal.
Yes, I'm just I was speaking about the global market. So a CEO from a company standing in Europe can buy outside of Europe. So
no, we are talking about Europe.
Yeah, but
to buy only in Europe? All the companies in Europe have to buy only in Europe?
What we have a deal, or we have an objective, to make Europe climate neutral in 2050.
Yes, yes, yes.
And this is our North Star.
Okay, but in terms of business, a company can buy outside.
Yes. But what I'm interested in, is to make Europe climate neutral in 2050.
Okay, I'm speaking about business. But for the farmers, for the European farmers, if the companies buy outside, there is no business for the farmers in Europe. That's what I'm trying to...
Yeah, I mean, we've done emission trading systems for the rest of the economy. And we know very much about carbon leakage and how to address that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, these are very important topics.
Do we have final recommendation? No. Okay. So you are exhausted. Oh, there is one. No? No, okay. Too late, sorry. But you are not, you will have opportunities to comment on the recommendations. All the recommendations that have been prepared will be refined after the summit and will be put on the credible website for comments. We want also to get feedback after the summit, and there will be, I don't know, 2 or 3 months for you to comment on the recommendations, so that we can take them on board and disseminate these recommendations. I think with this we finish this wrap-up session. I would like to thank all of you for your participation in this wrap-up. Yes. And
one thing I need to say is that tomorrow we start half an hour earlier than today, so 8:30. Thank you.
And now and now you have the posters and complimentary drinks until 7. Thank you all.